What's up, guys? How's everybody doing today? Yeah, Leggy, I'm happy that I'm alive also. Shiki, apparently Stug was our first dislike. There's an echo. Okay, I might have the, There we go. Did that fix the echo? What's up, Sim? Brozar, Oxidizer, how you guys doing? What's up, Shiki? That did not fix the echo. Is anybody else getting the echo then, or maybe is it just Brozar? Still there. Yeah, there shouldn't be... It doesn't look like there'd be anything on my end. Okay, it's just Brozar. Okay, so probably you might have it open in two windows or something. Bro, Dolphin, congratulations on the Vela, man. That's awesome. You might need an updated phone, Sim. The speakers on my S21 are so loud I can barely use them. Alright, let's actually get this going. Oh, did you play? You probably hit play in Discord by accident. I think that's happened to all of us before. Oh, we gotta get the bot started as well. Just run a phone until it's unusable. I feel like there's a wife joke in there somewhere, but then I might get in trouble. I don't know. So I think we'll stay off of that one. Oh, crap. I appreciate that, Leggy. What's up, Axe? Can't sleep, man. That sucks that you can't sleep. I meant to say that sucks that you can't sleep, man. Brozar, I don't know if that actually confused your opponent or not. At this point, I feel like that's just like, you're so desperate that, yeah, like, I feel like I was actually first picking on Taurus for a while. Like, I mean, it's just basically throwing RNG out there and hoping something will stick, pretty much. Hey, Brozar, I rebuilt my Ethna. You're gonna hate it. 51 crit rate, baby. 51 crit rate on the Ethna. I'm trying it out, because whenever I have Ethna, it seems like I'm always just taking her as the lead, so I decided to just stack some stats otherwise. Like right here, it looks like there's a fair shot I may have Ethna as the lead. Actually, yeah, I think I do want the Ethna here, and probably Molol. Honestly, I'm almost not using her. I didn't even run that through the optimizer. I don't know if I've actually won a fight with Ethna yet. It's like a straight up 100% loss rate with her. Right. Can I take the Juno here? I obviously need... kind of want the Annabelle. You know what? Actually, let's do this. He's gonna get the stuns no matter what. Can I survive? He'll get two turns of stuns. Can I survive that long? I can't let him reset the Beelzebub, actually. I can't let him reset the Beelzebub. It's my only hope here. Ah, I needed to take the crit rate lead. I totally forgot about that. See? First match on stream, I already screw up. That Ethna was completely forced there just because I was showing her anyway. She made no sense. Well, I mean, she made sense, but she wasn't the right pick. Yeah, Leggy, absolutely, bro. Ooh, that's interesting. You know what? Let's go for the stuns. Nope, let's just get countered and stun nothing. This was a bad draft anyway. I deserve to lose this one, I guess. Did his? No. Okay, no, never mind. I'm on stream. It's always a bad draft. I mean, he's dead anyway, so let's let him go out with a bang at least. Enemy draft was susceptible to a lot of stuff if I hadn't pulled the Ethna. A stun at some point would be nice also. Okay, yeah. I mean, I did have a bad draft, but come on, man. Like, one stun somewhere would have been nice. One something somewhere. Proc. I did get one proc, I think. Okay, I think we might be facing a Zeratu. Okay, Ciara, huh? Ah, he beat me anyway, Axe. And he outdrafted me. I screwed up the draft again. Honestly, I am drafting so bad on stream. Alright, well, he should have beaten me. That was just RNG. That's all that was RNG. I just got lucky. He may still beat me, actually. He got everything reset except the Ganny, but... let's ventilate the Oki. Ganymede's on crit rate. Yeah, I know. I screwed up the draft, Rosar. The Ganny wasn't the pick. Jamire was the pick there. I didn't. I shouldn't have taken the Ganny. He's already gone twice, so let's do that. Yeah, I drafted that one incorrectly. If the Ganny was Jamire, then the Bearing pick made sense. When I use other runes in mid-late game, other than Vile Will Swift, I get good energy focus runes. So they are usable, but you need to use them. They're not usually usable in RTA, but they're usable outside of RTA if you just combine them with Shield and Will. So Shield Will anything is usually a really good rune set. All right. After Will, which offset has the most value? In RTA, it doesn't really matter. Will is I guess Revenge. Outside of RTA, Shield. No, if I do that... Yeah. We can do a couple of replays before we start SahDiesAlot's re-apps, I think. So this is basically the only way I can win an RTA match anymore, is just to bring in the Bearing. What's up, Caesar? How you doing, man? I feel dirty bringing in the Bearing. I honestly do. I actually feel dirty. No, Tariq, I haven't been on, bro. Was that? Huh. That Barbara had already gone. She must have been on Nemesis. No? How did that Barbara cut me? I knew he was gonna proc. Oh, I knew he was gonna proc. Yeah, I guess even when I get first turning, bring in the Bearing, it doesn't work. Bearing was Hall of Heroes streak. What's up, AC? How you doing, man? Nice, Arturo. Glad you like it. Yeah, I agree. Despair Will is definitely the way to go. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's the only thing I can do. What's up, SahDiesAlot? How you doing, man? Wow, he outsped me. That doesn't happen often. I just re-ruined him today, Axe. I'm still just throwing pasta at the sink and hoping something will stick. So I just re-ruined Pontos today. I still haven't won a match with him though. I think I'm 0-5. This was the first time the Nemesis trap actually came into play, but it's not looking good, is it? Yeah, I'll show you the Diana. How many times will this bird counter? Alright. Yeah, guys, it literally does not seem to matter what I do. I'm guaranteed every match is a loss. Yeah, I've lost like 300 points, Rosar. There's nothing I can do, man. There is absolutely nothing I can do. Armadillo, Abellio is good, but he's not good in the current meta. He will be good later on. If and when the meta changes again, he'll be good. Here's the Diana. Yeah, I haven't won. Well, I mean, I guess I keep saying that about everything. I can't find anything that's working for me as the bottom line. But yeah, I've had no success with Diana. Yeah, JK, I lose every match now. That's kind of my new MO, is just automatically lose everything. I was actually G2, and I was like ranked 700, and I've lost about 300 points since then, in about 120 wings. No, I tried that, Brozar. They never take a turn, though. You have to take a turn for them to work together. To be fair, I usually use Diana with Lulu. Most of the time I use Diana with Lulu. It's just I can't get Diana a turn. Yeah, I was running Lulu around 250 and then I slowed him down so that I could put him behind Mo Long. I think it was like 256 via Will Max Resistance, but he wasn't getting turns anyway, so I just decided to slow him down behind the Mo Long. But do you guys like how this guy is pulling multiple LD5s and Yogun is the automatic ban at that point? Like, he first picks Yogun, and there's really nothing he can pick after that that I'm going to consider that I'm not going to let through. See, now this is the draft where I will wind up using Lulu. Never mind, he took the bearing. I think I just lost. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could try Hagang, but this is all single target. If I take Hagang, he bans Hagang. Try the Pontos. Solacuna, he's I don't know, you don't see him that often, but I'm running him because he's the only thing I can find to counter Yogun. because he strips into silence and I don't have Yogan. There's Pontos. Yeah, I don't see anything I can do where I don't lose. I lose no matter what. That does seem a little bit low, X. I mean, most Kinkies are run with really low attack. The whole point is for him to go for a long fight, but that does seem pretty low, to be honest. I guess I could win with RNG. So I would say you want him at like 40k HP, 1k defense, max resistance, and then everything after that into attack. Yeah, Vinicus, here's the Ethna. Keep in mind she's meant to be run with her crit rate lead, so she's at 84 crit. No strip, right? $40k total. 40k total. Yeah, I tried Annabelle's first pick for a little while as well. That's actually pretty accurate. Sim, I've tried every monster in my box, period. I'm lost. I am honestly and genuinely lost. I have no idea what to play anymore. I have no desire to do that, Chad. I won't do it. No, I will not play the one Swift Bearing. This already I hate using. This is the only Swift monster I'll run though. I'd rather finish Fighter than run first turn, honestly. I don't know, Vinicus. She is HP, crit damage, HP. Pussyfoot, I'm not the only person. Axe is in stream right now. There are SahDiesAlot in stream also. There's a lot of people who very much prefer the chess match than the speed contest. But yeah, I mean, I ran some Swift monsters last season, and I had as little fun winning as I did losing. I just don't feel it's just not for me. It's really just not for me. There's no chance, right? Yeah, there's no chance. Actually, SahDiesAlot, I'd say the evidence more people prefer turn 1 is that everyone's calling for a Kinky nerf instead of a Yogan nerf. Kinky is one of the only things that can counter Yogan, so that's what they all want nerfed. Oh, man. Dizzle with the super chat says, Dono hype train started. Let's get some wins. Dizzle, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Seriously appreciate it, bro. Thank you very much. Let's see. Axe said 36k HP, 1700 attack, 100 res, 1100 defense, 198 speed. I'd like 4k more HP, but it sounds good, bro. Sim with the super chat says, hype! Sim, thank you very much for the super chat, bro. Seriously appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, thank you, Sim and Dizzle, guys. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much, guys. Nah, Vinicus, it wasn't the Diana. It was the Oki stun on the Molong that pretty much guaranteed that one. But Wojo with the super chat says, and don't forget to smash that like button for the awesome stream. Very true, guys. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to smash that like button. It helps guarantee that we're going to wind up with a larger stream, for one thing. Papa Panda dropping the hype super sticker. Guys, thank you very much. Wojo and Papa Panda also, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it, guys. Let's see if I ban that. I don't want to use the bearing. See, if I bring in bearing, I win. I just don't want to use bearing. But I guess I have to. Yeah, 35,000 points, Rosar. But why would you possibly want me to use your wings, bro? Why would you possibly want me to use your wings? I wrecked you last stream, and I'm wrecking myself right now. I don't... I mean, I would do it, but I don't know why you would want me to do it this season. Honestly, like... several of these losses were just me straight up getting out draft. I am completely lost as to what to do in this meta. Brandizzle with the super chat says, all aboard, choo-choo! Bro, Brandizzle, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that, bro. By the way, my Ryu is on Despair. You guys should count how many times he gets Despair stuns. I legitimately think he's getting like 1 stun in 20 or 30 or something. I've checked his runes over and over. I keep thinking that his rune set is actually busted. Not sure why he didn't ventilate the Savannah there. Would have made a lot more sense to ventilate Savannah. Yeah, I don't get it, Sim. He cannot stun. It's so weird. I mean, I'm just obviously in a bad RNG and a bad everything stage right now, but still. I think right now I just need to dismount her. Uh, 35,000 X, 35,000. Oh no. Well, I said 35. It was supposed to be 40, but I meant 35. Do this. I think she's dead. You know what? Nah, just take the kill. Take the kill. Hey, he got a stun on the Yogun. He's not, he is on Despair. What's up, Trunks? How you doing, man? Alright, guys. I am going to open this up for the first 3. First 3. We're going to do 3 replays, and then we're going to jump over to SahDiesAlot. Some weird faint blue text. Let's see. Huh. Okay, I'll take a look at that after. By the way, Brandizzle, I don't remember if I actually said thank you for the last super chat. I was half distracted on the RTA match, but thank you very much, bro. Really appreciate it, man. First pick Yanni. What does that indicate? Does that indicate a Hathor? Can't indicate Mo Long. Could indicate Oki. Oh, thank you for catching that, SahDiesAlot. Dizzle with the super chat says, when my girlfriend gets mad I ate the last of the Oreos, I'm gonna tell her to blame the RNG. Dude, I would tell her to blame Nabisco for not including enough Oreos in the bag, man. Is that who makes it? I think it's Nabisco makes it. Thank you very much, Brandizzle. Really appreciate it, man. What's up, Genoa? How you doing, man? Alright, so we ban you. We bring in some additional immunity like this. We ban you, and I think we're okay on this one. Oh, rip. You're very welcome, Genoa. You're very welcome. I got another one coming up. I'm trying to get more caught up on videos now. I'm trying to find a better balance between streams and videos. And you should see a couple more. I've got a couple more good ones that are recorded. I just need to finish editing them now. Yeah, let's keep the immunity up. What's up, Ricky? How you doing, man? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. Alright, he went with the ventilate. Let's do that. Not enough. Now he gets the reset on the Tyrannus. And that's game. How the hell did I lose that match? How the hell did I lose that match? This should have been like 99 out of 100 wins. I don't even understand that. It's just... Wow. Like, how? I really don't understand how I lost that. Yeah, I am lost this season, guys. I cannot do anything. It wasn't, though, Genoa. It really wasn't. It was like... no, I didn't actually, Brozar. Triana did not have immunity. If I don't use the Triana immunity, he gets the reset on the Triana. It was the correct play. Or at least I believe it was the correct play. Also, the Oki was under 50% heal. And the Kaki could have killed the... Well, the Oki was at like 60%. But with it scaling, Kaki could have just killed Oki through the Triana passive at that point. Yeah, no, I'd stick with that was the correct play. I checked the replay. It showed. I could have sworn I looked at it and it said 1 turn immunity. Yeah, I was trying to bring more focus to the game, Merrick. Yeah, silence stops Vanessa from resurrecting. Ooh. Oh no! If you guys want to see a weird build, this is the current Pontos build. Damage Pontos. Hey Dolce, how you doing? We had 4 of you go in for replay, so I'll go ahead and do the 4. I forgot to close it. Damage Pontos. Well, sort of damage Pontos. Crit rate Pontos anyway, guys. But yeah, we're trying double Nemesis Will on him. This was about the thinnest I could make him. This was the lowest my runes would allow me to do. I even have like a non-plus 15 slot 5. I only got 4 wings left, X. Did you drop to C3, bro? I thought you were solid up there. I thought you were solidly in G1, but I'm like low C3. I'm just matching up with C2s now. If I keep doing wings, I don't expect I would even finish C3 at this point, honestly. He has one speed lead, right? Yeah. $19.92 is 2,500. Yeah, so I'm what, like 200 something points away now. Yeah, Merrick, it seems to be just really long names that overlap. Annabelle, Vigor, Barbara. Let's do Barbara for now. What's up, Monkey King? No, we're actually just getting started. I wound up using up some wings at the start of stream. Oh, he brings out the Beelzebub. Can I work around Beelzebub with the Fire Bison? I think I can. Yeah, I should be able to. Oh, man. Oh, okay, and that's game. That Ganny proc is game. Okay, bearings ahead. Can I provoke? Maybe it's not game. No provoke. Okay. But Beelzebub's gonna snipe, Yep. He got the ventilate, didn't he? Yeah, he got the ventilate. So he snipes me either way. Yeah. Did I get a proc that match at all? I don't think I got a proc at all that match, did I? To be fair, Ryu was on Despair and Bering was on Swift, so I guess I only had 2 violent monsters. It's like the best thing I can see. First pick Molly. Just like first pick, dead pick, and I know they're playing turn 2. Juno, on the other hand, is a pain in the ass. Okay, I kind of expect he's going to want to play a Diana, so I think we're going to do Antares and Lauren. Now if I do this, he bans the Lulu, and he has Sustain. Can't take the Bulwark here. Annabelle, that's the pick. Annabelle's the pick, yeah. And then we just gotta get rid of Juno, I think. Or do we get, nah, do we ditch the Barbara? Maybe we ditch the Barbara. Yeah. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Oh, man. And thus, oh, I got one wing left. Okay. Yeah, Axe, you should, with the Kinky, man, I really think you'll be able to push up to G2. Kinky Ragdoll TN Lane, that... Excuse me, Kinky Ragdoll TN Lane, that's TN Lang, that's insane. Just a reminder, my Ryu is on Despair. Just throwing that out there, you know. He'll stun now. all he needed. Put some glancing on him and he can get a stun. That's the key. He just needs glancing so he can stun. And she's back, full heal. Yeah, guys, I got no idea what to do. I got no idea how to play in this meta. I just don't. I'm completely lost. Yeah, I'm down about 300. This actually isn't my low point. My low point was down to about 1,700. But yeah, I've lost about 300 points. I'm lost. I don't know how you compete in this meta. Alright, let's do a couple of RTA replays and move along to the re-ups. Alright, let me rephrase. I don't know how you compete in this meta without trying to take turn 1. I think you guys saw, I don't think I had a single win that didn't involve bearing. Not that bearing automatically won every match either, but I didn't win a single match without using bearing. I don't think. Maybe I won one. Oh, that's a nice rune. Alright, so first is going to be Sim. Sim, if you want to share your replay, Gilder 8895, either one. Oh, 16 speed, huh? Yeah, Merrick, that's not the... Well, see, here's the thing, though, Merrick. In order to use bearing, I still have to bring in 2 speed leads, which forces me to first pick either Ciara or Water Ryu to keep the option for bearing, which makes me extremely weak against the turn 2 pivot. So, yeah, it's... You can't just run bearing without speed leads. And basically, if you run the bearing, you're playing the same kind of cleave team that I don't really want to play. Like, even when I win those, it's not like I feel like there was ever any strategy in them. I don't feel like I actually won those matches. I just feel like, okay, my bearing was faster than his Yogun. That's like kind of a... It's like taking a deck of cards and saying, okay, who's got high card draw? That's what it feels like to me. I know it's not like that for everybody, but that's what it feels like to me. So I don't feel any sense of accomplishment winning that way either. Tong, the point system works just by chilling on stream, man. The longer you chill on stream, the more points you get, pretty much is all it is. And then as you get points, you're able to enter drawings for lots of different things. So we've done cash giveaways in the past. We have done oh, man. Yeah, we've done some pack... I shouldn't say cash. We've done pack giveaways in the past. We've done community. We do a community help stream once a month. Things like that. I mean, Pussyfoot, honestly, there's only 2 or 3 LDs that even matter in this meta right now. So if you have Nephthys and Yogun, it's just broken. That's like, I mean, if Ace is still on stream, he'll attest to that. His ult has Nephthys and Yogun, and I think it might be higher than his main is right now with a fraction of the rune quality. So Nephthys is incredibly important in this meta. Obviously, Ragdoll is one of the few things that would allow you to cut. Tian Lang is another one of the few things that allows you a cut. outside of those three, I really don't know that there's... Oh, and Gianna. Obviously Gianna. Outside of those four, I can't think of any other LDs that are particularly better than Yogan, Changpeng, Water Ryu, Juno right now. Light Monkey is up there. Volantis is up there, but honestly, like... So, I mean, serious question, X. If you had Yogan, Water Ryu, Juno, Volantis, and Chung, wouldn't Volantis be 5th in that match for you? Like, he would be 5th to me. TT is right. Wunsa would play in there because of the base speed. But I think Volantis would be 5th out of the meta strippers to me. I think Volantis is really, really good. I think he's really, really strong, but I think the meta strippers do more in terms of control because he just has the provoke. Light Monkey definitely is up there, but Light Monkey needs the meta strippers to work. Fire Druid Belinus is one of the best monsters in the game, honestly, all around. He's amazing for guild offense, guild defense, siege defense, TOA. He's amazing everywhere, man. And he can be used in some cleaves in RTA as well. He's one of the best Nat 5s, period. So huge congratulations on pulling the Belinus. But yeah, you could definitely add Wunsa to that list. Light Monkey could probably go to that list as well. Volantis is playable, but I don't know that I think he's like a difference maker. I think he just replaces one of those stripper slots in the current meta. Yeah, so let's see. Did Sim share his replay? He did. Alright guys, so while this rune goes up, yeah, and then somebody mentioned Kinky. So for Kinky's an LD4, but Kinky is definitely in that group. I just didn't include him because he's an LD4, not an LD5, but he's definitely in that group. There might be one or two others I forgot or something along those lines, but yeah, I can't think of... Like, if you were doing an overall RTA tier list, I can only think of those 4.5-ish that would be... all of them would be behind Yogan right now. Well, I would have Yogan ahead of Gianna. I would have Yogan ahead of Tian Lang. I would have Yogan and Ragdoll in the same tier only because Ragdoll counters Yogan, I think. But I mean, as far as like if you just took a quad S, like if you had that quad S tier for like this is just going to be in every fight no matter what period, I think it's Yogan and Ragdoll. I can't think of any other monster that would go into that quad S tier in the current meta. I mean, well, that's not true. Gianna would be in every match. So Gianna would be a quad S tier, but I don't think she's quite as strong as Yogan and Ragdoll because she at least has one direct counter, which is the Heigang. So Heigang becomes a force ban against Gianna. But yeah, I think Gianna would still go in that quad S tier. She just would be the 3rd ranked in that tier. Anyway, alright, so we have got a replay from Sim. Gianna also gets countered by Tetra. Yeah, Gianna's got a couple of direct counters. Yogan has no direct counter at the moment. Now, with that said, the difference is that you can put Gianna into any team and she's going to dominate. Yogan dominates because of the current meta. Like, if you just took most of those strippers out of the game, Yogan would be a double S or triple S tier monster, but he wouldn't dominate in the way Gianna does. He dominates in this meta, where Gianna dominates in every meta. So Gianna is a better monster than Yogan. I want to be clear about that. Gianna is definitely a better monster than Yogan, but Yogan is better than Gianna in RTA today. That's the difference. Okay, so here we go. We have got our first replay from Sim. So Sim is facing Nero, and Nero opens up with the Ciara. So Sim sees the Ciara. He goes ahead and counters with the Water Ryu and the Ganymede. Nero comes back with the Bastet and the Chung. So at this point, Sim is playing somewhat neutrally. He could be going for turn 1 or turn 2. It's a neutral draw against the Ciara, which Ciara is also a neutral first pick, can go turn 1, turn 2. As soon as Nero pulls the Bastet and the Chung, Nero shows that he's most likely going turn 1. Sim decides to contest the turn 1 with the free-to-play Akia and the not-so-free-to-play Tiana. So at this point, Sim is putting himself in a position where he may need to be forced into a speed lead as the final pick. Nero comes back with the bearing, so at this point Nero's got the speed lead into double strips with attack bar boosting. He is somewhat light on damage, so he's relying on the Ciara for the snipe. And then he comes out with the Fran at the end. So he does now have double attack bar boosters, double strippers, got double defense breakers as well. He's got the pushback from the Chung. Bearing actually does decent damage, especially with good artifacts, and then he's got the snipe potential from the Ciara. Sim comes out with the Felleria for the passive shields, passive heals, and also the ability to pass debuffs on to the enemy. Okay, so there you go, Sim. Yeah, so I would have misread that, honestly, right there. If I was drafting against you, I would have misread it. I thought the Tiana was going to be your attempt to contest for speed, but Tiana is shield will. However, once the Felleria comes out, it becomes much more clear. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure I would have personally brought shield will in against Chung, because he does a full strip. It's not the same thing as like Water Ryu, who only strips one effect at a time. So we've got the actual shield will Tiana, and then Sim brings in Felleria for the passive shields, the healing, and then the ability to pass all those debuffs over to the enemy. So at this point, if I am Nero, I'm probably banning the Tiana, just because Tiana could be built shield will, could be built swift, but I don't see any other major risks here. It could be a swift Ganny, so Sim could be running like Despair Ryu with a swift Ganny trying to outspeed me, but I think I still ban the Tiana because I would generally expect the Tiana to have the faster swift set, and also because everything else looks like it can't really do all that much. So Tiana's the primary strip, Akia only single target strips, right? Ryu only strips one debuff at a time. If I'm Sim, I probably am banning this Ciara because that's his main source of damage. Obviously, the risk here is that if you ban the Ciara, the Chung is going to, rather the bearing strips into silence and the Chung gets attack bar pushback. But I don't know that he has enough damage overall, especially with that Felleria, so I probably am banning the Ciara. Oops. Here we go. Oh, what am I? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just a cell. Actually, is that a cell? Maybe not. We'll look at it later. Good HP, not a lot of speed, but the HP, it might be usable on an Endure rune. That's probably a key. Or at least it's worth rolling to 12 since it's ancient. Okay, so we do see the Ciara ban, we do see the Tiana ban, so for a rare occasion, I called it correctly. Bastet opens up with the buff going into Bearing, who lands 3 strips, does not get the strip on the Ryu, who is able to come out and strips everything, even off the Wind unit. Oh, the proc by the Akia cleanses the silence as well. Felleria takes her first turn, she is still silenced. Bastet gets defense breaks on everybody but the Felleria. Skill 1 from Bearing really does nothing, so the Bearing has no good artifacts right there. Chung does get the pushback though. That Ganny is looking like it's hurting a little bit right now. Big damage? No big damage. That Bearing does not have any damage at all, but the Akia misses the sleep on the Fran. Felleria does not get the proc. That's going to be a dead Ryu right here. He does finish off by putting an attack break on... Oh, this Bearing has no damage, guys. This Bearing has no damage. Akia getting the resets, gets the sleep on the Fran. Ganny gets the reset on the Bastet, and the tides have turned, guys. The tides have turned. Felleria putting up shields. Akia turn cycling like it's going out of style. My cell phone popping off in the background. People texting Sim to congratulate him on this miraculous victory as the Chung goes down and Nero has no damage left whatsoever. Akia misses the sleep on the Fran, but Fran did not have her buff up yet, just a self-heal. We get a little bit of pushback on the Bearing, probably not going to have much bearing on the Bearing. Bearing doing no damage again to the Akia. Fran now does get her buff up, but the Akia's back to her strip, puts that Bearing to sleep with some debuffs, and then we get right here the Ventilate into the Felleria to drop the debuffs onto the Bearing. Bearing is back to sleep. Akia continuing to cycle attack bar. Bastet keeping the attack break on the Akia. Akia now taking Fran out of the fight as well, putting some skill resets back up also. Looks like that Akia may be on Destroy. The Fran's HP is low. Akia continuing to control the Fran and the Bearing. Gandy doing some big damage, showing Nero how you put some crit damage on your supports. And that is gonna be it, folks. Nice win by Sin. Alright, so next up is going to be Vrozar. Shacky's just chilling today, Genoa. Alright, next up we have a replay from Vrozar facing off against a player to be named later. Vrozar going first pick on Taurus. This is, honestly, first pick on Taurus, what it makes it look like is that you've just been getting beaten up by the strippers and you're just throwing in the towel, which kind of actually indicates that you're going to be playing a defensive match. So your opponent moves straight into a turn 2, flexing the Dark Monkey along with the Molong. Vrozar, seeing the Molong, goes ahead and steals that Lulu and then brings out the Lauren as well. So I really like Vrozar's draft, following up on the Antares. We've got three more or less free-to-play units. Yeah, so we know it was an accidental pick, but I'm just saying that's what it looks like, Vrozar. But we've got 3 more or less free-to-play units. I know Antares isn't completely free-to-play, but most people have him. But it's a 3-star, a 2-star, and a 4-star at this point against an LB5 and then an OP Nat 5. The opponent coming out with Tableau Jamire. So Tableau Jamire, Molong, and Dark Monkey. So to be honest, this was a really lucky pick of the Antares here, because Antares is one of the few things that you would throw in to try and counter that Tableau Jamire. Vrozar comes back with the Diana, so we're trying to cut in any way that we can, and then also with the Blution. I don't know if the CN is on Nemesis or not, but either way, the Blution tells me that you're probably looking at banning the Dark Monkey, which is basically what I would ban here as well. And then if I'm your opponent, I actually think that I would probably just ban the Lulu. Would I ban the Lulu? So you've got to be sure that you can take out that Lauren. He's got the Molong. He should have damage on his Tableau and his Jamire. Yeah, so I think you ban the Lulu, and he's going to try and target that Lauren right off the bat. And I think that you are probably just going to ban the Dark Monkey and hope that you can get the Blution Bomb through. So you actually ban the Jamire. He does ban the Antares. It's funny because I thought he might ban the Antares, and then I was like, well, why are we watching this replay otherwise? So, starts off going into the Diana with the Tableau. We are taking the Lauren into the Dark Monkey for some control. Molong going straight into the Diana, taking the big HP damage. Diana going back into this monkey, and that's a dead monkey already, right? That is a dead monkey. Diana now doing Diana things. Is that going to be a dead Molong? Not quite yet, but the Molong's probably dead to the bomb. Yeah, there you go, guys. 1 proc from Diana, changing everything. Yeah, I really thought the Antares was actually going to be let through just because we were looking at an Antares replay. But nice draft, bro. Very nice draft. Alright, so the next one up is going to be Shiki, and then Yuno, Reaper, you will be last. So if Shiki and Yuno Reaper, if you guys want to show off your... share your replays into 8895, and then SahDiesAlot, I am also jumping over to Discord so I can get your information. Alright, so we're going to do Yuno first because I haven't seen Shiki share yet. So, Yuno Reaper doing the F3 action against Suchat. We see a first pick Molong. I am seeing more of these, but I would say that the first pick Molong's kind of tough to win with in this meta, but some people are making it work. Alright, Vrozar, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out. So Yuno sees the first pick Molong, drops off the Fran and the Hathor. I'm thinking Yuno does not have Ganny because we don't see it here. Otherwise, I might have forced the Ganny in because there's alternatives to Fran. There's no alternative to Ganny, but I think maybe you don't have it. So Suchat coming back with the Harmonia and the Juno. Obviously, the Juno is just a direct counter to the Hathor. Also going to strip for that Fran, so the Juno is a great pick right here. The Harmonia's in there probably to set up for the Molong, also likely on max resistance. Yuno coming back with the Vigor and the Amelia. So the Amelia right here, honestly, is an extremely dangerous pick. I would just personally recommend not taking Amelia here. At this point, here's the danger of your pick. So you've picked Fran that does double AoE buff, Vigor that does double AoE buff, and Amelia that does a continuing buff. And Suchat has already played Molong Harmonia. Molong Harmonia Bulwark is an extremely deadly comp, and you're just feeding his Bulwark nonstop. If he pulls the Bulwark, Bulwark is a force ban, and he has his way with you on whatever his other pick is. So the Amelia here is, generally speaking, you never want to pick Amelia into a Molong unless you're picking Bulwark at the same time with it. And I know in Fighter 3, sometimes you'll run into smaller monster boxes. Just a piece of advice as you're moving up into higher tiers, to be really careful about picking this many buffers this early in the draft, especially when the opponent is playing a bruiser team that the Bulwark would fit really well into. So, at any rate, he did not have a Bulwark, obviously, so Suchat comes out with the Savannah and the Leo, which obviously Leo nerfs Savannah and Leo makes Juno better. So at this point, it to me becomes a pretty easy ban. You just ban the Molong. You've already got double immunity. The most Savannah can do is strip your Amelia, maybe gets an early kill. But Savannah's just not going to do enough damage with that Leo in there. So me personally, I just take Vertihile last pick and make it a force ban. And then I take my 4 right here, which is at this point, if you're banning the Molong, sorry, if you're banning the Juno, then he does have a 1-turn immunity with the Harmonia, but you're going to gain control of him pretty quickly. He can't kill your Hathor fast enough. And then you've just got so much sustain and support right here. But with that said, Yuno went with the Tyrannus, which the Tyrannus does fit into this team. You get the defense buff from the Amelia, you get the attack buff from the Fran. Both of those boost the Tyrannus damage. You've got the defense break from the Vigor. So the Tyrannus does fit really well here. He's just not as clear of a ban. Okay, yeah. So Yuno said no Verd because he was auto farming. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So the Tyrannus is a good alternative if your Verd's not available. He does fit in really well in this team. At this point, your ban is still the Juno. That Juno will just basically solo your entire team with all these buffs, and you have nothing to deal with it. And then on his side, I want to say the ban is probably Hathor. If not Hathor, then maybe the Vigor to take out the defense break. But I really feel like the Hathor is the one he'd have to be afraid of. So I'm expecting a Molong Hathor ban, excuse me, a Juno Hathor ban, which is interesting because it's basically second picks on both sides, where normally you would see a lot more of last picks being the bans. What's up, High Grind? How you doing, man? And so we actually see Juno Vigor as the bans. Let me mute this. Alright, let me restart that. The phone's popping off, so I wanted to mute it. Oops. There we go. Alright, so we got Leo going into the Tyrannus, Fran putting up the AoE buff. Obviously with the Juno, he's not going to be able to do much, just a single target strip with the Savannah. The Savannah's not going to benefit at all from her base speed because the Leo's on the field, and the Savannah is who we're targeting first. So to be honest, I personally would have targeted the Mo Long here because the Savannah's just not much of a threat as long as Leo's there. But either way, you're okay. I can see also maybe you're just trying to get the lower HP target before the Harmonia is out of her sleep. So we continue to work on the Savannah. This should, next Tyrannus turn should dismount the Savannah, which it does. And now the enemy team is at full health as it comes out of sleep. The Savannah is almost off the field. We get the attack break on the Leo. Miss the freeze on the Harmonia. Harmonia does cleanse the attack break off the Leo. Mo Long just doing a little basic artifact damage to the Amelia. Leo doing much more damage to the Amelia, and then Savannah trying for the kill does not succeed. Amelia putting up a defense buff and the Fran heals her, but it's not quite enough as Mo Long gets the snipe. Harmonia then re-heals the Mo Long. The Hathor puts the Leo to sleep, and now that is a dead Savannah. We're 3-on-3, except that Tyrannus can bring back and turn it into 4-on-3 with no reset on Suchat's side. Harmonia procking a little bit. She's got both of her heals back. However, the Hathor is going to put everybody to sleep for a little while. Tyrannus is going to bring the Amelia back. We got defense buffs across the table. Amelia is now back to full health. That Mo Long is a little bit low, down under a 50% now actually. Amelia does land the freeze on the Mo Long, get a little bit of attack bar pushback and attack break on him. Leo going back to sleep for a turn as Mo Long is about to finish his life on this earth. What's her name? Fran goes ahead and puts up the AoE buff. Harmonia was able to get a little heal on the Leo, but it's unlikely to have been enough as Amelia goes ahead with the skill 1 to kill that Mo Long. Leo trying to do some damage into the Amelia, but she's going to go back into pony form, self-heal, and put up that counterattack. It's now 4v2. The Tyrannus is probably not that far away. Yeah, the Tyrannus is like 1 or 2 turns away on his cooldown, I think, from the Resurrect. At this point, Suchat really should have just quit. He has no chance. Fran's keeping the attack buffs up. Hathor is keeping everybody asleep. That's going to be a dead Harmonia here in probably 3 or 4 more hits because at this point damage is scaling and HP is decreasing as well. Amelia showing attributes are irrelevant at this point as she goes ahead and freezes the Leo. Fran doing just kind of little bits of damage into the Harmonia, slowly working her down. Amelia finishes her off and Suchat finally sees the writing on the wall as he quits. Nice match, sir. Very nice match. Stug, do I roll any 5-star ancient 246% runes? I do not roll anything 246 that is 5-star with the possible exception of speed. If it were like a legend speed 2-star with all max rolls, I might roll it out. Hey Tweezy, thank you very much. I appreciate that, bro. Also reminded me, Sim, thank you for saying that was a good way of explaining the difference between Gianna and Yogun earlier. I did see the message. I was talking and I forgot to respond to it. But yeah, I do read chat all the time. Sometimes I just get backlogged. So Sim, thank you for that rare vote of confidence or endorsement where Sim actually agrees with something I said. It doesn't happen often, guys. And alright, did we see Shicky's replay? Shicky. We did not see the replay from Shicky, and I haven't seen him respond in chat as either, so I think Shicky may have left. So we are going to go ahead and move over to SahDiesAlot's account. So guys, for those of you who were not on the other stream, we actually did a massive summoning session for DiesAlot a couple of weeks ago. Maybe just a week and a half ago, something like that. It was over 1,000 scrolls. The session itself started out pretty rough. Like, it really could have just been better all around. Right up until the point where we pulled his #1 most wanted monster, the Fire Bison. Now, he did have over 200 reaps. We did, oh crap, man, I just realized I need to log in through Nox, not through BlueStacks, so I can pull your JSON. So let's go ahead and open up Nox. We'll leave BlueStacks over to the side. So bear with me just a second, guys. I actually got to log in. I was already logged in, and then and then realized that I didn't pull the JSON. But yeah, so SahDiesAlot did have like over 200 reapps. We used a few of them, but it was a long stream, so we decided to split it into 2 streams. So today I think we're probably going to have about 150 plus reapps. I don't know. We've got a lot of targets as well. So I have a feeling we could be making some pretty big progress today. And let me go ahead and set up some betting for you guys while I'm loading Nox over here. Rolls 28. Okay. Perk upgrading his membership to Guide Master. Perk, bro, thank you for the upgrade, man. Really, really awesome of you. Very much appreciate it, Perk. Very awesome of you, man. So, welcome to Guide Master, and let's see. I think, Perk, we owe you 1,000 points. If one of the mods could give Perk 1,000 points. So for the, is that correct? Wait, is it 1,000? Let me double check that here. Yeah, it should be 1,000 points. So for the Guide Master level, it's 1,500 bonus points a month, and at the Guardian Angel, it was 500. So if one of the mods could give Perk 1,000 points, and Perk, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Seriously appreciate the support, man. Okay, so we gotta do this. No, not that. That? Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. There we go. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man? Alright, let me get caught back up on chat. What's up, Undisputed? How you doing, man? You just missed me getting my ass kicked in RTA. Nothing else. That's all we've done so far. I hope they bring out T-Mog SahDiesAlot. I don't really like I don't really like the Street Fighter skins. Well, actually, I guess we should check in case this is a re-app target, shouldn't we? Okay, not a re-up target. What's up, Porch? How you doing, man? Alright, so we've got SahDiesAlot's JSON. Let's just open up the optimizer. We'll show you guys here what we're working with. We have got 207 re-apps, guys. 207 re-apps. So, honestly, I think here's what we're going to do. I am probably just going to go through and re-app everything with that many targets, but before I re-app everything, I want to make sure that we have enough re-apps. So, the idea here is basically, by the way, guys, with you playing turn 2, do you want me to look at some Despair stuff, man? Because, like, on my account, I'm looking at Despair is, like, my weakest set, and Despair is becoming really relevant in RTA. So I would assume you're probably in the same boat as me, where you're already really deep in Violent, but maybe not as deep in Despair. I just realized that camera angle's off. So if I were doing 200 re-ups on my account, I would probably be starting with Despair on my account right now. And you and I play kind of the same style. Okay, so you still want the Vile Will Despair, okay. Hi Grind, so this is a re-app session. What we're actually doing is re-apping runes on... well, we're using the JSON to find the best re-app targets, but we're re-apping runes. So not exactly account workshop, just like rune upgrading, I guess you could say. Yeah, so I mean, because if you think about, you're really only running a few meta Despair units, right? But like the Water Ryu is usually going to be Despair, Juno is usually going to be Despair, Ethna may be on Despair. So you don't need quite as much depth, but the thing is, like, for the last however many years we've played, we've never really focused on Despair, so you probably have tons and tons of depth on Violent, but you may not have the depth to make those 3 or 4 really good sets that you need on Despair. At least that's where I'm at right now. I can make like 2 really good Despair sets and that's it. I can make like a few decent Despair sets, but I can only make 2 Despair sets that actually fit my... Like, I can only make 2 Despair sets that match the quality of my Violent runes in RTA, so I don't know exactly where you're at. I have 1 good set with 5 or 6 targets. Okay, so let's knock your Despair out first, and then we will move over just to Vile Will. Okay, so we want to look at ungrinded efficiency, so we're going to turn this off, so we're looking at ungrinded efficiency. We're going to come back over here, so we're looking at Despair, Legend, not Ancient, 6-star, and then I am going to look at just all Legend runes, period. Let's see, so right here, right off the bat, we have a garbage crit damage rune. I probably won't re-app the borderline one. Actually, I'm not going to look at anything with innate. Obviously, no speed innate. So that brings us down to 37. But yeah, so like this rune right here, this to me is a target. It's not one that we want to put a lot in. We just want to make it usable. So we're going to swing back over here. I think actually if I minimize this, maximize this, minimize this, okay. You know what, guys? Let me try something here. Let me try something here. Axe, can you check your points and make sure that the bot recognizes you correctly? I know you guys really won't be able to see this screen. I know it's way too much. But I think the main thing, because I don't know how many of you guys actually care about seeing what I see on the screen. I think the point of having it there is just so that you know when I'm looking in that screen, kind of where I'm at. But if you guys want me to change back and forth between screens, I can. But I just think this might make it a little bit smoother. Okay, so we've got a Despair 4 crit damage rune. That's where we're going to be starting. And then if you guys want to just be able to see the optimizer in full, let me know and I'll resize it back. It's going to be 797 flat HP, so this is it. It's an absolutely terrible, not usable rune. It is Legend. So we'll go ahead and just see if we can make it useful. Again, we're not going to dump a lot of... Okay, yeah, that's actually 1,000 times better already. It's not really high efficiency, but it's 1,000 times better. Okay, that's 1,000 times worse. Done. Done. That's all we need right there. We got a speed gem? We have a speed gem, yeah. I honestly would use this, bro. Let me know if you want me to check with you on this stuff, or if you want to give me free reign, or how you want to do it. I mean, we could just use the hero also, but it's triple grindable with crit rate and attack, and it's freaking despair. So to me, this is probably a pretty good place to use it. Nice, Sim. I would if Shaki wanted to hang out with us. Free reign, okay. And now, as I'm saying it, if we're going to be doing a bunch of despair runes, so this is 2 rolls, 1.5, 1.5. So that's 5 rolls, 6 rolls, 7, 8, 9. It's only 100% efficiency rune. It's not going to be RTA level, so I think we're actually going to use the hero here. We may get a better target than this. We're going to use the hero and just hope it rolls well, which it did. Perfect. Don't see any use for crit damage despair. There's some uses, bro. There's some uses, but yeah, it's much more limited. Brandizzle with the super chat says, did you all know XG has this amazing swap series that teaches you how to use swap in depth? I highly recommend it. Brandizzle, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for shouting out the swap series as well, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, the first 5 videos of the series are out, guys. The 6th video will be coming out sometime in the next week or so. 6th and final video. Brandizzle, thank you very much for the super chat, bro. I really appreciate it, man. All right, that's a solid rune for 3 re-apps. I know there's not a ton of crit damage. Crit rate would be much better. Crit rate would be much more useful, and as luck would have it, that is the very next rune that we're moving to. Is this one right here. Now, this is a rune that you will actually potentially use in RTA if we can get a good hit on it. It is legend. I do need to double check that. Kinky on crit damage despair. There you go, SahDiesAlot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, it's technically a tiny bit better, but it's not usable either way. Ooh, quad grindable, baby. Quad grindable. You know what's disgusting is this is actually better. This is actually better. It's disgusting. It's obviously not going to be kept that way, but that's actually better. Oh, man. 990 HP. What's up with this? Okay. But yeah, this could be a Ryu rune. This could be a Juno rune. This could be a Vertihile rune. This could be quad grindable with speed. Let's see, so 18, that's 2 rolls, 31, so it's basically 4 rolls. You drop in speed and you're at a little over 5 rolls. You get 4 grinds is just under 4 more rolls, so we're at 100% efficiency or just below, which is not ideal. The 2 rolls lost into flat. We could have gotten away with 1 roll into flat defense. Losing 2 is tough. For right now, we will hit it 2 more times and see if we can get a... Oh! Okay. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Let me just see. So 21, 43, that's 5 rolls and change. 6.5 rolls, 3 grinds, 9.5 rolls. Yeah, now we're over 100%. The 22 crit damage is nice. I do wish this HP was attack, but I still feel like this is a pretty useful rune right here. And I do think, let me see if we have more despair targets. I'm not going to drop the speed gem in until I check the targets. Let's see, so that's a speed rune. That's a slot 5. Slot 6 despair is not a priority. Slot 1's not a priority. Slot 2 speed, 113. We're getting into runes that rolled better now. Let's actually, the whole thing I'm waiting for is to see if there's HP or accuracy. So let's just check. Do we have HP or accuracy? We have 3 targets. Only 1 is slot 6, and that one is already pretty good. So yeah, this is probably going to be the best place to use this gem. We'll go ahead and drop this in so we have HP and perfect. Oh, nice. Okay, we'll take that, actually. We will take that. I have a feeling this one's going to make your RTA team. I have a feeling this one's never going to hit 4 speed, though. Alright, I'll save the last grind. I mean, that was just silly. But we will do this. Nice. Okay. Okay. And then, obviously, no immemorials, so we'll do this. Yeah, so you can do exclamation point swap sim if you want to show him the video. And then just so you can see where this rune is at, so it started off as just total trash. We don't really need to check that. You wound up with, let's see, we are going to go to 20 defense when you regrind it. The HP is at 18. The speed will get to at least 14, right, with a regrind. And the crit damage at 22. We're looking at 109% efficiency with no innate. Yeah, here you go, guys. Here's the link to the video that'll show you how to set it up. So, Dies, that's actually, this will make your RTA team, man. 109%. You're actually at 107 right now. It needs a couple more regrinds. Just getting in that last defense and that last speed. So, you're at 107 on that rune now, but that's definitely RTA level. I think I said Verd earlier. I don't know why you would have a Despair Verd. Obviously, you wouldn't. But this is really good for any kind of Despair Stripper. That 22 crit damage does work in pretty nicely. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and lock this one out. We're going to clear this off. We're also going to lock that crit damage one that we did earlier. We're going to take a look only at unlocked. Next up, we've got a Despair 2 speed. It's got HP innate. I think that's probably a sell, honestly, so I'm not going to mess with that one. We have got a Despair 5 with no innate. Actually, let's take all the Despair 5 no innates out because we are not going to re-out. Oh, every other Despair 5 has innate, actually. Every other Despair 5 has innate. So we'll take a quick look at these. The 35 attack one, the quad roll, we're obviously keeping. You just gem speed in. The, let's see, Despair 5, crit damage innate. This is a really solid target. It didn't roll terribly, but it's still a solid target. Let's go ahead and find that one. 7 crit damage innate is what we're looking for, with 32 flat defense. That's this one right here. Yeah, so we're lacking the speed, lacking the defense, no crit rate to go with that crit damage, so this is a really nice target. Okay, that got better. It's not amazing, but it got a little bit better. Axe, he's got over 200 re-apps, so I'm just, but yeah, we're going to be going through basically everything. Bro! That's nice. That's nice. Just swap the defense out for attack percent, and that's a solid roll right there, bro. That's done. That's done. And we'll drop your last speed grind here. And this definitely deserves this. I'm going to leave the defense alone because you may... Depending on who this lands on, you may keep the defense or you may change it to attack. So I'm going to leave the defense alone, but that's a win right there. I will take that all day long. So let's see. Next up, there's the one with the attack innate, which actually already has good speed. So we're going to drop that one off. Then there is the one that's currently on Juno, has 20 speed, so we're going to take that off. That's not bad. And then there's another one that's, you've already grinded it. And it rolled to 90% to start. So it's attack, HP, speed, and then 9 crit rate. I think that one's okay as it is. So that's all the slot 5s. Let's go ahead and take a look at the slot 6s. Okay, there's only 3. There's an attack percent on Poseidon, which it rolled pretty badly, but it's not useless. You can regen that speed, and then it's got HP, speed, crit rate, crit damage. I think we leave that alone because you're not going to use a lot of attack percent slot 6 Despair anyway. So it's just not worth dumping re-apps into it. This Despair 6 on Mantora, same thing. It's got speed, it's a defense rune, it's not worth the reaps. And then we have another Despair 6 HP Resonate with 20 crit rate. So that's not worth putting reaps into it either. That one's solid. Let's check your 4s. So we've got a crit damage rune. With no innate, this rune is actually really solid. So this rune is HP, defense, accuracy, and resistance. But the resistance can be gemmed into speed. It's reasonably high rolls, and it's triple grindable. I would prefer it with like attack percent or something, but having no innate, I don't feel like that one's worth reaps because it's a usable rune already. Then we've got a slot 4 HP with crit damage innate. This one has attack, really high defense, plus speed and accuracy. It's a pretty good rune and it rolled high, so we're not going to re-up that one. Then we've got a Despair 4 crit damage. This one does have innate, but it's got really good stats and it rolled high, so that's also not a target. So that's it for the slot 4s. We're going to jump back over here to the slot 3s. So Sim, for me it kind of goes back and forth. Like, you'll see I'm actually going to use both methods. So for the Violent runes on Dai's account, I'm probably not going to use the Optimizer that much until we get towards the end because he has so many reaps. But for Despair, I think this was actually faster for me to sift through everything. So if I have less reaps or if I have less targets, then I like to use the Optimizer. If I have so many reaps and targets that I know I can hit everything, then I tend to go without the Optimizer. Let's see here. So, this Tyrant 3 right here, 17 speed, ungrinded. It's already a solid rune. It's going to be quad grindable once you gem out that crit damage. We've got a Basalt rune, also 17 speed, but this one is actually not a very good rune. However, there's no innate. There's no innate, so I don't feel like it's a great target because it's a usable rune. Then we've got slot 3 on Poseidon. This one's got 19 crit rate, so we're not going to touch that. We've got a slot 3 on Samonth. This one is triple grindable. That's got 22 crit damage with no crit rate, so it's not a super synergized rune. But again, it's a usable rune, and with no innate, I don't see it as a target. We've got a slot 3 on the Homunculus. This one is actually a pretty bad rune. It's got lots of speed, but it's got nothing else. Since Dai's is a turn 2 player, speed is not always the primary focus here. So you see like a Despair slot 3, it's got 21 HP. You could actually, as I look at the rune in the game, I'm changing my mind because we changed this crit damage into defense, and this is a good Artemeal type rune, if you ever get Artemeal. I don't know, it's not a terrible rune, it is synergized. You change this crit damage into defense, and it is synergized. The crit damage didn't fit, but once you do this, it actually does fit together. So I think we leave this one alone because there's no innate. Welcome back, Leggy. Alright, so next up we have got a slot 3, 15 crit rate, 19 crit damage. This one just needs a speed gem and it's a really good rune. Then we've got a slot 3 with 23 defense, 11 speed. That's also a solid rune. And then we've got a 20 speed rune. So none of those are actually targets. Let's move on to the slot 2. Alright, we've got a slot 2 speed that has 16 crit rate, 12 crit damage. That one's solid. I do wish it had attack percentage on it, but it's still, it's kind of low efficiency too. And as I scroll down, your very next slot 2 has 15 crit rate, and you have another slot 2 with 15 crit rate, and both of them are better. So that does actually make this a viable re-up target because you already have. This is an inventory, it's not being used, it's very low efficiency, it does not synergize because you're missing the attack percent. And you've got 2 more runes that have the crit rate. So this actually does become a re-up target for me. Just because you've already got, you know, the ability to do the same thing with other runes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Okay, yep. That'll work, though. That'll work, though. You drop this in, and all of a sudden, this is much more of an RTA level rune. Would have been nice to keep the crit rate. It really would have been. But you're going to wind up with 36, 46. Yeah, I knew that, SahDiesAlot. I knew that, but thank you for letting me know, bro. That's helpful. So we're going to be 46, so we're going to have 6 rolls and 3 grinds as 9, and the accuracy makes a 10th roll. So this is like 110% rune right here, which is huge. So actually, this does deserve legend. Oh, still deserves legend though. And we don't have legend. Okay. Still, this is a really useful for a despair type rune. This is great on so many RTA monsters: Rika, Juno, Ryu, basically all of those monsters that just kind of want to be stat stuffed. This one's definitely a solid rune. So, started off it was actually 84. It was 87% efficiency before. 87% efficiency before. So now the attack is 20. I'm not even going to estimate with regrinds because everything's at 6, right? I'm just going to take it where it's at right now. So attack is 20, HP is 28, defense is 15, and accuracy is 7. Went from 87% to... Okay, what's wrong here? 275 updated. Why is it not updating properly? Something happened here. Innate stat defense. I'm updating the wrong rune or something? Yeah. Oh, I was updating the wrong rune. Okay. 272. Okay, I don't know what happened there. But, okay, so we go HP 28, attack 20, defense 15, and accuracy 7. So it went from 87% to 101 with some regrind potential. Yeah, definitely turned it into an RTA level rune. Okay, we're gonna lock that one off. We've got an attack slot too that's actually a pretty good on Taurus type rune, and there's nothing else you would use attack slot 2 and RTA for, so we'll leave that one alone. And then we've got a despair slot 2, and this one with the 10 res, you just actually gem this res into defense percent. I don't know. Do you have a gem? Because we should probably just do it. Defense. No, I used the last gem, but yeah, just change this into defense percent, and then this is already a solid rune. No need to re-up that any further. So we'll take a look at your despair slot 1s. We got a lot more options here. We do have a few with innate as well. But starting from the top, we got a 15 speed quad grindable rune. It's not super efficient, but with no innate, it's good enough. Then we've got a 26 HP rune, which you already have better versions of. So this actually becomes a target solely on the basis of the fact that it's not a very good rune. Not that one. This one right here, this one totally lacks synergy because it's got no speed and it's got no attack percent. So the lack of attack percent diminishes the value of the crit rate and crit damage here. The HP are actually low rolls, and you have a couple of other runes that also have HP in this range. So that makes this a pretty good re-up target because you're not losing the rune from your box, basically. And that'll work. Yeah, maybe it won't. The attack percent is nice. So we put attack percent in here, but then the crit damage doesn't fit great. It's definitely better than it was, but I think it's not quite good enough yet. Huh. I still like this side. See, Despair monsters almost always want accuracy. So Despair monsters are almost always going to want accuracy, which adds value to the accuracy on this side. But you kind of, if you gem in the attack percent, you lose a roll and you lose speed. So I think the left side is still your better choice. We're going to give it one more shot. I don't want to spend too many reaps on this type of rune. Oh, that's just a hot mess. One last chance. If not, we leave this one alone because it's not an unusable rune. Never mind. We're done. We're good. We're good. It is not an RTA level rune, but it is now a usable rune. Honestly, it could be an RTA level rune. You pop speed in over this crit damage, and it's not the worst Juno rune in the world. 20 crit rate on a slot 1. You could make your Juno pretty good without having to use a crit rate rune. Whatever the case may be, I know it's... oh, by the way, I have to pay you guys. Nobody bet 19 crit rate. So just a reminder, betting is open, guys. This would have actually paid. Antares needs a lot more HP, defense, and attack percent. The crit rate, he only needs to get to 70. But yeah, I mean, it could still, it could balance with an Antares. It could honestly work with a Ryu, with a Juno. I think this is pretty solid all around. It's not the highest efficiency, but it has really useful stats. You can change the crit damage to speed. Actually, I see what Ace is saying. So if you change the crit damage to HP... Yeah, my bad, Ace, my bad. If you change the crit damage to HP, because Antares doesn't need speed, then it fits really well. You got triple grinds down here. I didn't see it at first, Ace. You're right. Yeah, I missed that, Ace. You're completely right. Yeah, so this rune has a lot of potential. Anytime you can get 20 crit rate on a rune, it's got a lot of potential. It's definitely a finished product. Okay, next up we got a 15 res, 12 crit damage rune. So those two stats, they just don't fit together well. The crit damage, attack, and speed all fit together, but once you gem out this res, the rune's really not very good. And if you gem out the crit damage, the rune's not very good. So either way, this is a good re-up target. Oh, that's what you call one and done. That is what you call one and done. All right. Now, this is a no-brainer. Do we have... All right. You regem the HP for something higher later. But this is... You know what? This is a really nice rune right here. Let's go ahead and do like a 200-point bonus to everybody on stream, because I haven't done many bonuses yet, guys. This doesn't qualify as a direct win, but it's such a good rune. We're going to give everybody on stream a bonus. Yeah, guys, this rune, oh man, this rune is nice. This rune is really nice. Dude, 15-15. I'll take that all day long. We got the max there. I don't think I'm gonna regrind this one that much because you'll probably put a bigger gem. You'll probably, I mean, I would anyway. I would re-gem this as soon as I got a bigger gem, so we'll leave that where it's at. That's a beast, bro. That rune is a beast. Alright, next up we actually have one with innate. What's up, Troy? How you doing, man? Okay, so this rune right here, this one's kind of tough for me. So the crit damage fits really well with the attack. The accuracy could be swapped out for speed, and it's triple grindable. The efficiency on it is pretty good. I struggle to use high crit damage runes that don't have crit rate. But I think that this is a good enough rune that if I re-up it, I'm literally just speed chasing, and on Dies' account, speed chasing isn't really the goal. I'm either speed chasing or efficiency chasing, but it's already a super efficient rune. It's going to be hard to upgrade by efficiency, and I don't think we need to speed chase. So I'm going to skip past this rune. Porch says re-up it, but... Yeah, I mean, I know, guys, I don't place a whole lot of value into crit damage. You know that, but... Guys, I'll leave this one up to you. I'll leave this one up to you. I just see this as a low probability rune of upgrading. I think our best Most likely outcome is we're probably going to end up like just, well, we're either speed chasing or we'll get something that's maybe just a little more efficient, but yeah, I leave this one up to you. I don't value crit damage much, but I think the rune has synergy and I think it has efficiency. So Dice says skip it. Okay. Alright, next up we've got a Samonth rune, but that one's at 26 accuracy, so we'll skip that because that's your only high accuracy slot 1 that I see. After that, we've got one that's got 17 speed, 13 accuracy, 12 resistance. You do have other fast runes, and this one has no synergy. Yeah, you can't use that rune in a lot of places, and it's a good re-app target with the HP innate, but it's just unique. That's the thing. Like, I'm not afraid to re-app a rune that's empty crit damage, but to be... I mean, this one is just not actually... It's not technically empty. It's lacking in crit rate, but it's not an empty rune. I mean, you've got decent rolls on the attack, and you can gem in the speed. Now, this rune right here, this is a hot mess. This is speed and nothing else, which means it's a rune that you're never really going to use. I mean, the speed does nothing for Halphus. The only 2 resistance to spare monsters I can think of, maybe Rika. I guess you could technically put this on a Rika, but it's a stretch. Like, there's just no reason to try and force this rune onto Rika. I can't think of anywhere else this would work. So, to me, this is much more of a re-app target. They're about equal, and when they're equal, you take the faster one. There we go. Much, much better rune. Much better rune. We traded 1 speed for, like, quad grindable. That's an easy swap out right there. So, obviously, you just gem this accuracy out for HP %. Quad grind it, you make up your accuracy on a slot 2 or speed rune, or on slot 6 accuracy, and this will be a much more usable rune. All right, next up is, oh man, it's actually a pretty good rune. So we've got an Amelia Despair 1. I don't know why Amelia's on Despair. But if you re-gem that speed into a higher speed roll, this is actually a pretty good rune. So we're going to leave this one alone. Next up, we have another Despair with innate. Now, this one is interesting. It's in inventory. It's got 7 crit damage innate, which makes it a really premium target. This one? Yeah, so this one is fully gemmed and grinded. It's up around 100% efficiency now. I'm gonna turn grind values on so we can see where it's at. This is 100% exactly. Yeah, I was right. It's 100% exactly, fully gemmed and grinded. It's triple grindable, and you regem the crit rate. I think this one's good enough as it is, and then the next one is attack percent innate. We're not doing that, and the last one is 112% efficiency grinded at the moment. We're not doing that. So that is all of the Despair targets. What do we wind up using on your Despair? We used less than 20 re-apps, and I think we made like 3 or 4 really good runes. I think that was very worthwhile. Alright, let's move on to Violent, where I believe we're going to have a lot more targets. So again, we're going to take the grind values out, because I just want to see which runes actually rolled the worst. We can start off with this Vile one that has 18 res and no speed. It's an inventory rune. It is at plus 12. I'm sorted by default grade. These are going to be harder to find, I think. Yeah, that's this one right here. How many targets do we have? Oh, crap. We have a lot of Violent targets. We have 219 Violent targets. So I can't actually just go through one by one. I do have to use the optimizer. 219 bio targets. That's insane, bro. That is absolutely insane. So we're going to do this differently. 2, 4, 6 is where we all always struggle. We're going to start on your slot 6s. So first off, we have an accuracy rune that is actually pretty ugly on your homunculus. Let's narrow this down. So this rune right here, accuracy no innate, is kind of tough to re-app, but accuracy runes are so useful. If we could just, you know, get 19 crit rate, 12 attack, and gem in the speed, it'd be a much better rune. Alright, so gem in the speed, we're kind of, oh, I do gotta pay crit rate, don't I? There we go. So keep it or not, we are paying crit rate on that one. Just a reminder, betting is open, guys. Oh crap, man. There we go. Betting is open, and I increased it to, oh, I gotta turn on multi-betting. So I saw somebody placed a bunch of bets earlier. I apologize, I forgot to have multi-betting on, and I also, for some reason, had it at 100. So I have fixed that. You'll want to fix your bets. So I apologize for that. Alright. I feel like we throw a couple more in here. 19 crit rate is really nice, but with the no speed and nothing else grindable, yeah, we keep, I mean, you can gem in 10 speed, so. We're going to stop at, Alright, we're going to stop here. We can always come back to this. I don't want to dump a whole bunch of re-apps into a rune that already has 19 crit rate, at least until I make sure that there's not better targets. So we're going to take HP flat, 339 here. We're going to give it, it's already got the attack percentage, we're going to give it 5 crit damage, but we're actually going to just pretend we gem that speed in over the crit damage and got 8. We'll see what the rune looks like here. Yeah, it's an 82% efficiency rune. If it comes back up in the list, if we get to it, great. If we don't, then it still improves significantly. Okay, next up we've got a slot 6 attack. This one already has crit rate, speed, and HP. It's got flat attack that can be gemmed over to defense, so it's a great rune. We can leave it alone. Got another slot 6 attack. This one is accuracy, speed, HP, and flat attack, which can be gemmed to defense percent or crit rate. So that's also a very useful rune. We've got a slot 6 defense percent, accuracy innate with no speed. So that one is actually a viable target, especially in the turn 2 style. I don't like to do a lot of defense percent runes, but they are very useful for your Fangs, your Tyrannus, your Veligil, stuff like that. And I actually switched my Triana to triple defense to counter Sylvanas. So defense runes do have their place. It's an interesting build. I've got like a 2200 defense or 2400 defense Triana now that I'm using to counter Sylvanas. Not that it's... yeah. Anyway, so this is our next target. Alright, that's not great, but it is slightly better. Okay! Oh, okay! Alright, I am pretty sure Dies will take that. I am almost positive Dies will take that and be happy. I obviously would be nice if it was triple grindable. I mean, technically you can make it triple grindable if you gem the crit damage, but in this case on the defense rune, I probably just gem the flat attack. I leave the crit damage in because that's going to fit on your Tyrannus, on your Vela. You know, defense scaling bruisers, that crit damage fits better than the flat attack does. So most of the time I keep the flat stacks and grind them. Most of the time I keep the flat stats and grind them, but this is one of the exceptions. I would gem, I mean, if you want to go all-out offense on a Tyrannus, you can just gem attack percentage over it, but for the most part, it's probably just gemming the HP percent. Either way, that's a really nice rune, so we're going to keep that. All right, next up, we've got another accuracy rune. This one's on Mav, and Mav also does not need an accuracy rune, so... let's see, so we got crit rate, defense, HP, attack. This actually could be quad grindable if you gem the speed over the crit rate. It also could be triple grindable with crit rate if you gem the speed over the attack. either way it's slow, and it rolled relatively low. It's at 77% triple grindable. It's got 100% upside, so we're gonna limit it to 3 re-apps and just see if we can make it a little more RTA friendly. That is not more RTA friendly. Just throwing that out there. That is not RTA friendly on the right side. Still not RTA friendly. So if this one doesn't hit, we'll move along because it's not a bad rune and we have plenty of other targets. And yeah, the left side still is better. Okay, so we gave it a shot. We are not going to come back to this one. This one's just a hard rune to improve. Despite the low rolls, because it's got so much grind potential, it actually has a lot of upside. Okay, next up we've got, ooh, now this is a really good target. So we've got a slot 6 HP on the Mo Long. Why am I not seeing it? Here it is. So this is just, the thing about this, yeah, oh man. You know what, sometimes you look at it in the optimizer and it doesn't look good, and then you look at the rune and you see the potential. In this case, I actually think this is a pretty good rune. You gem speed over the flat attack. It's not an RTA level rune, but with no innate, it's a useful rune, which means it's not a premium target when we have so many others. If I re-app that, I'm really just speed chasing for no reason. So we're gonna move on to a different HP rune. It's in inventory. I think it's this one. 17 crit damage. Yeah, this rune is much uglier. These two stats just don't fit together. If you gem in the defense percent, you have no speed. This is a much better re-app target. Okay, now it looks exactly like that Mo Long rune that we just moved on from. Once again, with no innate. This is a siege depth rune. It's certainly not an RTA. Anytime you gem in speed, it's not RTA level. Even for a turn 2 player, it's hard to make. Actually, for a turn 2 player, this could be RTA level. So you're losing a roll on the flat defense, but these are really high rolls. These are mid rolls, and you're triple grindable. The rune will still cross 100% efficiency. It can still be 15 speed, 24 defense, 30 attack. I mean, it's a huge upgrade from where it was at. And again, we have a lot of targets. We're going to move on from that one. Okay, next up we've got a Triana rune with 24 speed, so we're obviously leaving that alone. And then we've got a really interesting target here. I think I actually clicked on this one earlier, and I saw it at the time. So this right here, 24 crit damage, okay, but no crit rate, no attack percent, no speed, and it's an HP rune. So as nice as the 24 crit damage is, your best use case scenario for this is maybe like on a Vigor, but you can make up 24 crit damage from artifacts. You can't make up speed from artifacts. And if you gem in the attack percent, you know, it doesn't fit. Like, the artifacts cover this stat, and on this rune it's just not as valuable. So with the fact that it's got innate as well, it makes it a much better target. Now the 20, it wasn't. Right now, the 24 crit damage is unique, so I still need something to be good for me to take it. Oh, that was almost good. If these rolls were speed, this would have been really good. But right now, this is a slightly better rune, but this rune is more unique. And so I'm not going to give up a unique rune unless I land something that's got, like, real useful value. Like this. This has got useful value. We're giving up, just to show, we're giving up 12 crit damage. But we're gaining 14 speed. We're gaining, change that defense to attack. So you're going to gem this resistance to defense. So you're gaining 8 defense. You're gaining like 12 attack. You're gaining 14 speed, all in exchange for the 12 crit damage that didn't fit all that well. This just became a great rune for like a Diana. Now it's a great rune for Vigor, because now this fits Vigor's kit so much more if you're running him on a crit damage slot 4. It became a great rune for everybody. It's a great rune for any HP scaling bruiser. So giving up the 12 crit damage and getting the stats to fit together, it makes it so much better. And then right here, I would just throw this defense percent over it. I know we have a lot of runes, so I'm gonna save the gems and grinds for when we hit those jackpot runes. This is not a jackpot rune. This is a useful rune This actually could rise to RTA level, but it's not a jackpot rune, so we'll save the gems and grinds, but eventually you're going to want to put defense % over that resistance. Okay, next up we've got a Harmonia rune. It's got attack, defense, and resistance. Yeah, this one could be modified. Like, this is not a terrible rune. These are both good double rolls, but I mean, you have to gem the speed over the res. You make it quad grindable. Where do we stand with this? So this is 42, and then this is like 3, so that's 45. You gem in the speed. So you're like 6.5 rolls quad grindable. It's like 105% rune. I actually think we keep that. It's slow, but it's pretty efficient. So now we've got an accuracy rune on Yen, and this one does look like it's going to be a good target. That's not Yen, though. That's because I'm filtered by HP, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. So we've got this accuracy rune on Yen. Crit rate, crit damage are great, but the crit damage is worth less than attack %. Like, to make this rune hit harder, you would actually gem attack % over crit damage. You're giving up a roll there. The defense is super low rolls, and in general, it's just not going to fit together that well for an accuracy rune. So this is a rune that we can definitely improve. This started off perfectly, and then finished not perfectly. By the way, hey Dragon, welcome to the stream, bro. No worries about being late. You still caught us with 170 re-ups, bro. Oh. Why? Why? Why would you do that to us? That's so evil. That is so evil right there. Alright. We have to take this side. I mean, you have to take the 18 speed here, but it's violent. It's an empty speed rune for a turn 2 player. I don't see it as super useful. I don't see it as super useful for dives. There are people out there that would find this useful. But even then, it's still going to cap at 23 speed. If you're a turn 1 player, 23 speed is not enough. And if you're a turn 2 player, then the rest of the rune doesn't work with the speed. I don't see how we keep it. I really don't. It actually hurts me to re-up an 18 speed rune, and I don't even care about speed that much. It hurts me to re-up this rune, but I don't see how this rune could be used. It will sit in his inventory for eternity. Alright, I think that was 5, so this is the last one we're putting into it. We can come back to this later. Wait. Oh. This rune can be used. It's not good. 3 rolls into flat defense, but this side can be used. This side cannot be used. So we'll come back to this rune later. So the thing is, if you change this resistance into defense %, it's actually not a bad turn 2 stripper type rune, or turn 2 control unit type rune. It's got enough tankiness that you could use it on a Chung, a Ryu, that type of monster. It's not a good rune still. But with 6 re-ups, my rule is normally 5 re-ups max. So what we're going to do is update the new stats into the optimizer. We're going to pretend that we changed that resistance into HP, and that we rolled that we changed it into defense, and that we rolled a 10. We'll go ahead and just put in the 16 HP. We'll put in the flat defense at 50. So the current efficiency of the rune is 80%. 81%, excuse me. Would actually get, because it would be quad grindable, it would actually get to be like 102% rune or something, but I hate keeping the 2 rolls into flat defense. So we're not going to lock it, but we are going to move along to the next target. So next up, we've got Norochi slot 6 attack %. This is basically a pure PvE rune, but I imagine Dies does not use a lot of attack % runes, and the rune itself is not terrible. So I know it's really small. You guys can't see it, so I may as well just click on it so you guys can see the rune. The rune right here. So this rune right here, crit rate, crit damage. Anytime you have crit rate, crit damage on an attack percent rune, it's great. You gem the resistance out for speed. The efficiency is low. This is not an RTA level rune, but because Dies does not need a lot of attack percent runes for RTA, this rune does provide a little bit of siege depth, or it can be used for PvP. Like on the Orochi, I think this might be an Alunia rune. So I don't think we actually will gain that much by re-upping this, because most likely we're taking a rune that's being used in a useful fashion now and speed chasing with it. So next up we've got a Wusa slot 6 HP. This rune does not look like it synergizes very well. So we've got resistance and crit damage with a low speed roll. Our best case scenario here is probably to gem this crit damage out to attack percent. You make it triple grindable. It's got some efficiency, but low speed, low resistance. It's not a very useful rune. So I think this is a much better re-up target. It's something that we can improve and make useful. See, even like this right here, if this were defense percent on the bottom, it would be much better, but I can gem 9 speed over. So if I gem 9 speed over this attack, I'm trading 17 defense for 12 attack, but then I get 20 accuracy and higher resistance. These two stats fit together much better on a slot 6 bio. So this is an upgrade. If this bottom was defense percent, it would actually be a pretty good rune. Since it's attack percent, it doesn't quite fit together well enough, so we keep going with it. However, I think this will probably be a better rune for Dies. Now, I don't love, again, this is the second time we've had this. We have crit damage without crit rate. Kind of puts it in a void, but what I picture on this rune is actually changing the attack percent out for HP percent. And then this goes really well on another, again, it goes really well with a crit rate rune on an HP scaling bruiser. So you change the attack percent for like 10% HP. You can grind the flat HP and get 1000 HP. I'm sorry, you've got HP percent up here. What the hell am I saying? You change the attack percent for defense percent, obviously. Change the attack percent for defense percent, so you've got the defense you need on your bruisers. You grind the HP, you get an extra 1000 HP. 19 speed rune, and then the crit damage is really useful for Diana, Vigor, monsters, you know, Ritesh, Kumar, monsters like that. Yeah, Porch, I caught myself. I caught myself. But yeah, I meant defense percent. And technically you could, if you kept it on Diana, you could also keep attack percent if you had enough defense percent subs from other runes as well. But this is a useful rune. It's not an amazing rune, but it's a useful rune, and when you're re-upping with no innate, that's all you really shoot for is useful. Okay, next up we have got a Fang rune. Alright, so let me show you guys this Fang rune. So this rune right here, here's the problem I have. This is a really good Fang rune. It's not a really good rune, but it is a really good Fang rune, and it is on Fang, and it's not a bad rune, it's just not a really good rune. So if we turn the grind efficiency back on in the optimizer, we can actually see that grinded up right now, this rune is 90% efficiency, so it's pretty low efficiency, but if we switched out that flat HP into HP percent, it would only jump to about, you know what? Yeah, I take it back. I take it back. The accuracy roll is really low. The attack rolls are kind of low. We've got to roll into HP. And as SahDiesAlot said, the account's in flux. He can rebuild his Fang. So this is just a rune that can be so much better. This is just a rune that can be so much better. Just like that. Just like that. There we go. We keep the accuracy, but now we've... we trade basically 3 speed for... yeah... Fang doesn't need the speed as much. This is a much better Fang rune. So if I, in that context, in that context, it's a much better rune. It's way more efficient. It sucks that the speed rolls are kind of low. But the HP rolls are solid. The accuracy rolls are minimum. This is still a pretty premium target. Let's give it one more. We're going to give it one more, but it's a useful rune right now, so I don't want to go overboard. Now it gets tough. Now it gets tough. So you change the flat attack You change the flat attack for attack percent. So we're going to gain 2% attack, we lose 15% HP, we gain 8 speed, we lose 10 accuracy, left is better, yeah. Left is better. Alright, I think this rune, despite the fact that it's slow, I think this rune is going to be kind of hard to upgrade from where it's at, so we're going to go ahead and just lock that. We'll take it off the list. Okay, next up, let me refresh the list. Come back here to unlock. We still have 29 more slot 6s, guys. That's insane. So I'm going to switch up now to the best of these runes, the ones that I can take out pretty quickly. So we've got a 109% Ritesh rune. That one's already great. We've got a 28 speed rune. That one's just insane. 28 speed ungrinded, bro. 28 speed ungrinded. What's up, Julio? How you doing, man? Okay, we've got a 106% rune with 24 speed. We got a 105 with lots of speed. We got a 104 with lots of speed. We've got a slot 6 attack with pretty good overall stats. I think it's going to be Dragon. I think it's going to be. Yeah, we have a lot of re-ups. Yeah, it's a really good rune porch, it is. Alright, so we have got, let's see, HP innate. Yeah, this rune is still pretty good. Need to change the resistance to crit rate on the Diana slot 6. So then we've got a 20 crit rate, slot 6, HP, but still a pretty good rune overall. Then we've got an 18 speed rune. This one is not gemmed yet, so this one's going to wind up being really good as well. That's an HP rune. Then we've got a slot 6 defense on Zhang Fei. This one, okay, this one is probably the one we're looking for. So it's all the same stuff I talked about earlier. Now in this case, the big difference here is I could gem in the speed. This rune's about 105% efficiency. Ah, man. You know, it's hard because 8 accuracy innate is the best re-app target, but this rune's already good. I can't make a case for it. I can't make a case for burning re-apps on it. Okay, so next up we've got a slot 6 HP with 20 accuracy. That's a great rune. Then we've got a slot 6 attack with defense innate, so we don't want to re-app defense innate. Then we've got a slot 6 HP with 15 crit rate, 18 crit damage. That's a solid rune. We've got a slot 6 attack with 26 speed, so we're leaving that alone. We've got a slot 6 HP with speed, accuracy, crit rate, and attack. This one I want to look at. This one I want to look at in game. Is it this one? No, it's Kumar, not Carnell. This one. So this rune, it's really well synergized. I would have preferred defense percent, but you can always gem the defense percent over it. It's very low rolls. So you've got a max roll here, you've got 2 mid rolls here, and then you've got 3 very low roll, or 3 rolls on the low side. It's basically 3 6s on a 5 to 8 scale here. And you're only double grinding. So my thing with this rune is accuracy, speed, and crit damage. Having high amounts of all 3 of these is awesome on a rune. But lacking the innate, I feel like the efficiency may be so low that this won't rise to an RTA level for you. And I'm not even sure it'll rise to a siege level for you. But I think the rune fits together really well, and I think we have enough other targets that it's not worth re-apping it. Yeah, I think it's not worth re-apping. Okay, next up we've got a Bio 6 accuracy rune. Is this the one we did earlier or not? So it's this rune right here. We've got speed, attack, and HP. The HP is low grinded. The attack is low grinded. The speed is not grinded. The crit damage does not fit wonderfully on an accuracy rune. But the overall efficiency, it's going to gain 3, 7, 13%. It's 103% efficiency rune. It's accuracy, no innate. But the crit damage, like we call it 103%, but how much value does that crit damage truly have here? So it's not the most efficient rune, but it's... Yeah, this is... This one gets left alone. This one gets left alone. We looked at that one earlier. That gets left alone. Okay, next up we've got a Belinus slot 6, attack percent, accuracy innate with HP, speed, and crit damage. This one's got potential. We're going to leave that alone. Next up we've got a Melia slot 2, accuracy. Now this one is kind of like the one we just looked at, except it's not modified yet. So you change this crit rate to speed, and then it's a much slower rune. It doesn't fit together all that well. Dies, you told me not to worry about what's on the monsters, but this is a farming monster, so just give me a go-ahead before I mess with a Melia rune. Yeah, we can do that, Dragon. We can do that, bro. Okay, Dice says re-app it. Perfect. I want to see a Vrozar level. Ooh, see now this I like better, so... Because crit damage is so much more valuable than crit rate here, right? On this side you would basically gem speed over crit rate. On this side you gem speed over resistance. So the speed is equal. We lose 5%, which is basically gained here. So we're trading 19% attack for... Yeah, no, never mind. Never mind. Okay, yeah. I can't make the case for it. The 13 crit rate is nice, but I just can't make the case for it. Okay, this side now, for an accuracy rune, this side is definitely better. This side is much better. We got the HP defense, it's tanky stats that we want. It's going to be quad grindable. Still not a win. It's still not a great rune, but it's definitely better than it was. Alright, that was 3. We're not going to do more than 5 on it. What's up, B-Plan? How you doing, man? Rip this. So the 14 speed looks pretty, but remember you can gem 10 speed on this. So you can just look at it as like you'd be trading 4 speed for 33% tanky stats. There's no way that you can take the right side there. You want speed, of course, but you don't want empty speed runes on a turn 2 account. Now this, on the other hand, this'll work. This'll work. So you gem this resistance out for defense percent. It sucks that you're losing a roll into the HP, but the nice thing is both flat rolls into HP are really high rolls. We've got all high rolls on the speed. We've got high-ish rolls on the HP percent. The rune's actually going to be crazy efficient, and then this is a great turn 2 rune. So this is the first one that I would say is probably worth this immemorial right here. We pop this in right here. And now you're looking at like a 22 speed accuracy rune with just tons and tons of stats. So that'll be a regrind. I'm not gonna regrind on the violent. That'll need to be a regrind, but I'll just show you guys what this rune will look like when it's done. So we're on this Melia rune right here. The HP, once you put in, and this is just with hero grinds, not even legend, the HP would go to 21%, the defense percent would go to 17, the HP flat would go to about 1190-ish, and then the speed would go to 21. You're looking at a 106% efficiency rune with 22 speed. Really, really good. This is an RTA level rune. Oh, very nice, Dragon. Very nice, bro. Very, very nice. You're doing great at saving, man. Okay, we're down to 12 targets on the slot 6. Just on the slot 6s. Okay, actually, we're down to 11 targets on the slot 6. So next up, we've got a Bio 6 defense with attack percent innate. Ooh, this one's rough. This one's rough. Ooh, is that on someone? Defense percent. Attack percent innate. Plus 15. This one? Here it is. 34 res. I mean, yeah, you just gem speed in. 34 res. Defense percent resistance runes. Like, resistance tends to have more value for me on an HP rune, but it's a quad roll. Quad roll's a quad roll. We keep that. Alright, next up we've got a Bio 6 HP rune with crit damage, speed, defense, resistance. On Helena, you see the rune. So you change this res into defense percent, or excuse me, attack percent, triple grindable. It's not a great rune, but it is good enough, I think, not to be worth re-apps at this stage. So next up we've got a Bio 6 attack. This one has innate and lots of accuracy. That's this rune right here. So in this case, you have to gem in, you either gem in crit rate over the resistance and have no speed, or you gem in speed over the resistance and have no crit rate, which greatly diminishes the value of this crit damage. The accuracy rolls are nice, but the overall rune just doesn't fit together well enough. And the fact that it has innate makes such a huge difference here. So this is a pretty decent target. I love that 23% accuracy. I hate giving up the 23% accuracy. Oh. No, not quite. Not quite. But it's just, this is going to be a really hard rune to use. It just doesn't fit together quite well enough. Now it does, though. Now it does. So this is a much more empty rune. This is just straight siege offense rune. This does not go on a defense monster. But this is, it's a super powerful, it's just a straight siege offense rune. You put this on a nuker, something like that. Obviously you just gem in the speed over the resistance, and it's a functional rune. Question is, does Dies actually care that much about having siege offense runes? But the answer is he doesn't care that much, I think, about slot 6 attack percent runes. So I think, yeah, I think we leave this one alone. We're going to take a look at the next target. Okay, next one is 18 speed, 12 crit rate. That's a beast. After that, we've got a slot 6 attack on Ciara with 17 speed, accuracy, HP, and it just needs a defense gem. That's a really good rune. Then we've got a slot 6 HP on Ganny that's got crit rate, crit damage, defense percent, and attack percent. I can hit this one again, bro. I mean, it's a great offensive rune, but it doesn't have. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting rune, so I can hit this one again if you want me to. It's a good re-app target. As far as slot 6 bio goes, it's a good re-app target. Alright, so here we go. Here we go. Let's do this one a couple more times. Let's see if we can get something a little bit more all-around balanced. We got the accuracy back, guys. We got the accuracy back, but with 0 other stats, it didn't quite work. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, now we've got a much more balanced rune. So you can either regem the crit rate into higher crit rate and it's more balanced, or you can gem the crit rate into HP percent and it's more efficient. You've got flexibility to go either direction with it. These are min rolls, but these are mid rolls. These are low rolls. So the overall efficiency is not ideal. But I mean, if you drop in the HP percent over the crit rate, it's still a pretty efficient rune. So if we were to do like HP percent, we'll call it 16. Defense. Oh, I'm on the wrong rune. Whoops. This is, which one is this? This one is this rune right here. So if we were to say HP percent 16, defense percent 24, accuracy goes to 10, and speed goes to 14, then you would be looking at like 100% efficiency rune. Alright, we'll give it one more shot. Alright. So now we got 3447. So we've got 6 full rolls. We put in the speed. That's a 7th roll. And then triple grind is 10 rolls. This is much closer to 110% efficiency. It lacks the crit rate, but the crit damage is still good on an attack percent rune. This is a much better rune. At 110%, it's not fully synergized. I don't love that it's not fully synergized, but at 110%, we're going to be hard-pressed to upgrade off of this. And we did use 6 re-ups, so I want to leave it there. I think we've got other targets that we can move on to from here. I think that's solid. It's super efficient. It just it's really tough to use crit damage without crit rate. Like if this innate was crit rate, it would be so much better. But yeah, it's still pretty solid. You gem in the speed right here, triple grindable. It's a solid all-around rune. You might be a little lagged, Porch, or maybe I saw your chat later, but yeah, the right side was kind of a no-brainer there. Alright, so we're down to 7 potential targets on the slot 6s. We've got this rune. This is actually a good rune already. I think we leave that one alone. We've got the one on Ganymede, which is HP percent. That's this one here, so... Crit rate, crit damage with no speed. I feel like this is a great Diana rune. It doesn't fit like on anything other than Diana. You basically gem the attack percentage for speed. With that said, it's a pretty unique rune, and I just don't feel like we want to give up all of your high crit. I mean, you want to have like the goal is always to have a variety of runes so that you can make whatever build you're looking for. And you don't have any other runes that are really like this. So if it had innate, I'd be more likely to re-app it, but without innate, I feel like we just kind of keep it on the basis that it's unique, and also on the basis that we have plenty of other targets. Hey, have a good night, Tiago. Thanks for stopping in on stream, man. I appreciate it, bro. Alright, so we're going to lock that one out. Next up, we've got the homunculus rune that we did earlier. So we did finally get back to that rune. That's this one right here. No, that's not this one right here. That is, let's see, it's an accuracy rune. That is this one right here. I'm still very on the fence about this rune. The fact that it has no innate makes it awfully hard to use. The fact that it has 19, or excuse me, makes it awfully hard to re-up. The fact that it has 19 crit rate and it's synergized means it does have use case scenarios. It's not going to rise to the level of RTA. But how many re-ups have we used on your slot 6s? Just under 40. 37. We've used 37 so far. I feel like we leave this rune alone because we've already done a couple of other accuracy runes and I don't want to burn out of re-ups too quickly. So I think this rune is just, it's not the dream rune, but I think it has function, and I think we leave it alone there. So next up we've got a resistance rune. That is this one right here. No, just kidding. That is going to be this one right here, I believe. So 11 attack with 19 crit damage. Yeah, so the crit damage does nothing for us on this resistance rune. You could, I mean, unless you're doing like maybe a resistance Odin or a resistance Savannah, but those are so niche. And the overall rune itself, again, you'd have to gem out the crit rate in order to get the efficiency that you would want for that type of build, because those are siege defense builds, and you just need more stats. This just doesn't have enough stats to justify it, so let's go ahead and see if we can make this a little bit better. This side is technically better because you could gem 10 speed over this, and then you're quad grindable. It does have way more synergy and way more stats. It's still obviously not a great rune, but ooh, now for a resistance rune, this is interesting. You gem the speed over the crit rate, and that is really interesting. That's also a pay, by the way. I think no, we need 33 speed to pay. 33 speed to pay. This is like a slow Lulu rune. I think this fits your account, man, because the thing is, like, You legend grind this, you're at 37. You legend grind this, you're at 1100, which is basically 11%. So this is giving you about 48% HP. You gem in the speed, and then you're like, it's basically like a max HP with an almost max HP with a max res rune all in one. This is so great for your Lulu type builds. I think we keep this. I wish this was defense. If this was defense, I would like the runes so much more. But I still think that this is a rune that could have use case scenarios for you, so I think we leave that one as it is. We're going to move next. We've got a Vio 6 on Thrain that has 29% attack. So this is another one that's kind of tough. I think... Hey NGO, I do account servicing for a fee if that's what you were talking about. If you're looking for something on stream, I also do a community help stream once a month. It's done by drawing, but I try and help at least 4 people on stream. If you're looking for like kind of an overhaul or an update type thing, you can also message me on Discord, and I just dropped a link to my website where you can see what the fees are. So this Thrain rune here is really tough because 29% attack is really nice on an HP rune. There's a lot of good uses for it, but no speed, no defense percent. It's a completely empty rune. Overall, it just doesn't have enough stats to make a use case scenario. About the only monster I could picture this rune going on is maybe a Camilla, and even then it's kind of a stretch. So I feel like this is a pretty good target just because I know HP runes are always in high demand, short supply. And right here already, so now we've got 35% in counting stats versus 29. The 4 speed is not all that good, but yeah. We'll keep going, but I think that's an upgrade already. That is not an upgrade. Understood completely. Understood completely, NGO. What's up, Salty? How you doing, man? Alright, this rune likes those high roll flat defense stats, doesn't it? This may be our last target, I think. Ooh, no. Started off with potential. I don't mind 21 res on an HP rune if we could have gotten a couple of speed rolls. Alright, that was 4, I believe. I do have a rule, I don't like to use more than 5 re-apps on any one rune, so I think this is our final try on this rune. It's a usable rune now. Come on. Ooh. No. Gotta be this side. It's a usable rune. We could regem the speed into higher speed. It's a really high efficiency rune. It's a siege defense, or it's a depth rune. Without having innate, I definitely don't want to keep chasing re-apps into it. So next up, we've got an accuracy rune that we already did. We said we may come back to it. Colleen, Shayna, Sabrina, Route, Talia, and it's still failing. Colleen, Shayna, Sabrina, Route, Talia. Yeah, that's the correct turn order. So the other thing I would suggest is if you're still failing, try to take advantage of the Talia leader skill. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, make sure your team is fast enough. So I don't know the boss speed on B11, but on B12, it's 169 combat speed that you need. So that's your speed after speed towers. And then the other thing you can do is take advantage of that Talia leader skill. Try and build everybody to 76% crit rate. And then just make sure they're tanky enough to survive a hit from the boss so that the Colleen can heal you up. Alright, so yeah, we're done with the Thrain rune. We are going to take a look at this Yen rune. We were kind of on the fence about it before. I'm still kind of on the fence, but I am going to try... How many re-apps do we have left? We have 142. Do we have any other slot 6 targets? Yeah, we have one more slot 6 target. So let's actually do the last slot 6 target, and then we'll decide on Yen. Triple Dancer, Sabrina, Fran. Yeah, you could do that as well. That's this rune right here. This rune just has no synergy at all for a resistance rune. So we'll go ahead and hit this one. And that's better. These are So it's a triple, yeah, triple six, double mid roll, double low roll. It's definitely much better. It's definitely much better. Hey, B-Plan, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. Alright, that was 2. I mean, this is not a bad rune right now. It's just not ideal. This would, if it had defense... oh, wait. Oh, no. Not for resistance. For resistance, the only... yeah. No. This is slightly more efficient. It really is. But this just fits resistance better. Because I can see, like, you gem out the attack for defense percent. This would work on, like, a defense... resistance fang, rather, for example. So against Molong, Lulu, Molly comps, I mean, without knowing your box, that's kind of complicated because you have to talk about a pivot and everything else. But one type of team concept you can use if you have these monsters is Vigor Tyrannus, and then you need something for like some additional death protection. So Vigor Tyrannus, and then like either a Ganymede to ventilate the Tyrannus or a Triana to prevent the, you know, basically the Triana is somewhat of a force ban there, but yeah, somewhere along the lines of like Vigor Tyrannus, and the idea is that you want to try and set up a snipe. You can also steal the Lulu, so if they like first pick Molong, you steal the Lulu. Or if not, then you want to try and steal the Fran and ban the Lulu so that you set them up so that you can do some sort of debuffs to them. And then the single biggest thing you can do, honestly, I should have said this first. Single biggest thing you can do is pull Lauren. Because if you can mess up their speed tuning, it becomes much harder for Molong to snipe you. So, like, if the team is generally going to be, like, Molong going first and then Lulu rehealing the Molong, so if you are able to strip into pushback on the Molong, you get a chance to kill him, and if you don't manage to kill him, you at least jack up the turn order so that whoever Molong snipes, they're trading 1 for 1, and then you can kill the Molong before Lulu gets its next turn. Yeah, if they have enough, so Bulwark isn't great. Against Lulu Molly, Bulwark is kind of tough because they don't have enough debuffs. But if they go 2 buff heavy, so like if they pull another buffer with the Lulu Molly, then you pull Bulwark and you just ban the Molly because Lulu has to stack the Bulwark, the other buffer has to stack the Bulwark, and then it's the same thing. You want to get that Lauren in there to mess up their turn order along with the Bulwark that can just snipe the Molong's health. Alright, I think we're actually going to keep this one here because we already did 1 monster resistance rune. This is no innate. I don't want to dump too many reaps there. We're going to go back. We're going to try 2 more on this yen, and then we are going to move along. I want to be sure we get all the way through your slots 2s, 4, and 6. That's usually where you're going to gain the most value. So I don't want to spend too many reaps on these runes that have no innate. So this will be our last try on the yen. And we're done. There we go. That's the rune we needed. That's the rune we needed. You got it, NGO. Okay, so I do wish the HP was attack. I obviously wish the HP was attack, but this is gorgeous, man. Dies, so this is immemorial. I know you said I got free reign, but for this type of thing, I like you're okay, but I think there's a monster rune. I would definitely drop this in here. This just calls for it. It's quad grindable, huge efficiency. You're going to want as much speed on it as you can get so that it works in your team. Come on, baby. Let's see that 10. I'll tell you what, guys. If we get 10, we're doing 250 bonus points for everybody on stream. Come on. 1 time with the 10. 1 time with the 10. There it is. 250 bonus points for everybody on stream, guys. We will take that all day long. We're definitely going to drop this in right here. This is actually a beast. Oh. All right. All right, we'll leave that there. We'll leave that there. I don't know about using the legend here because I don't know how important the attack's going to be. It depends on which monster this lands on. I will say I'll take the legend gem maxing and the legend grind minning all day long because the legend gems are so much harder to get. So if we had to get a min max, we got them in the right direction. But yeah, so it really depends. If this goes onto a monster that needs the attack, then you legend grind it. If it goes onto a monster that doesn't need the attack as much, then maybe you just save for the hero. So we'll leave that one alone, but I will tell you guys what this rune is going to look like if Dies were to do all legends. So if you were to do all legends, we would be at 31 defense, 31 attack, 15 HP, 15 speed, and that would be a 122% efficiency. So this is 122% rune, fully legend grinded. That probably is going to be one of the best runes we re-up today. Alright, so we're done with slot 6s. I think we're going to go to slot 2s next. Before we move to the slot 2s, I am going to take a quick restroom break. I'll go ahead and throw up, like, Trikaru. Your second best slot 6 accuracy rune. Well, hey, second best is, it's just really impressive what your first best is, honestly. Where do I guess I gotta just scroll out. One of the mods should have done 250 points. Here, I'll go ahead and do it. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Alright guys, quick restroom break and I will be right back. Oh, I forgot we stretched this out to hide a rune on the last stream. Alright guys, we are back. We're going to take a look at the slot 2s. Now I'm not going to do quite as many of the slot 2s because there's we just have slightly higher standards. Like, we're probably not going to re-amp any slot 2 defense runes. So why don't we start with those and just see. Actually, well, we will do the one that is Legend Innate. Actually, that one is already pretty good, so we're going to leave that one alone. There's only one more slot 2 defense, and this one is not very good, actually. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll do one slot 2 defense just because you do need some slot 2 defense. I kind of thought there were going to be a lot more targets. So with only 2, actually, I think we probably do want to do a couple of these just because you may wind up needing it for like a Fang or a Tyrannus or something like that. Crit rate, crit damage are nice, but having the accuracy also, once you gem in speed, it's just not quite going to make it to RTA level. Ooh, okay. I am going to cap this one at, well, yeah, I'm going to cap this one at 3 re-ups. If we don't hit, come on, come on. Oh. There's like no, it's like a triple roll into resistance. Yeah, it's just not enough. That was 3. Alright, we're going to give it one more try. If it doesn't hit, we'll leave this one be because slot 2 defense just isn't used often enough to burn that many re-ups. Okay, so you regen speed here, you're triple grindable. The resistance is not perfect. But, so what are your use cases for this? This is basically Tyrannus, Veligul. In both cases, the gemmed in speed kind of hurts you. The crit rate, crit damage are great. Accuracy doesn't really help you much for the Veligul. The lack of HP hurts you. Then on the other side, the resistance use case is basically only Fang. From an efficiency perspective, these are low rolls. I think we keep the left side. And then we just let this one go. We just let this one go. We are done with defense. Let's take a look at the attack percentages. We've got 4 attack percents. Again, these are runes that I don't think you use a ton of, but you may use some of these. Like, you can rune up an Odin in a slot 2 attack percent if it has enough speed. So here we've got one on the Lucian. This one is actually really good. We've got one on the Yen. This one is also pretty good. We'll leave that one alone. We've got a 17 crit rate in inventory. It's slow, but it's not bad, and it has no innate. And then we have one garbage one in inventory that has a really high triple roll defense. Is that plus 15? It is, so it's one of these. So this rune right here, this is a tough rune, man. I think we got it. That actually might be a quad roll. That's a quad roll defense. It's a really low quad roll. I almost feel like I re-up this one for you. It kind of looks familiar. And if that's the case, I probably came to the same conclusion then that I'm coming to now, which is a quad roll is a quad roll, and it's just not worth re-upping it. So we're going to take that out of the mix. Yeah, there you go, Cocky Rune. It's a little slow. I mean, yeah, no, actually I take it back. Yeah, for Cocky, man, you gem in the speed over the crit damage and that works, yeah. Yeah, that would work. Definitely would work. Okay, so we're going to look at the HPs next. We've got a 23 speed slot 2, so we're going to keep that. We've got one that is really efficient with 13 speed. We're going to keep that. Oh, I appreciate that, Dragon. That's awesome, man. We've got a Ritesh slot 2. That's just a nice all-around rune. We're going to keep that. And then we have got a Triana slot 2 with 16 speed. We're going to keep that. So there's actually not that many slot 2 re-up targets, at least outside of speed. It looks like you definitely have a strong preference for keeping speed runes. So we've got 10 possible targets here. Almost every one of these appears to be triple grinded. So that one's triple grinded. This one's double grinded, but crit rate, crit damage, super efficient. This one is triple grinded. This one is double grinded with high accuracy and crit rate and good efficiency. I think we keep that because it's the only one. I only see you have 2 high accuracy ones, so we're going to keep that. This one is triple grinded, but it's pretty low efficiency. For being violent innate and being triple grinded, this rune is actually really low efficiency. It must have been really low rolls. This might be a target, so oops. So we had double 6 here. Yeah, that's like a triple roll into the HP, isn't it? That's like what? 6-6-5-5 into the HP, and then 6-6 into the attack, or you gemmed out, something here. It's still almost 100% though. It's still almost 100%. Once you grind the defense again, it is 100% rune. I think we leave it. I feel like I'm just forcing it if I re-up. It's kind of like for the sake of like, hey, he's got 130 re-up, so re-up. Whoa. There's the chair again. Yeah, I mean, it's not an OP rune, but to re-up something that's going to be better, it could be burning a lot of re-ups. I think we skip that one. Okay, so next up we've got another triple grinded with 31% HP. Again, it's pretty efficient. Hugo, a lot of that's going to depend on the style of gameplay, But I will tell you, in the current meta, accuracy is king because everything is about control. So in the current meta, accuracy runes have a lot more value because they can be quad grinded, which means you can make up a ton of stats. They give you just generally, so if you think about it from a roll perspective, 63% HP, so the max roll on HP is 8, right? So if you had a rune that quad rolled HP, and then you max grinded it, you would get 50% HP. If you had a rune that quad rolled accuracy, you would only get 40% accuracy. So the point here is that accuracy is harder to get through subs, and then a 64% accuracy rune is basically 8 full rolls of accuracy, where a 63% HP rune is kind of like 6.5 rolls of HP plus a grind. So you're getting more stats off the base from the accuracy, like more stats from the percentage multiplier, and then on top of that you can quad grind, which also gives you another 10% of stats through grind. So if you have really good rune quality and you do your gems and your grinds and your R5, then the accuracy runes tend to have a ton of value for monsters like Ciara, Ryu, Chung, Yogan, all of those monsters, because it lets you get more total stats onto them. So my perspective is basically the two most important runes to re-app if you're a turn 1 player. It would basically be like accuracy, attack, and crit damage. If you're a turn 2 player, it's like accuracy, HP, and crit rate. Those are probably the most important runes by priority that I would re-app. Okay, we've got Vigor slot 2 speed. It's got this is actually not a terrible target. Oh, you're very welcome, Hugo. You're very welcome, bro. I'm very glad I could help. So this rune right here, this is tough, man. The thing is, crit rate, crit damage are screaming for attack, but I guess you could gem the defense to attack. You would synergize it. The defense started at an 8 roll, so if you gemmed it up, you would get the efficiency. Yeah, this rune is good enough. So general rule of thumb, if a rune's gonna be 100% efficiency or higher, I usually just leave it alone because that's kind of like the magic number for me, even though as the game progresses, you know, over time our targets shift a little bit higher. These days I'm trying to build my monsters closer to 110% efficiency, but on an individual rune basis, I still have it kind of in my head that 100% is that magic number. And I don't like to burn re-apps on a rune that's already at 100%, which that rune will be once you re-gem over the defense. Now we're getting into the much lower efficiency runes. So this rune, and by the way, I should probably give this disclaimer. Efficiency is not everything, guys. It's truly not. Efficiency is a way to measure how many stats are on a rune, but it doesn't tell you about synergy or the importance of those stats. So in the case of this Vigor rune, once you put attack percent in, these stats synergize tremendously. So on top of that, we're 100% efficiency and we're synergized. So I would re-app 100% efficiency rune if it lacked synergy. But since it does have synergy and it's got efficiency, then it's a good rune. Conversely, if there was an 80% efficiency rune but it had 30 crit rate, I wouldn't re-app it. Or if it had a quad roll attack, I wouldn't re-app it because that's still great for an offensive-based monster. So there's uses for runes of all ranges. It's not all about efficiency, but efficiency is just a quick way to gauge how good the rune rolled. Efficiency measures the total number of stats on the rune brand, Izzle. So that's literally what efficiency is it's counting how many stats are on the rune. So it tells you if the rune rolled with high rolls or low rolls or mid rolls. Oh, that makes sense, Brozart. Yeah, that makes sense, bro. The skill ups are really important these days. Okay, so now we have got a triple grinded rune that is very low efficiency. Oh, sorry, bro. It's not this one. So this rune right here, by the way, this rune is not very efficient, but once you look at it in the context of all you've got to do is change this to HP percent, this becomes a great rune. And we don't have any HP percent gems, but once this is gemmed into HP and then triple grinded, this is actually a really great rune. So that rune we definitely wouldn't touch. And then we've got one more here. Alright, so, sorry, I missed the setup. So, efficiency measures how big it is, bro. Efficiency measures how big it is. Alright, I think, which one is it? So we have two possible targets here. This one right here, 13 accuracy, 13 crit damage. Crit damage, so general rule of thumb is that 10 crit damage equals 100 flat attack. So if you look at like my vigor right here, 659 base attack, that means that about 15% attack is 100%. So if I have one roll in attack, like one roll of 8 in attack with a hero grind, that's 15%. That 15% is 100 attacks. So this 2 rolls of crit damage is giving me the same amount of offensive value as one roll of attack would be. Now when I look down here, the HP, I could gem this out and put in like a higher HP. It's actually an 8 roll HP with just a low grind. But if I look at this rune, it basically just isn't synergized well enough. I would have to put attack percent in here. It would wind up being a relatively low rune, and then with no crit rate to go with the crit damage is harder to use. So this one becomes a much better re-up target than some of the other ones that we've looked at. But yeah, as a general rule of thumb, you guys could basically just say that like one high roll, if you're looking at a double roll crit damage, and it's a double kind of, like even in this case, this is a high double roll, it's 7 and 6. But this 13% crit damage is worth about the same thing as an 8% attack plus a grind. So when you benefit from crit damage is like on slot 3, or when you're able to put that crit damage with attack, so you're not giving up attack in exchange for crit damage. Now this side right here, this isn't really much of an upgrade. I could change out this defense into attack percent though, and it would be quad grindable, but it's all super low rolls, and it still doesn't really offer anything ultra exciting. So because this side is already grinded, and I view these two as about equal, I'm going to leave it on the side that's grinded just to conserve grinds, and then we're going to go ahead and hit it one more time. Bro, they should be hitting harder than a wiffle ball bat, but I like the analogy. I actually built a crit rate Pontos in RTA now. Alright, that was 4, right? So we're only going to try one more on this rune. This is the last attempt, I think. Come on, baby. No. That's kind of ugly. Alright. Do we have any slot 2s left? So we have 2 to consider from. We have one other slot 2 that we can hit. So Hugh, he's been saving for a very long time. Have I ever been smacked for... Actually, I have not, bro. I have not. So, I imagine it leaves lots of marks on you. I could picture just being, like, marked up by the wiffle ball for that. Okay, 13 attack. Yeah, so this is the last one. Alright, so if we look at this rune, these are all relatively high grinds already. The overall rune here is 91% efficiency. So with, first of all, a monster that you put on speed generally is a monster that wants efficiency. Like for example, your Lucian will never be on a speed slot 2. Well, I guess a swift Lucian might. But your fat Lucian will never go on a speed slot 2. And then if your Lucian was, for some reason, on a speed slot 2, then you'd be looking for the one that quad rolled attack anyway. So this rune, it doesn't have offensive value, there's no crit rate, it's a low gem on attack, and then the overall efficiency of the rune is very low. So even though it's triple grinded, it's 91% efficiency. Again, that just measures stats, but what it's telling us is that for a legend slot 2 speed, we're missing a lot of stats, and we don't have offensive potential, so that's what makes this a nice re-up target. There is Rosar, it's open right now. But yeah, so that's what makes this a nice re-up target. Even though it looks pretty because it's triple grinded, it just doesn't have enough stats and it doesn't have enough offensive or defensive potential. Ew, we got close. We got close. So in this case right here, if we look at the base rolls, we've got 12, 8, and 18. So we've got 38 counting stats on this side. Here we would have 26, 36 counting stats. So the left side is still slightly better. Uh-oh. Wow. That's so messed up. Multi-betting, Brozar. It's multi-betting. It pays every time. It pays every time. Bro, 17 crit rate or 18 resistance. I would love either of these on a slot 2. I just don't love them together. I just don't love them together. One diminishes the value of the other. Alright, come on, baby. Come on. Alright, that was 5. So the slot 2 speeds are not being kind to us. Not that one. Was it this one? Or this one? It was this one. We're going to try 2 more on this one and 3 more on the other one. And then we're going to move along from the slot 2s. If we couldn't get an upgrade, we couldn't get the upgrade. Uh-oh. Alright, now we're looking much better. So you got 34 on the counting stats, but then remember you can gem over this HP with some defense percent. The extra roll into the flat attack really sucks, but the quad grindable is nice here. And again, this crit damage is kind of dead on the left side. So this rune does offer much more overall potential. It's not an OP rune. This is not like amazing. Obviously we're missing rolls. We've got some low rolls in the HP. We've got a flat stat in the attack. This is not an amazing rune, but it's an upgrade from where it was. And since we don't want to burn too many reaps, we're just going to leave that one where it's at and move on to the next runes. So we will give this one 2 more tries, and if we can't improve this one, then we'll move along to the next rune. Okay, so you get 28. Now this one here, this one should be more efficient. So you get 28 here, you gem in 10 attacks, you've got 38 counting stats. That's basically 5 rolls. You get 3 rolls on the grind, so that's 8 rolls. And then this flat HP, once you gem it to 1,000, it's like 10%. So this rune now is about 105, more like 102, 103% efficiency compared to this side, which is 91%. So this one does offer a lot more overall stats. Again, same thing as the last time. It's not an amazing rune. It's really not, but it's a usable rune, and for our purposes, that's enough. So do we have an attack percent? We do. We've even got one right here. That's perfect. Go ahead and drop the attack percent over the crit damage. And there you go. So now if you picture this just fully grinded out, right? Because you get to grind 4 times. The flat HP is useful, so a lot of people devalue it, but 1,000 HP is like, you know, even on Vigor, 1,000 HP is like 8%, right? But let's say you're putting that on your Carcano, which only has like, or Kaki. Here you go. Kaki is a perfect example, right? 1,000 flat HP on Kaki is like 12 or 13%. So you put this rune on Kaki, not this one. You put this rune on Kaki and you're getting like 13% HP here and then another 27 here. That's like 40% HP added to your Kaki, and then he still gets the defense and the attack and the speed. Alright, so that is it for the slot 2s entirely. Let's move along to the slot 4s. We'll start with the crit rate runes. Nice, we got a bunch of possible crit rate targets. Now there's one on Helena that's really good. There's another one in inventory that has 22 speed, so let's just take those out of play now, and then let's look at the rest. Okay, we're going to switch this back to looking at ungrinded efficiency. Okay, first up, we've got a 14 speed rune that's just completely empty. Oh, we've got 2 that are actually a +9. That one's got a nade also, that's nice. That one's not as nice. I don't love the defense innate, but we'll think about that one later. Let's start with this one. So this rune right here, 14 speed with the attack and the crit damage. It's completely empty. The attack and the crit damage work together, but basically you have to gem this crit damage out to fit the rune to, you know, to get the grindable stat here, because the crit damage by itself just isn't worth enough. And then the overall rune just doesn't give you enough. Now we get a quad roll. That's much... Actually, it's a triple roll. There's one into crit damage, but... Wow. Wow. Rip that, man. Back-to-back 1,000 HP rolls. Back-to-back 1,000 HP rolls. Alright, that's 3 in a row with 1,000 flat HP, guys. I think that's a sign. We need to go back to, we need to do a different rune first. Because how you roll, how you get 3 in a row with 1,000 flat HP is just stupid. So let's bust up the RNG a little bit. This is a pretty nice re-app target. I think if this rolls... Is there anything that rolls where this is not a re-app target? Probably not, because that crit damage innate is so gold right here. Even if it max rolled speed, I would... I don't know. Maybe if it max rolled speed, but... How do I feel about this? How do I feel about this? I feel like 20% HP is nice, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Not when you have innate crit damage. If this was like no innate, we'd probably leave it alone. That's like almost the exact same rune. Alright, that's solid. So you lose a roll on the resistance. I know you lose a roll on the resistance, but obviously if you put the HP percent in here, you're going to gain, you're just going to gain a lot. I mean, this is quad grindable. It's very high efficiency. It's 20 speed. It's got the tanky stats that you want for the crit rate rune, but it still has the attack. This is actually perfect. So just to give you guys an idea of where this one would land, we would wind up at 20 speed on it. We're just going to do max hero grinds now. So 20 speed, 16 HP, 15 attack, and 20 defense. So just on max hero grinds, this rune moves up to 111% efficiency. If you drop in the legend grinds instead, it's a 21 speed rune with 19, 18, and 23. So if it hits all max legend grinds, it's 120% rune. So this was a beast. Even losing the roll on the resistance, this thing is a beast. Alright, so that's a done deal. That one is a done deal. Let's go back to the one that was addicted to flat HP. That was this rune. No. That was this rune. Yeah, this one was addicted to flat HP. Let's see if we've broken that addiction. Let's do like, I don't know, 24 speed. We haven't done a high speed roll yet. Let's do, definitely an upgrade. Definitely an upgrade. You gem in the speed here or the HP percent. It's not a great rune, but it's definitely an upgrade. Now we're done. That'll work. That will definitely work. So once again, you're losing a roll, which does suck, but it's literally the exact same thing that I just ran last time. In this case, we've got double max roll in the defense, max roll in the attack. So we're going to be 1 speed lower, but we're actually going to be higher on the defense and attack. So this overall rune, it's the exact same percentages as the last one. 112% efficiency with all hero gems and grinds, and 19 speed. So that's pretty nice upgrades on your slot 4 crit rates, bro. Not gonna lie, those are a couple of pretty nice upgrades on the slot 4 crit rates. So now the one I'm really torn on. Part of me wants to just sell this rune. I don't like re-apping defense innate, but I love re-apping crit rate runes. So I feel like we're gonna give this one 3 shots, and it's either gonna perform for us, or it's not going to perform, and you guys can draw conclusions as to who on stream. I'll leave that one alone. But either this rune's going to work for us or it's not. You know what? I didn't even look at the cocky stats, to be honest. Yeah, Dark Monkey does not need a buff, Dragon. Beelzebub needs a buff. I'm just saying, what they really need to do is give Beelzebub a guaranteed turn on Resurrect. Alright. Yeah, even with the speed roll, it's not enough. It's not enough. That better? A little better. So again, it's just 3 tries or sell. That is 2 right there. Alright, so guys, I don't know if you can find use for this or not. I probably just sell it. I mean, I suppose technically it could go on like a weak Diana or something. I don't want to dump. It's just with the defense innate, I don't really want to put a lot of re-apps into it. We took a flyer and we fell out of the sky. So Hugo, Dark Ryu in RTA, there are some comps you can run them with. They're not comps that I enjoy. It just doesn't fit my playstyle. Outside of RTA, the team that I use him for in Guild War is, I use Hyenes, which is the Dark Dryad, and then she gives you a speed lead plus strip, and then I use Van Cliff and Thrain. So the turn order is actually Hyenes, Thrain, and Van Cliff. You can replace the Thrain with Water Ryu or Chiwu. You basically just need that speed lead into strip, and then you use the Thrain to stun everything and Van Cliff to extend the stuns. So that team works really well for me. In Guild War, as long as I use it at the right times, it works really well for me. And then in TOA Hell, obviously Van Cliff is an absolute monster for about half the levels. But in RTA, he just doesn't fit my playstyle. I actually have him de-runed now. Perk with the super chat, dropping the 4-leaf clover, says 2 more. Oh man, that's tough, guys. Perk has like the greatest luck in the game, and at the same time, it's SahDiesAlot's re-apps. So, Dies, we're gonna leave this one up to you. Okay, Dies says Perk got in the car now, so here we go, guys. This re-app is sponsored by Perk. This re-app is sponsored by Perk. Perk, thank you very much for the super chat, bro. I really appreciate it, man. Alright, can we quad roll this baby? Come on, one time. One time. Guys, it's all about Perk, man. I'm telling you. I am telling you, Perk cannot touch anything that doesn't turn into an LD5 or a monster rune. Perk is rocking 300 speed Vio Sylvius to go with his 17 LD5s. That's about as good as you can hope for off of defense percent innate, man. Drop the accuracy out for attack percent, and you got your quad grindable with defense innate, 19 speed. It's all of a sudden usable, man. And yeah, Hugo, he works great. He works amazing with Thrain, man, because you can put him on a... you basically put that whole team on just tank builds. I mean, I build mine for efficiency, so I have crit rate and all that. But the Thrain dots, you basically just use the Van Cliff and the Hyenes to control. The Thrain is stun and then turn cycling the dots, and that team works really well. Alright, man. Alright, well, there you go. That was definitely a nice improvement. And let's see, this one is solid. I thought we had one more, but maybe not. Is there one with 44 flat attack, or did we do that already? Nope, I guess we did them all. So that's it for the crit rate runes. Let's go ahead and take a look at the crit damage runes. Perk told us 2 more, so we're thinking that this first crit damage re-app is actually going to carry through Perk's luck. That's what we're going to deal is we're going to do. We're going to steal Perk's luck for the first crit damage one, so I'm going to take a good target, like one with an innate. Actually, we don't have a good target with innate, do we? Oh, we do. We do. Okay. Yeah, we've got one. This one right here, so crit rate is great on a crit damage rune. Accuracy is nice on a crit damage rune. but you gem the resistance out for either attack or speed. So you're missing basically 2 of your 3 most important stats. The accuracy is nice, but crit rate, attack percent, and speed are the 3 stats you really want on a crit damage rune. And since this does have innate, it makes it kind of a nice target as well. Salty, you're going to want to go speed, HP, and then make sure she's really fast. And obviously you want her on Violent. Violent Revenge, by the way. The more revenge sets you can get... Well, you can also go Violent Shield. Like, if you're dying, the Violent Shield might help you if your monsters aren't tanky enough. But the revenge... Ooh, there we go. There we go. That'll work. That'll definitely work. That's pretty nice. Yeah, we're done with that one. So you can go 2 ways with this. I mean, if you want to just go straight offense, you gem the flat defense out for crit rate, and you've got all the stats you need for an offensive threat. If you want to put this more on kind of like a bruiser build, obviously you just swap that accuracy percent for HP percent and quad grind it. But either way, 25% attack on a crit damage rune is awesome. Hey, Brandizzle, have a good night, bro. Thanks again. And by the way, how is your defense working? Probably, Alright, what do we got up next here? Bio 4, let's see, this one. So we've got another one with 30% attack that has literally no efficiency. Oh no, I'm looking at, whoops, never mind. We gotta put this back on. I was like, how is that rune so low efficiency? Okay, yeah, so this is 30 attack with almost 100% efficiency. That one is fine, especially because you can actually gem that flat attack out and then boost the rune up if you wanted to. The one on El Sharion, 10 speed, 10 crit rate, gemmed in attack on the low side, and basically no stats. So even if you were to so if you regrind defense, you have 4. If you regem the attack, you can't regem it, you just regrind it. Like a 94%. Actually, that gets up to almost 100%. And it's got no innate, so I think that rune's good enough because it has all the stats you want. Oh, okay, man. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had ruined it yet or not. I'll be really curious how it does. I think it's going to perform well for you, though. Okay, this one with the 16 crit rate and attack, you can just gem speed in. So even though it has innate, it's already a pretty nice rune. We'll leave that one alone. This one with the HP innate and it's efficient, I'm not going to touch that. And then all the rest of these are actually really efficient runes. Most of them have speed, attack, or crit rate. They're all really good runes, so I don't think there's any other crit damage runes we want to touch. I am going to take a look for slot 4 attack percent. I think there are some limited situations where you could use a slot 4 attack. This one's got 19 speed, we'll leave it alone. This one is actually a pretty good bomber rune with the high accuracy, we'll leave that alone. The Vio 4 with 16 speed we'll leave alone. Perk with the super chat says 1 more, but Perk, not on this rune, man. This rune is solid, right? Or you saying one more lucky re-app? I hope you're saying 1 more lucky re-app and not 1 more on this rune, right? And then this last one is also actually solid. So no attack percents. Let's take a look at your HP. Now we get more into the speed chasing range. So we're going to take, okay, Perk, oh, that one's already 20 speed. Alright, so Perk has dropped us 1 more lucky super chat. So I see the rune it's gotta be. This one right here. This is, wow, most of these are actually pretty good runes. Okay, so 31 res, we leave alone. Perk, by the way, I was trying to get into a re-app before I thanked you, so Perk, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it, bro. I was trying to rush into a re-app so that I could, like, thank you during the re-app, but I couldn't find a target fast enough. His slot 4s are actually pretty good. So, let's see, the Chassoon rune, this is quad grindable with speed. That one's solid. This one is quad grindable. You gem in the speed, but it's still solid with no innate. Perk says this rune. How do we improve this rune though, man? This rune's a beast, but okay. Alright. It's Perk's luck, man. It's Perk's luck. We're gonna do 1 more on this rune. Perk calls for it. Can we improve upon this rune? Can we improve upon this rune? Alright, so Perk says we take this side. Perk though, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I appreciate it, and you still nailed that defense percent innate rune, man. That one was sick to pull that one with the defense percent innate. Okay, I think this one actually is a pretty good target. Perk dropping the WTF. All right, you know what it was, Perk? We rushed into it. I didn't even mean to click on this, but man, this is a premium re-app target right here. Is this legend? Okay. Guys, Perk is actually sponsoring this one. I misclicked on the crit damage. This rune, sponsored by Perk. We're looking at 26 speed right now. 26 speed. This side's better. I feel it though. I think this rune is the one that's going to pop. We haven't seen a really high speed roll yet. I think that we've seen some really great efficiency runes, which is probably more overall what we're looking for. Oh, actually this side's better. But we haven't seen that one high speed rune yet. Ooh. That's an intriguing rune. I don't know what you would use that for. The only thing I could think of is like... Actually, that would be a really good resistance Fang rune that could also work on like a triple defense Triana like the one I'm running to counter Savannah's. That's not bad, because you gem the attack percentage over the HP. That's really not bad. I think we keep that one. So that rune was which one? That was this one. Let's go ahead and take that out of the list. Let's go back over to HP percent, which is what I was looking for. I actually misclicked, but yeah, that's a... I mean, it's not like the best re-app of the day or anything, but that's a rune that could definitely be used. Alright, so we're looking for an HP percent slot 4 with a crit damage sub on Harmonia. That's this one. So this rune really just lacks all synergy. This is a pretty nice target, so maybe this is where we drop the 26 speed. Oh, Hurt with the super chat. Does not say one more, but we all know he's dropping the 4-leaf clover. Guys, this re-app now, this is going to be sponsored by Perk again. I feel this one coming, man. I feel it coming. We're dropping like 26 speed. We are really due for that. Oh, I mean, we're dropping 26 flat defense. We're dropping 26 flat defense. But no, it's coming, man. We haven't hit that 20 speed roll yet. I don't think we have anyway, right? Ooh, where'd our stats go? Our stats just like got eaten up by resistance there, I think. Okay, that was 3. Let's see if we can do... Eesh, no. Okay. Or yes, or no. No, it's an HP rune, so this is better. What's up, big boy? Oh, man. Hey, big boy, I'd like to show you my cocky. I couldn't resist. This is not even my cocky. This is SahDiesAlot's cocky. I don't show my cocky on stream. But what's going on, though, man? How you doing? Perk, thank you very much for sponsoring this re-app, man. I think this is coming right here. I think it's coming right now. One time. I couldn't resist Lightning Dragon. What's up, Leggy? Welcome back to the stream. Okay. This is not amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's usable. I think it's more usable than this was, anyway. So this at least is synergized. The resistance makes a little bit of sense. You just gem out the crit rate for attack percent, or you honestly just leave it alone. It's a usable rune. It's not a good rune, but it is a usable rune. And with that many re-apps, I think that was fine. Alright, next up, let's see. We've got one on Annabelle that is actually quad grindable. It just needs a regem on the speed. We've got one on a Marna that is triple grindable, but with great accuracy, just needs to gem in speed. We've got one on Fran that is pretty anemic, actually. Yeah, we've got one on Fran that needs a little bit of help. So this rune right here, it's an HP rune, crit rate, crit damage. It's a nice roll on the defense. Yeah, Leggy, you should always have your dinner, man. Don't mess up your metabolism. But yeah, I think this rune doesn't quite fit together well enough, so I mean, the defense roll here is really nice. And you can regem in higher speed, but it just doesn't have enough stats overall. It just doesn't fit together well enough. So, now it fits together. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That'll do it for us. We trade 9 defense for all the stats in the world. That's a one and done for sure. And you can go any way with this attack. You can put in crit rate, you can put in accuracy, you can put in resistance. These are the best types of runes where you can actually just change this rune every time you put it on a new monster. You can continually change your build. We got high rolls here, mid rolls here, triple grindable. Those are the types of re-apps I love to see. On my own account, at least. Alright, so we got 3 more possible HP runes. The Vigor rune. Okay, so this Vigor rune, this one's tough. This one's tough. This is the right rune, right? Because you got 2 Vigors. Yeah, so this rune, I think what this rune really needs is honestly just regem the defense, and then this rune is fine. It's got all the stats you need. The stats are kind of low rolls, but you can grind the speed 1 higher, and if you regem the defense, you'll get enough out of it that it's not worth a re-up. So we're going to lock that one out. So next up, we've got a Skogul rune. That's actually in the same boat. It just needs to be regrinded, regemmed. It won't quite hit 100%, but it's close and it's usable. And then last up, we have this Triana rune. And I think we're in the same boat with the Triana rune. With some regrinds, it's a pretty solid, usable rune. So I think that's it for the HP. Let's go ahead and take a look at the defense percent next. So we've got 8 possible targets with the defense percent, but man, I do not like re-apping defense slot 4 without innate. So if there's a terrible rune here, we'll do it. If it's a usable rune, we probably won't, but we do have one that's got an innate target. We're looking at 14 defense flat. That's this one. No, that's not this one. That one's okay. That is it on a monster? It's not. 14 defense flat. Or did we? Huh. That's weird. Do I still have a no? So slot 4 violet. Oh, okay. No, never mind. That rune is fine. That rune is fine. I read that wrong. Okay, so we've got the Fang. That one's got 19 speed, and we're just looking for any runes that are particularly bad. Yeah, actually, this Zhang Fei rune is particularly bad. So this is something that we can improve fairly easily. What we don't want to be stuck in is having a decent rune that we can't improve without dumping in a lot of re-apps. This is already better. It's not great, but obviously you've got the speed, you've got the resistance, you can gem this attack flat out for HP percent. I think this is usable enough. It's... I'm really pushing it. It's not. I'm really pushing it. It's not quite there yet. Wow, this is a really good Fang rune. But it's specific to Fang. It's like so specific to Fang, where this is at least a little bit more all-purpose. Neither rune is great. I mean, we're not giving up much here. You've got 2 rolls into resistance and then a roll into flat attack, which you're going to gem out. Neither rune is great. Let's take the one that's like got a really strong use case scenario. And we'll give it one more shot. And I think we take this. Again, you're losing 2 rolls into the flat defense, but this is good enough. I don't want to keep re-apping slot 4 defense, no innate. We've got the speed, we've got all the stats. I actually keep the flat defense here. I just gem this crit rate out for attack percent or accuracy if you put it on your Fang. It's actually a pretty good Fang rune if you just drop in accuracy as well. So I think that's good enough with that rune. And if it doesn't go on Fang, like I said, if it goes on a Bruiser or something, then you can gem the crit rate out for whatever you need. Resistance, accuracy, whatever. Or even keep the crit rate in there, honestly, because it's a max roll. Alright, next up we've got a slot 4 with 20 res and triple grindable, so I think that's good enough. It's got 11 speed already. Next up, we've got a defense with 10 speed and also triple grindable. So again, I think that's good enough already. It's not a good rune, but you just don't use slot 4 defense runes enough to justify re-ups on it. What's up, Cherry? No, this RTA season is... I'm lost, man. I'll be honest. I am completely lost. I don't know what to draft. I cannot climb, and I cannot win. I actually lost 300 points in, like, my last 140 wings. I got bumped from G2 to, like, lower NC3, and I'm completely lost on what to do. Well, I'm not completely lost. I know if I go turn 1... I can make Guardian, or even if I just build a turn 1 pivot, I can make Guardian, but I don't want to make Guardian that way. So, I'm lost as far as how to play turn 2. Bro, that sucks. Are you, you lost 100 yesterday, but where are you at right now? Are you still in Guardian? Okay, we've got a 31 accuracy rune. That one's pretty unique. We're going to keep that alone. We've got 1920, yeah, so you're like 200 points ahead of me. I dropped from like 2020 to like 16 something. And I just can't climb. I cannot figure out how to draft. I'm lost. Alright, we've got this rune here. This rune's got some potential. That's a defense rune on Ganymede. And then we've got this rune here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just have a bad build on Lulu because I can't get a turn with Lulu. I just can't. I've tried running Lulu fast. I've tried running Lulu slow. Obviously just max resistance and lots of HP, but I just can't get a turn with her. And then if I do like get a turn with her, it's usually after she's been reset by an Oki, and all she can do is skill 1. Yeah, that's what I've been trying. So I've right now, and I've tried first picking like everything. I have tried so many first picks, but right now I am first picking Ciara, and then I'm going into Ryu and Oki to make it look like I'm contesting turn 1. But it just hasn't gained any traction. The biggest problem for me is now I'm also losing to turn 2 teams. And that's the thing that frustrates me because turn 2 is my game. But when I first pick on the fake turn 1, I can't pivot back enough to deal with the turn 2 team. So I've like boxed myself in the middle, basically. I still get crushed by control, but now I'm also losing to the turn 2, which I think is why I fell so far. Because before, at least, I would win every turn 2 match, and then I would get some RNG wins on the turn 1. And now I just keep tweaking things, trying to deal with turn 1, and I'm making myself weaker at turn 2 while still not winning the turn 1s. The only exception is I did build 1 Swift Baron, and the only matches I now win are the ones where I draft the Baron and go turn 1. So it's kind of discombobulating. Cocky, so I've tried Cocky some, but you know what? That's interesting. I might try a rebuild on my Cocky. Wow. I might try and make my Cocky better, guys. I might try and make my Cocky betters. What's up, Astro? Congratulations on pulling the Light Drunken Master. I can help you ruin your Tiankin. That's the only monster I'm going to help you ruin, though. Alright, so we are done with the slot 4 defense. Did I miss any slot 4s? I did not. So we still have 94 re-ups. We've done all your slot 2, 4, 6 of Violent. I think we're going to do the same thing with Will. And just we're just going to run your slot 2, 4, 6 on the Will runes, rather than doing the 1s, 3s, 5s. And then we can go back and circle through. If there's anything left, we'll do 1, 3, 5s. Yeah, so Cherry, that's the big thing is I'm trying to... I built... Like, last season I ran everything at, like, 260-ish, and I didn't enjoy it because I don't enjoy taking turn 1. So the season before I ran everything at 230, and so I went back to that this season. I'm trying to run everything between 230 and 240 right now. And I just don't know that it's possible to succeed that way without Ragdoll. And maybe it is, and I'm just not seeing it. But I just can't get a turn in there. So I know that if I want to win, I have to just rebuild everything at 260, 270. I've been resisting that. I'm being stubborn. Alright, so we've got a slot 4 will crit rate rune that's total garbage here. On a Rainbow Mon, interestingly. So first things first, let's remove this. Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's not just the Yogun, it's the fact that like most drafts you see are basically Yogun, Water Ryu, Chung, Juno, Oki. Like it's 4 strips, so even if you cut in, because like earlier in the season when I got to G2, I did it by running the Ryu plus the Heigang and Fang. I tried Diana, I couldn't succeed with Diana, but Fang was working for me. But that was when I was just facing like 2 and 3 strippers. Once people started running 4 strippers, I just can't cut in. Like I can't get a turn. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. I want to remove this so it's in inventory and it doesn't get lost because we're re-apping it, and then we're going to go ahead and make this better because this rune has a lot of room for improvement. Yeah, so it's the thing with the Fang is Fang gives me, so when I was running Diana, what would happen is people would pivot into this is SahDiesAlot's account by the way. But when I was trying the Diana, people would just pivot into the Savannah. So by using the Fang, I still get that passive attack bar boosting off the AoE. So Fang still gets to cut, but I don't have to worry about switching to human form, and if I get 1 proc, I can like dismount or I can kill something or whatever. I can also put up the healing. But the other big thing about Fang is that Savannah just can't defense break him, so it made it easier for me to pivot against the Savannahs if they try, and it also mostly kept the Savannahs out of the draft, which made it easier for me to control them to only have 1 defense breaker instead of 2. And then I just ban the defense breaker and I can survive the initial hit. But once they started running those 4 strippers, Fang couldn't get a turn either. He usually just gets like despair stunned by Juno, or Juno dots him when he puts up his buff and then something else kills him, and it just wasn't working. This is not bad, by the way, but it's kind of low efficiency with the double roll into the flat HP. So yeah, I tried a Nemesis Trap Pontos. I tried a Nemesis Trap Dover. I've tried a lot of stuff. I've tried a lot of stuff. I've tried Nemesis Ethna. I've tried Despair Ethna, Violent Ethna. I've done more rebuilding this season than like in the past 4 seasons combined, and I'm just not getting it. It's like not clicking for me. Yeah, Nemesis Trap Pontos has a 100% loss rate. I think I've tried him about 20 times and it has not won a match yet. Nemesis Trap Van Cliff won't do anything because if the enemies... First of all, a Nemesis Trap, the enemy still is going to have will up on several monsters, and even if it doesn't, you still have to have something stunning in front of Van Cliff for him to extend the effects. And that's the real issue with the Nemesis Trap Pontos. So I tried a thicker Nemesis Trap Pontos that would only trigger on the second strip, because otherwise, you know, like if Pontos cuts in on the first turn and they're running 4 strippers, then him putting up invincibility does nothing because they strip it right off. So then I tried making him a little tankier to get him to cut in the middle, but even on max resistance, the Ryu's just push him back and he doesn't take a turn. So right now I've got him in glass cannon mode on an attack build, even though he does no damage, but just so that I could make him a glass cannon. But yeah, none of the Nemesis traps are effective against quad strippers. So the tanky Pontos just can't get a turn because the Chung and the Ryu both push back. So the tanky Pontos won't proc against the Yogun, he won't proc against the Juno because they don't do enough damage. and he won't get a turn against the other two. Tanky, double revenge will Lucia. So the double revenge stuff just feels so bad to me. It's like it's basically like you draft and then you just sit there and you're like, man, I hope my team automatically wins for me. It just doesn't. It's not fun, right? It's like for me to win. Or it's okay. Let me rephrase. I could just go out and I could just build everything on 270 Violent and drop in a couple of 320 strippers on Swift. And I'd be fine. I'd cruise into Guardian 1. I probably wouldn't make Guardian 2 with that build. Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I'd be fine, but I don't have any fun doing that. What I enjoy, the reason I play RTA, I enjoy the chess matchup. When a match is over in 20 seconds, whether I won or I lost, I don't feel good about it either way. And it's the same thing with the revenge stuff. Like, if I don't feel like I won with skill... So here's the thing. Like, when somebody beats me because I got outdrafted, I don't even care. I mean, I care because I'm competitive, but it's not like a big deal. If somebody beats me because I got outdrafted, I'm just like, all right, they beat me. You know, like that's the whole point. The fun of it is the strategy between two people. The more you throw into RNG and deviate from strategy, the less I enjoy a win or a loss. I have tried, yeah. So Salty, that was the pivot actually. So I would take Fang. And then if they still, like, basically I would take Fang early, and then if they brought out the Savannah, the pivot for me there was to go into Leo Verd Tyrannus. And so that would give me the ability to, like, if they ban the Leo, then everything was on defense builds. The Savannah couldn't defense break me, and then I had the fire attribute. If they ban the Verd because they're afraid of the Leo Verd combination, then I get the Leo defense lead, Savannah can't defense break me. So that was very consistent early in the season. That was getting me pretty far early in the season, but once they added in the third and fourth strippers to their comps, it just wasn't enough anymore. What's up, Renav? By the way, I don't have LDs that work really well, so I have 3 LDs. I got 2 of them in February. One of them is Beelzebub, which is an almost completely dead pick in the current meta. Beelzebub only works as a last pick, and most of the time you're using him just as a force ban or an anti-cleave. But because the current meta is all about reset, Beelzebub is not effective. The Pontos is my second LD. That's what we were talking about earlier. He's also not effective because he doesn't do any damage. His whole point is to protect your team, but he can't protect your team against all the strip. And then my third LD is Van Cliff, which is just basically like a cleave monster and doesn't fit my playstyle. So morning coffee, that is 100% true. The thing is, like, so here's the thing, morning coffee. Like, let's say you go double revenge will. You have a 30% chance to revenge proc, which still doesn't guarantee you're going to win even if you get that proc, because the freeze from the Elucia still has to go through a resistance check. But let's just say you get your revenge proc and you get your freeze. The enemy still has 3 monsters that are not disabled. The one that Elucia froze is actually the one that had no attack bar. So at that point, you're still basically just banking on please let me get lots and lots of procs, or please let me get lots and lots of resistances. So it still feels like you're just throwing up a Hail Mary to me. And I know it will work sometimes, but even in the times where it worked, I never actually got to play. I just sat there and watched my monsters revenge and resist, and then the opponent will quit out or something. So it's the same thing with Ganny Pontos, big boy, because Ganny's never going to get a turn. I mean, you can run it, but Ganny's not going to get a turn. You got to remember, everything the enemy is doing is about controlling you. So you run Pontos, like if you run Pontos on Nemesis, he can cut in and put up the invincibility, but he doesn't attack bar boost the rest of your team or do anything to ensure the rest of your team is actually getting a turn. And so at that point, the enemy just strips you with their second or their third stripper, and then they control your Ganny. You can't ventilate the Pontos. Alright, I think this is actually a pretty decent rune. It's obviously slow, but we're triple grindable with high crit damage, and I think I put 5 re-ups into this already, so we are going to stop there. I got kind of sidetracked on the discussion, but I don't want to burn too many re-ups into one rune. So let's go ahead and we're going to take a look if there's any other crit rate options. I see 2 more. This one came off of the Rainbow mod. Let's see, we've got 1 more in inventory. This one actually looks pretty nice. It's quad grindable. It needs a speed gem and it's going to be slow, but it's quad grindable, so I think we leave that one alone. And then the last one is here on Ciara. This one's got 22 speed. We're definitely leaving that one alone. Yeah, Dragon, so your only LDs are 2 of the top 20 in the game, huh? Yeah, so Carlos, that's what I've said. Like, I'm not, as much as I hate the Yogan meta, I'm not clamoring for a Yogan nerf. I don't think a Yogan nerf actually changes anything. I think Yogan, like, I think it's the meta. I just think we need a mechanics change, because the only way you change the meta from where we're at now is by nerfing a whole bunch of monsters. And I don't want to see, like, all the monsters in the game get nerfed or anything, right? So we need a mechanics change that allows us to play around it. Yeah, so Big Boy, that will work in yeah, so that will work in a different playstyle. Like, so the thing is, Pontos has a speed lead and Gani has an insane base speed. So if I were to, for example, run Water Ryu on Swift, along with like Barbara on Swift, and then Pontos and Gani. Now I've got double speed leads, and I'm playing everything on 300 plus speed, and I've got the strip from the Water Ryu, and I've got the silence from the Pontos, and I've got the reset from the Gani. And the biggest thing is, basically the Gani is going to go ahead and reset the enemy stripper, and then the Pontos silences the enemy so that they can't strip me, and then once the enemy is silenced, that Pontos invincibility is freaking OP. So if I were playing the team really fast, then the Gani Pontos team would work really well. But if you want to play it as turn 2, then you have to find a way to break into the cycle of control, and the Gani Pontos combination doesn't help you do that. So it's just kind of a different usage of them. And Pontos is amazing for the speed lead and for the ability to play that style. It's just not the style I'm trying to play. Yeah, Ragdoll is top 5. Ragdoll was a top 5 LD5 before this season. And in this season, he may arguably be number 1 because he counters the meta so effectively. Actually, Nephthys is number 1. Nephthys is number 1 this season. Ragdoll is probably number 2. Okay, so we have no crit damage runes. Let's take a look for some HP runes, and we're going to drop the slot 2s out here. Have I tried 2A Prom with Dark Ryu? So Hugo, I actually did try that. I tried that in Guild War. It's funny, I guess you didn't catch my video, because I just released a video on which 2As to build, and I specifically talked about that combination. So I tried 2A Prom, I tried the Hyenes Prom Dark Ryu combination, and when it worked, it was so much fun, because it was like just instantly crushed the enemy. But Prom goes through too many accuracy checks, and Thrain, because he's applying 2 dots and because his stuns drop 5 times, Thrain doesn't get crushed by the accuracy checks as much as Prom, which is what makes him more consistent. So Prom will give you a faster cleave and just kind of like a, oh man, I just rocked that guy feeling, but Thrain will give you the consistency that you want for guild content. That's awesome, Renav. I'm glad you enjoy them also, and thank you, Garv, man. I really appreciate it, Garv. I didn't respond to the other one earlier. I saw your message, Garv, but I was like talking. But I've always appreciated your support, Garv, man. That's awesome, bro. Dark Rita, Dark Monkey, Gani. So there's a lot of great combinations. You could, honestly, like, if I just played, you could do something like. Ciara, Pontos, Bearing, Dark Ryu, Gani, and it would be painfully slow. It'd be like a Gani Hathor type thing. Wait, no, I'm missing a stripper there. You'd need Water Ryu, Bearing, Pontos, Gani, and probably Chung. But at that point, you only need 2 good Swift sets, because you're gonna have either you're gonna have Strip into Silence or Reset Control. And you just use the Van Cliff to extend the silence instead of the stun, so the enemy can't take any turns. And then eventually Van Cliff, the Gani can ventilate the Van Cliff in that comp if the Gani comes through. or you've got 2 silencers to refresh the silence if the Ganny gets banned. And if the enemy team is silenced, they can't do anything either. So there's a lot of really cool comps you can do with Van Cliff, but they all involve playing Swift. And I can do 3 sets, depending on the base speeds, I can do 3 sets between 310 and 330. So I can make those comps work. But like I said, it's just not for me. What if there was a beneficial effect that would prevent stripping? Salty, I would love that, but I think that's something that would have to be cast, not on a rune set. And then that would be where your double nemesis plays would come in. So Hugo, you were talking about for RTA. Yeah, in RTA, the Prom is probably better. I don't know. Prom and Thrain would be about equal for RTA, but for guild content, consistency matters more. Because like in RTA, 55% plus win rate is amazing. But in guild content, anything under 100 is bad. So the Prom is going to be more susceptible to those accuracy checks. But the Prom also allows you to kill quicker before the enemy has a chance to proc or do something crazy. So I could see where the Prom would have a lot of value in RTA. Yeah, and anything Van Cliff Gianna is nuts. Okay, let's see. We got a Zenobia HP 6 and a Windhorse HP 6. Both of those are good runes, so we're gonna take those out. Yeah, I think, so Renab, I think the difference is in how you're going to be countered, because Thrain can be absolutely brutalized by an aerial right now, where the Prom just lets you cleave them down. I personally would still use the Thrain. I think the control fits Van Cliff a lot more, and I think the fewer accuracy checks is a little bit safer, but I can see the value of the Prom over the Thrain because you have slightly less counter, it's like slightly harder to be countered. Because like if you get an aerial on max res and it procs at the wrong time, all of a sudden you've got like 20 regenerates on your entire team. Because you're counting on that Thrain to dot the team down slowly, which means they've got to get they're going to get a lot of turns. I would still go with the Thrain though. If I were building that team, I would still go with the Thrain. Alright, nice Dragon, nice. Alright, I think I'm caught up on chat. If I missed anybody's chats, feel free to throw them back out. I know I was talking a lot. There were a lot of chat coming through. So, yeah, if I missed any questions, throw them back out. I am going to try and get caught up on these, or get moving on these re-apps. So we've got 2 slot 6s. Both of them are pretty good. So that's it for the HP stuff. Let's go take a look and see if there's any good speed targets. Okay, we got 4 speed runes. This one is already solid. This one has 21 crit rate, so I'm going to leave it alone. This one is pretty solid with 15 crit rate, triple grindable. And the last one is 14 accuracy, triple grindable, so we don't really have a lot of... Yeah, that's true. Thrain would get rocked by both Vero and Juno. You know what, Hugo? Maybe I would do the Prom. Actually, I think what I would do is I would probably build them both, and I would make my last pick based on what I needed. Yeah, I would probably, that's actually what I would do, is I would build them both, and I would do the last pick based on which one was going to be more successful, because I think they have different use cases. But I think they both work great with Dark Ryu, either way. Alright, so we have no speed targets either. It looks like we really just don't have a lot of will targets, honestly. I'm going to go ahead and just put everything here. Big boy, you got to refresh me on who the 2 LDs are, because they announced it a month ago and I haven't looked at the HOH yet. So just remind me who the 2 are and I can let you know which way I would go. Alright, we have got, let's look at our innates first. Oh, that's right. It's not Misty. Dusky. Dusky is one of them. Dusky, I actually don't have Dusky, so I'm going to be taking Dusky. I can't remember who the other one was, though. But Dusky, I think, is pretty... I think Dusky is pretty underrated. He's hard to use in the current game because he needs setup. Dark Pumpkin and Light Assassin. Yeah, they both need setup, and Dusky is definitely the better... Dusky is definitely better than Natalie. If Natalie was not HOH, she'd probably be more likely to get buffed, because Dusky got buffed a while ago. But because she's HOH now, I don't really expect her to get any kind of amazing buff. I mean, maybe they tweak her a little, but yeah, I would go with the Dusky. I think you'll get more use out of him. What's up, Kyle? Long time no see, man. How are you doing? Any luck with your account, bro? Alright, so we got a slot 6 attack on the Wind BK, but it's got 18 crit rate. It's not a great rune, but the 18 crit rate means we keep it. We do have a 25 speed, 25 speed, 25 speed, 21 speed high efficiency, 21 speed super high efficiency, and then this one's high efficiency with speed. This one is actually not a great rune, so we'll leave that one alone for a moment. 19 speed, 18 res, 15 HP. This is a really solid rune. Oh, that sucks, Kyle, man. That sucks. Yeah, so Kyle, by the way, and also for everybody on stream, just so you guys know, I have started a second channel called XG Live. All of the VODs are now posted on the second channel. So there was, what I learned is that, you know, some people prefer videos, some prefer live streams, and when you do them both on the same channel, they hurt each other in the YouTube algorithm because a lot of people, you know, click on one or click on the other. So I'm still live streaming on this channel until the second channel reaches affiliate, but the VODs are being posted on the second channel, and eventually my streaming will be on the second channel. So I'm going to drop a link in chat if you guys wouldn't mind subscribing to that second channel. It helps me out so much, seriously. In order for my channel to grow, I'm pretty convinced that I need to separate the streams and the videos, and I can't fully separate them until I reach 1,000 subscribers on that second channel. So yeah, guys, if you don't mind subscribing, if you had to pick between the two channels to sub to, I'd actually ask you to sub to that one first, honestly. Because it would help me out quite a bit. 1/10, yeah, 1/10 of the way there. We're getting there, Terry. We're getting there. But yeah, it actually, in order to affiliate, it actually has to hit 1,000 subscribers, and then the videos have to be watched for 4,000 hours. But for right now, I'm just mostly focused on getting the subscribers because I'll be posting the VODs there and they're long videos, so eventually I'll reach the hours. The hard thing is just making sure I let everybody know about the channel. Yeah, I know, Garv. You were second comment on the channel, right, Garv? Thank you for subbing over there, big boy. I appreciate it, man. So, Tong, I would pick Dusky. It's funny, we literally were just talking about that. But yeah, I would pick Dusky. Alright, let's see. Let me find our next re-app target. So let's go over here to unlocked. We're going to bring efficiency up. Okay, that's a beast. That's a beast. That's a beast. That's a beast. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. So we're shrinking down the number of possible targets. It looks like we've got about 45 possible targets left. Nice, Renav. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for subbing on both channels, bro. Alright, we got defense percent, slot 6 on a Rainbow Mon. I don't love doing defense percent, but we are finally starting to get through the best of the targets. So let's go ahead and pull this off and make this rune something usable, man. That's how you do it. One and done, man. One and done. All right, do we have a speed? We do. We got a will speed. That's perfect, bro. That's perfect. The gem's not perfect, but the rest of the rune is perfect. Regem that one later. Regem that one later. All right, next up we have a will 5. You know what? Let's take all these 5s with no innates. They've got to go away. We're not doing anything with. We're not doing any slot 5 with no innate. But I see a bunch of 5s with innate, so we might just do those while we're filtered. Yeah, Garb, I'm still, man, I'm still playing it every day. I'm finally starting to advance towards endgame. I've been finishing top 10 in a lot of the tournaments lately. I've been doing a lot better in Battlegrounds. I'm getting close to Master League. Next season, I think I can make Master League and Battlegrounds. I'm still really enjoying it, man. So, as Garb mentioned, the other game I play, guys, is Dragon Champions. I don't do as much content on it these days because most people on this channel don't play it. But if you want to check the game out, the info is in the stream description. There's a promo code you use. I'm partnered with them. It's called XGGift. I'll flash that up real quick. So here's the promo code. It's XGGift. And I legit play Dragon Champions a couple of hours every day. It's just a lot of fun. It has a lot of really cool things I wish they would bring into Summoner's War, honestly. But you use the promo code up on screen, you get some free gold, you get a free hero, you get some other free stuff that'll help you progress through the early game. And then it's just really fun, guys. So it's a game, like I said, it's a game I play every day. Alright, what is our next target? We have got a Cocky. We have got a Cocky. Nice. We got a Cocky slot 5. That one's pretty good already. We've got a Will 5. That's actually pretty ugly. Here we go. Alright, so this is actually a pretty good target right now. This one's in inventory. It looks like it's plus 12. Oof. That wasn't what I was looking for, but on a slot 5, man, that's tough. Arena, it's called Dragon Champions. Well, here's the name of the game, but let me actually drop the... Big boy, I got to admit, you know what? Here's the counterbalance to that. On the days where I'm really frustrated with Summoner's War or frustrated with RTA or whatever, I can go over and play Dragon Champions for a few hours and just not think about Summoner's War, and then, you know, you take that little break, and then you come back and you're like, okay, I get it. You know, we'll just wait until there's a meta change or a buff or whatever, but... Yeah, it's actually nice. Like, generally speaking, I don't like playing 2 games at once, but it is kind of nice to have that alternative. Let me go ahead and drop this into chat. There you go, guys. Bro, congrats on the Rika and the Samal. That's awesome, man. Those are definitely fun toys, especially the Rika. She's amazing. Alright, Will 5. Oh, it's attack percent innate. I missed that. So we're not going to do attack percent innate on a slot 5. So the next one up is this one. The 28 accuracy is really nice, but nothing else about this rune is nice. I feel like we at least got to try a couple of times here. Dragon Champions, yeah, so we actually had Dragon Champions sponsor a $360 pack giveaway one day also, which was really... Oh! Yes, sir! That's what I'm talking about. That's the rune, bro. That is the rune. Oh, Renev, I appreciate that, man. That helps out quite a bit. Bro, dies. This is the rune, bro. This is the rune. This is the rune of the day right there. Yeah, okay, Brozar, I think you're right. We got to do some points for this one. We got to do some points for this one. So we'll do points plus viewers. We'll go 250 bonus points for everybody on this rune because this is a beast. This is a beast. Yeah, exactly, guys. So let's see. I'll plug this in. We're going to assume all legends. I'm just going to pretend all legends. I know that'll take a long time, but let's see what the ceiling is on this rune. So legend speed grind, that's going to be 15. Attack percent, that's going to be 17. Defense is 34. Defense is 34. And HP is 28. We're looking at 130%, guys. 130%. Granted, that's with all legends, but 120% with heroes. No, the bet was for 30. It's for quad rolls on the HP and stuff. It's for quad rolls, Rosar. But I gave everybody bonus points for it. So you can see it's 19 speed, 19 crit rate, 25 speed, 25 crit rate, or 30, or a quad roll on any other stat, basically. Tong, yes, you should definitely farm R3 or R4 because that's how you're going to get your dungeon teams better. It's not the most efficient use of energy, but it is the best path for progression. The more time you spend in raid, the faster you're going to progress. That's pretty much the reality of it. Okay, we got another slot 5 innate, but it's defense percent innate, and it has 20 crit rate, so we're going to skip that. And then we've got 2 with resistance innates, and both of them are kind of ugly. So I like that. Yeah, obviously, farm the higher raid level that you can, as long as it's consistent. So if you can farm R5 on a slow path, farm R5. If you can't, R4. If you can't, etc. But just wherever it's going to be stable, there's nothing wrong with doing R3 if you're not stable on R4 and R5. All right, so this is a pretty decent target. Whoops, not power up. This is a pretty decent target right here. There's like a triple roll into flat defense. We have an innate. Can we do back-to-back monsters like that? No, we can't. That was asking for a lot. That's actually better, though. Oh, that is better, though. It's a little better. It's a little better. It's about as low as the rolls can get, but it's still better than we started. Okay, that's 3. So I mean, it's hard to expect back-to-back 130% runes. That is kind of tough. That's asking for a lot. Wow, this rune really likes its flat defense, doesn't it? That's the second high triple roll flat defense. Okay, so this is 5 tries. Come on, baby. No. All right, we've got one more slot 5 target, so we're gonna mix it up and come back to that one. 6 res. Yeah, it's this one. So with 20 crit damage. Yeah, this rune, it's got really nice crit damage. It has a little speed, but it just doesn't fit together. You'd actually have to gem attack percent over the accuracy, and it would just have, like, no stats. And on a will rune, there's kind of no point in having no stats. This is already a minor upgrade, but still missing a lot of stats. This is actually, it's more than a minor upgrade because it would work really well on, like, a Tyrannus or a Velo or something, but you'd still have to gem the speed over the flat attack. Yeah, Vrozar, it's the activation rate on him is frustrating because he never lands for me, but he always lands for them, right? What's up, Ace Renov? That's awesome, bro. All right, that was 4, right? So we'll do one more here because this rune's actually not terrible as it is. It definitely improved. This is clearly better. Alright, we're going to go back to this one. We'll give this one 3 more tries. I'm capping it at 8 on anything today, though. Okay. That's not OP, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was. Is it good enough, though? I don't think it's good enough, because you got to gem out the crit damage, the HP rolls are low, or you gem out the accuracy, but yeah, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work together. It's a lot. It's better than it was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. I was so sure that was going to quad roll. I was so sure that was going to quad roll speed. I was so sure that was going to be it. All right. Oh man, I thought that was gonna be it. Oh, all right. We'll take that though. We'll take that. All right. At least we got a useful rune out of it. It's not amazing, but it's useful. You gem out the crit damage for either HP or attack, depending on who it goes on. Probably HP because you got resistance and accuracy here. So you put the HP in, it's efficient, it's low rolls, but, you know, it's triple grindable, it's got some speed. It's usable. It's usable. That rune was the monster. This rune, honestly, is pretty good. We still have quite a few re-ups left, though, and we're almost through Will. So I think we can give this one 3 more tries. Ooh, okay. This is better. This is better, definitely. So, yeah, basically you just regem this to higher speed. We're triple grindable with crit rate. This will work for sure. This is a nice bruiser rune, which actually fits SahDiesAlot's account quite a bit. I think this will be an RTA level rune. Probably not like a primary monster, but this will be a depth rune in RTA. But it's RTA level. Dragon, you are actually extremely accurate, bro. That is literally what it feels like. Literally what it feels like. Alright, let's take a look at your slot 1s. We've got... Ooh, let's see here. We've got quite a few. Alright, I'm gonna skim out anything with defense, HP, or attack innate. We're not doing any more of those. So we have got six with innate that are they all targets? Oh, man. Alright, we've got 6 viable targets on your slot 1s, man. 3 resistance innates, a crit rate, and a crit damage. All of them are kind of a mess, it looks like. Actually, the one on Bale's not bad. The one on Bale's not bad. HP attack, crit rate. I mean, you can regen this HP. It does synergize really well. It doesn't synergize with the resistance, but the rest synergizes. Do you really, Ace? That rune's like 110, 112% of... well, maybe not that high, so it's kind of low rolls. That was probably like a 105% efficiency rune once you gem and grind it. I mean, it's a turn 2 RTA rune. It's obviously not a turn 1 player's rune, but it's a good rune for a turn 2 player. Brozar, I swear they need to take the emotes out of the game, bro. I think we're gonna leave this one alone. I just I'm really torn on this one. So it's over 100 efficiency. It's synergized. You can regem the HP. I think we leave it. We leave this one alone. Let's take a look at the one with the crit rate innate. Actually, this rune is pretty good because you gem in speed. Let's take a look at the inventory rune. Now that one's pretty good also. Here we go. Here's the rune. Actually, that one's pretty good also. Now that I'm looking at them closer, I got overexcited. These are not really... I don't know if anybody's done one of those recently, Justin. Alright, Axeman. Have a good one, man. Guys, Axe is going to be streaming his wings on Twitch, so if you want to check him out over there after my stream as well, you can drop your channel name in chat, Axe. But have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. Alright, let's see. So, this one with the accuracy innate, this is a pretty good target. And this is plus 12. Actually, the crit damage one, this is also a pretty good target, because you gem in... Now, you gem in speed here, and it's actually not a bad rune. This one here is already nice. You got speed and crit rate, triple grindable. So yeah, it's just the accuracy innate. Just this one. This is also triple grindable. Honestly, they're all pretty good. This is high rolls also. No, they're all good. There's really no case to re-up any of those. Alright, so that leaves us with 5 possible slot 1 targets, and I see the one I think we're going to do first. This one's on Naomi, and it's actually a great fit for Naomi, but it is a legend rune. The 22 crit damage, Naomi and Mina are about the only monsters that can really benefit with all this crit damage. You would have to gem attack in here. There's no crit rate. So yeah, this is a pretty decent target. Alright, so we're trading 11 crit rate for 18 attack or 11 crit damage for 18 attack and 9 crit rate. That's already a much better offensive rune. At this point, you could theoretically gem speed over the attack, and it's a beast of an offense. This is a beast of a turn 1 rune, honestly. You gem the speed over the HP, and this is like a great... I can see this being like a Daphnis rune, maybe. Yeah, so Justin, both Ace and I have done RTA videos. So Ace to Gaming, he just chatted. We've both done RTA videos, and I think we talk about it a little bit in those videos and also in our streams, the differences in styles. But I don't know if I've seen a video that specifically contrasted the difference between turn 1 and turn 2. It's an interesting thing. I don't think I've seen that. I actually kind of want to leave this rune alone. I think this is a really solid rune, and it has use case. And it does not have innate. So I think we leave that rune alone. We're going to go next to the Bulwark Will 1. This is a good target. This is a good target right here. So this doesn't have great synergy. It doesn't have bad synergy. But it doesn't have great synergy. It's kind of low rolls. So we'll hit this one again. Ooh. Tong, you get 50 points an hour for being on stream, but we also give bonus points every time somebody super chats, and I tend to give a lot of bonus points out during the streams as well. I think I've given out like 700 bonus points so far this stream. Hey, Vrozar, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. What do I think about a Swift slot 2 defense percent? So Ace, that's going to be like a siege depth rune. Every now and then, you'll get enough Swift runes that have no speed but just have tons of efficiency. And you can throw them on a monster and just like it's usually a tanky or a support type monster. But you basically just take the set value to make up for the fact that they don't have speed, and you put it on a monster that doesn't need to be built fast. So you don't have to automatically sell it, but it does have very limited value. I wouldn't re-app it. If it rolls badly, then I would sell it. But if it rolls well, I would keep it, and you'll find a place to use it down the road. Okay, I do like this side a little bit more. I think it synergizes a little bit better. Yeah, it can be a bruiser rune. Like my Felleria, for example, this is definitely a little bit better. My Felleria is on Swift, or yeah, there you go, Bulwark as well. But my, yeah, like I run a Swift Felleria. She's only 240, which for a Swift monster for my account is kind of slow. But she's got crazy high stats because basically she's got less speed from subs. She's getting the speed bonus, and then the subs are just all really thick. But yeah, you can find places to use it. You can find places to use it. It's just a question of, like, if it's not an efficient rune, it doesn't have to have speed specifically, but it does have to have stats. If it has no stats and it's Swift slot 2 defense, then it's no good. But if it has lots of stats, then you can find a place. Alright, I think we gotta go a little further. Those are low rolls. So Dragon, I'm generally not in favor of nerfs. I don't like calling for nerfs, period, except for Hathor. I still think that the Hathor skill 2 should get the Chung Pung treatment, but I mean, there's a lot of monsters that need buffs. But in this next patch, I don't even want to call for specific monsters to be nerfed or buffed. I really would just want to see mechanics changes. That's what I'm hoping for the most, because I don't think you can balance the game without doing a lot of nerfs right now, unless you do a mechanics change. The big things I want to see, something to change RTA, whether it's pre-bans, whether it's a change to resistance, something to change the meta in RTA that doesn't just involve nerfing a bunch of monsters into uselessness. And then I want to see siege bases no longer be stackable. Those are the two things that I would love to see when it comes to balance. For Samanth, usually you're going to go with Despair Will or Despair Nemesis. You can also put him on Rage. You could also do double Nemesis Will. It depends on how and where you're using it. Camilla is still a nice Odin counter, but yeah, I wouldn't hate on a Camilla buff. I also think that they need to do more buffs to base. They need to do more tweaking to base stats than skills. There's a lot of monsters that could become good or not as good just by changing their base stats. For example, if you changed, like in the case of Yogun, I don't want to call for nerfs on any monster, but if you were to nerf Yogun, he needs to lose the speed buff. That's the biggest thing. But the other thing that could be, done is just lower the base speed of all the art masters, and that would change the meta up a little bit. You'd probably see more people trying to adjust with like attack bar boosters and stuff, which would force it to no longer be a 4-5 stripper team. Alright, yeah, we gotta go one more on this one. Ooh, okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. That'll work. Yeah, so Senati, like one thing a lot of people didn't catch, they made this change to Siege, which seemed like it was going to be really cool because they made these special Siege bases, right? I would like to see that as maybe just a testing point, and then they're going to do more of it. But what people didn't see, or I guess some people didn't catch that buried in the patch notes, is that those special bases are only during the tournament. So it doesn't change anything during the Siege season. Yeah, Carlin, I wouldn't mind seeing some changes to how turn cycle, to how skills turn cycle as well. So a lot of the skills right now that give an instant turn, maybe change that to where they just give 100% attack bar instead of an instant turn. And then conversely, demons need an instant turn. Beelzebub needs to take an instant turn. He shouldn't be able to just be re-killed with a violent proc after he resurrects. But that's a whole other thing. Yeah, obviously I want my Beelzebub to be buffed, right? But yeah, I feel like if Beelzebub couldn't have his passive reset, like if it was like this skill can't be reset, and then he took an instant turn, oh man, he'd be amazing. I don't actually think he'd be broken because there's still ways to work around him, but he'd be amazing. But even if they just did one of those two things, well, actually the thing that he really needs is like this skill can't be reset because in the current meta, everything resets, so even him taking an instant turn wouldn't do any good if he doesn't resurrect. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing he needs is his passive shouldn't be resettable. I'm fine with it having a cooldown, he shouldn't be able to come back every time and all that, it just shouldn't be resettable. That would make him useful. He still would probably be like A or S tier, but he'd be usable again. Because right now he can't be used really at all except as like a force ban or an anti-cleave. Alright, so we did the Bulwark rune. Next up is, and I honestly don't know if Lucifer needs a buff, bro. Dragon, so you're just basically saying imagine if Dark Monkey was twice as good as the second best monster in the game. AoE strip into defense, break, and stun. I mean, bro, you just play one monster. You just put a Swift set on him and then solo everything. That's all you need to do. I guess you need two. You need a speed lead with him, and then that's it. All right, so we got a slot 1 on Chassoon. Why not is because the rest of us who don't have Dark Monkey are playing the game also. Yeah, Dark Monkey is SS tier, bro. He's at least SS tier. I honestly don't think he needs a buff at all. But if he did get a buff, it should be very, very... I mean, I really don't think he needs a buff. He's SS tier. He'd be amazing. Just for me, he'd be amazing. Like, I would use him every single match. He fits my team great. Ace, you say that, but I gotta warn you, Ace, there's probably no worse, and I'm speaking to Ace Roger, not Ace to Gaming, I gotta warn you, there may be no worse feeling in the game than finally getting an LD5 and realizing you can't use it anywhere. That is, it's worse than not having an LD5, trust me. Getting an LD5 that you can't use, it's painful, man. It's really painful. Bro, pulled Irish. By the way, Shane, what's up? I can't remember if I said what's up to you, but what's up, Shane? Congratulations on the Iris. Dude, she's amazing. You're going to have so much fun with her. Mookwall already got the buff Varma. Whoa, 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 whoa! Yes, sir! Now, there we go. There we go. It's an empty speed rune. It's exactly what SahDiesAlot wanted. It's an empty speed rune. SahDiesAlot is going to be devastated, actually. Not devastated, but... yeah, that probably could have been a little bit better. You see the speed pop up, you get excited, then you realize that it's missing everything else. But that does pay, guys. That's a bet pay right there. That is a bet pay on the speed. We get to pay everybody, finally. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, for a slot one, it's still pretty nice, man. You can drop in the HP, and it's a great, like, super fast Vigor bruise, rune, or for Vigor, maybe you put it over the crit damage, but, yeah, it's a pretty good rune. So Juke Star, basically the crit rate is 4 and 5 rolls, so it's really low rolls on the crit rate. And then you can only gem out one of the accuracy or the crit damage. So if you make it a pure offensive rune, then the thing is, on a will rune, you usually use will runes if you expect to take a hit, right? Like, you don't put will runes on monsters that are going to take turn 1 most of the time. So if you gem out accuracy for attack, let's say, then you have no HP, and maybe they just kill you even though you have will runes. But yeah, Bio Orion, I could see, I mean, there are definitely monsters where it's useful. It's just, I mean, it's a good rune. Like, I'm not talking down. It's a great rune. 22 speed, 9 crit rate is just awesome to have. It just would have been really nice if either the accuracy or the crit damage was HP or attack so that you could triple grind it. That's really the only thing. But it's our first really fast rune of the day. We were definitely overdue for one of those nice fast runes. We were really overdue for a 20 speed roll. A 22 speed roll, super solid. Okay, this rune is actually pretty good, even though there's no speed. 21 attack, 21 crit damage. I wish this was crit rate, and then you could gem in the speed, but that's fine. This is still pretty solid. I think we leave this one alone. And then the last two slot ones are pretty good. I think we leave those alone. So that's it for slot ones. Let's take a look at the threes. 16. All right, let's sort here by speed. Nothing really crazy by speed. Let's go by efficiency. All right, we've got 3 with innate, and one of them's actually a pretty good target. It has 16. It's an empty speed rune with an innate, so it's actually a pretty good target. It's not even a crazy speed rune. It's 16. This one? 5 crit rate innate? Yeah. So yeah, this is a pretty nice target, because I mean right now, let's see. Well, you gem in attack percent, or no, you gem in HP percent, obviously. Slot 3. Now, you know what? It's quad grindable, but it's low rolls. So you don't need the parentheses, Roger. You just type !bet space 0 space 20, but without the parentheses. You know what? Maybe this isn't bad. You gem this crit damage over to HP percent. This is actually a pretty useful rune. I think we leave this one alone. Alright, so we got a Will 3 with crit damage, accuracy res. That's a much better target, actually. We're looking for crit damage innate, 7 crit damage innate. This one here, yeah, this is a much better target. Much better target. See, now that's what I'm talking about. There we go. It sucks that you got to gem out a roll here. I probably just gem the crit rate and leave the 9 accuracy. But that's an upgrade. That'll do. That's triple grindable with 16 speed. Oh, man. Crit damage innate means you have to... so you have to gem out the accuracy. Either way, though, that's a solid rune. That's a solid rune for a one and done. We'll definitely take it. Alright, what do we got next here? We've got a slot 3, 14 crit rate, 10 crit damage, 8 speed. It's very low efficiency, but it is synergized. We're going to leave it alone. Then we got one that's got 16 crit damage, triple grindable. That's actually not quite synergized because it's lacking the... where is it here? We'll show you guys. Not that one. Not that one. Alright, let's sort by crit damage. Is it this one? No, this one's solid. 16-16 you keep. Is it this one? 16-13? No. I'm looking for 16-11-11. Did I pass it? Did I re-app it already? Will 3, 16 crit damage. Oh, it's on a Rainbow Mon. It's on a Rainbow Mon. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay, it's here. So we've got this 16 crit damage. It's triple grindable and it's got speed, but there's no crit rate on here. And for a slot 3 rune, lots of crit damage without crit rate, it's kind of rough to use this rune. So we're going to go ahead and just re-app this one. Well, we got crit rate now. Oh, we got crit rate and we're triple grindable. I think we keep this one. It's probably not an RTA level rune. It might be once you gem in speed, but I think we keep it either way. 20 crit rate is hard to give up. So we pull that off the Rainbow Mon. So it's no longer an OP Rainbow Mon, guys. And let's take a look. Let's update our screen. So Tong the Heist is, you have a 30% chance to win 2.5 times your bet, basically. It's just a straight gamble. Alright, we got a Will 3, 14 crit damage, 10 speed. So this one here, once again, it's the same problem. We got some stats, but they just don't all quite fit together. There's an extra roll in the flat HP. I think this one can be improved. Alright, it's crit rate day, bro. It is officially crit rate day. This rune not quite as good, though. I think this rune's not quite as good, and we just rolled you a 20 crit rate rune, so I know you don't need the specific extras. Now, this rune's pretty good. It's only double grindable, but that accuracy is nice. I don't like these low rolls here, but these are high rolls. These are high rolls. This is gemmable. I think that's a done deal. It's not an RTA level rune, but it's definitely a done deal. It's a pretty nice rune. It's definitely a siege rune. It's a siege level rune, I would say. Okay, now we've got one with 20 resistance and 12 crit damage. Is that here? It's on Colleen, yeah. So this one just no synergy whatsoever. Well, it's the same rune, but better. Because now you can gem in defense percent. It's triple grindable. You're losing a roll, and you're kind of losing another roll. But 18 res, 10 speed on a will rune is not bad. However, 17 speed, 16 accuracy, triple grindable is better. That is definitely better. Okay, we're finding your speed now, sir. We are starting to find the speed rolls. That one's pretty nice. All right, we've got another one. 19 crit damage. That one's double grindable, and then you just gem in the speed. So that one's much more efficient, and I don't want to just like make your account completely devoid of crit damage. That's not. Contrary to popular belief, that's not the entire goal here. 19 crit damage, 6 crit rate. This is the wrong rune. 19 crit damage. This is the wrong rune. Speed and 8. Here we go. Crit damage, defense, HP. So you've got, these are all just really high rolls. It doesn't fit together great, but it's just like really high rolls. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Max roll on the accuracy, but you're gemming that out. These are low rolls. These are high. These are high. Ah, man, this one's tough. I'm trying to picture how you could use this. So you gem speed over accuracy. I guess you use this with a crit rate rune. I think this one has use case. This one has use case. So then there's a Belinus rune. That one is actually pretty solid. We're gonna leave that alone. That's crit damage. With speed and HP, but it's got a lot more HP and a lot more efficiency. And then we've got another 6 speed, 11 crit damage. This rune is actually pretty bad. So, where is it? Right here? Nope. 8 speed, yeah, not that one. Yeah, here we go. So, no? 11 crit damage. Is it on a monster? No. Oh, I read it wrong. It's 17 speed. Okay, it's 17 speed. That one's fine. That's my bad. Okay, so then the last one is this Will 3, and this one's a solid rune. Okay, so I think we're done with Will runes. Are we done with Will runes? Let's play this out. No, we have a few slot 4s left. We have a few slot 4s left. Nice, Ace. Nice, bro. You got it, though. You're going to crush the exam, right? Okay, we've got a defense percent with innate. This one is 12 res sub. Did we do this one already? We might have done this already. I think we did this one and I forgot to lock it because I don't see a resistance sub. Slot 4. Oh, it's supposed to be slot 6. That's why. That's this one. Okay, yeah. Defense percent, innate. I think we actually re-apped this one before, and I was debating on it. So yeah, we could gem in speed. This one's actually good enough as a defense percent. Recently got a quad roll on a swift rune. TC. Quad TC. What is TC? I can't figure. Yeah, you lost me on the TC part, Rob. Total crit? Okay, we've got a slot 4 attack, crit damage innate. Actually, this is a pretty good target. This is a pretty good target. Nice potential bomber rune. Okay, so it is crit rate. So a quad crit rate roll on a swift rune. That can work on, yeah, no worries, Rob. So that can work on like a Mina, that can work on a Daphnis. I mean, the thing is, a lot of swift monsters need crit rate. So you gem in, like, if you can use a legend speed gem and speed grind, you get like 15 speed on that rune, and it's going to be amazing for a lot of, like, turn 1 nukers. Yeah, 27 crit rate's awesome, bro. Congratulations on that roll. That's a very useful rune. You'll find places for that one. Salty, that could be like Xing Zhe or Fang. They could work on a Xing Zhe or a Fang. Okay, so yeah, this rune right here, actually, we just gem in speed. This one's fine. This one's fine. Next, we've got a Kaki rune. This is slot 6, 12 speed, 20 accuracy. That's a solid rune. We've got a Will 6 attack on Bale. That's actually a really... It's an okay rune, but it's got 18 speed, so we'll leave it. We've got a Will 6 on Dagora. Attack percent, speed, accuracy, resistance, and defense. So the res is 2 full rolls. But the overall rune is actually pretty good. You gem that resistance out for HP? Actually, maybe not. Yeah, I think this might be a target. This resistance just doesn't fit well here, and the accuracy rolls are low. On the other hand, that'll work. That will work. So, even have the gem for it, man. That's solid. That is definitely solid. That's going to work for you. I love one and dones. Actually, yeah, I would put the legend here, but it's Will, and you probably save those for RTA. So no, I wouldn't put the legend here because I don't know if this will be an RTA rune for you. So we're just not going to grind that. I would save those grinds for all your RTA runes. But that's very solid. That's a nice one and done. Alright, we've got a Galleon slot 6 accuracy. It's quad grinded. The efficiency is low, but it's quad grinded, and it does have speed, so I think we leave that one alone. Then we've got a Kaki slot 4 attack that is actually a pretty good rune. So that is it for the Will runes, I do believe. That's all of the Legend Will runes are done. Alright, now let's take a look at the Violent. I know there's going to be a lot of targets here, so we'll finish out here. We're going to go by lowest efficiency, and let's just go... Let's do the slot 5s first. And lock all of these, because we're not doing any slot 5 with no innate. They're just too hard to react. Looks like we've got a fair number of slot 5s with innate though. So we'll go ahead and lock all of these out. Alright. Some good targets here. Okay, there's a slot. Oh man, this thing's terrible. This thing's terrible. This is a great target. Not that one. We are looking for 43 flat defense. So we go. Actually, let's stay sorted here. There we go. Yeah, look at this thing, man. This thing rolled like a nightmare, and it's got an 8. This is a great target. Tariq, are you still lurking, bro? Dragon is calling for you if you're still lurking, bro. Okay, that'll work. Be nice if it was quad grindable, but that'll definitely work. Switch that out. That's a solid rune right there. That is a solid rune. Alright, we got a Vio 5 with crit rate innate, crit damage res. This one's gonna be... let's just do this and we'll go back by default grade. We're looking for crit rate innate. Yeah, this one right here. So the 19 attack is nice, and the crit rate, crit damage all fit together. But you gotta gem speed over the resistance, and it's just missing a lot of stats for being legend with innate. It's missing a lot of stats. Now it's got a lot of stats. It's lower rolls. I mean, it's clear we take this. Do we just regem speed and keep this? So 35 and 43, that's 5.5 rolls. You regem the speed, that's 6.5 rolls. Triple grind is 9.5 rolls with the crit rate 10.5. This is like 110% efficiency. It's not the greatest re-app for a slot 5, but it's a pretty nice rune for not spending that many re-apps on it. I think it's a solid usable bruiser rune. I think we can keep that one. Okay, next up we've got a Diva slot 5. This one is also got some pretty good potential. So anytime you have a high accuracy innate, that's the dream. It's a really good offensive rune, but I mean, it's on Diva. You're obviously not using it, so it does have the potential to be a very useful like RTA level rune instead of just being like an empty offensive rune. That started off well and did not finish well. Uh-oh. Alright, that was 3, right? That was 3, so we got 2 more left. 2 more tries left. Okay, this is better, right? So we're trading attack for HP. Instead of needing to gem in speed, you gem in defense percent. Crit damage is not a great fit here, but overall we're at 28, call it 40. We got 6 rolls and change versus 2, 3.5, 5, 6 rolls. Yeah, this is better. This is better. I think so, Dragon. If you check on Ace's channel, he's got an old video that shows you how you can get 10 LD scrolls a month as a free-to-play. Ooh. Oh, quad grindable, but you lose a roll. I think this is still the keep, though. Quad grindable is always the goal. So, 1933, you pop in the speed, so you've got 5 rolls plus a 6th from the accuracy, 4 more from the gems, or 4 more from the grinds, rather. So it's 10 rolls. It's about 108% rune. On this side, you've got just no synergy, right? Yeah, so this, you gem out the resistance. You gem out the resistance and it's a functional rune. No playtime. It's quad grindable once you change the resistance for speed. So it sucks to lose the roll on the resistance. You're actually losing 2 rolls on the resistance, but it's still 110% rune. It's still better than it was. Yeah, there's 2 rolls in that resistance. We'll give it 1 or 2 more tries, but this is a decent rune already. Yeah, Playtime, you have to think of it as what the rune is going to finish as, not what it looks like right now. Because, I mean, so the thing is, a lot of people will say, well, it's blue or it's hero or whatever, but most runes are not... almost no rune is ever going to max roll everything. So it's not really about how the rune starts, it's about how it finishes. This rune would finish at about 110% resistance, which... efficiency. Resistance would be nuts. This rune will finish at about 110% efficiency, which is a really good, like, G2 Guardian level rune. So even though it may be missing rolls, the fact that you can grind those extra stats in gives it more stats at the end. Dragon I cannot. Ace, I have a couple of blue runes I still use, but I have plenty of legend or hero runes that I gem to roll out of to make the runes more useful also. Alright, last try on this rune. I feel like it's functional. It's missing a lot of stats, but I feel like it's functional as it is. So yeah, I think we'll stop on this one where it's at because you can use it. Been locked, and we still have more targets. So next up, there's a Ralph rune with 32 crit damage. That's just freaking terrible, but you can't re-up the quad roll crit damage. Then we got a 22 crit rate rune, so we'll leave that one be. And then we've got one on Hathor that's quad grindable, fairly efficient, just needs a speed gem, so that one's good. We got one on Elsharian that's 22 crit rate, we'll also leave that one be. Yeah, so Ace, think about it like this. Imagine if you have a hero rune that starts with like 4 crit damage, 5 accuracy, 5 resistance, and then you have a blue rune that starts with 8 attack and 6 speed, and the hero rune does all min rolls and the blue rune does all max rolls, and then you gem and grind everything, that blue rune is going to be 1,000 times better than that hero rune. Okay, we've got a Ganny slot 5, 27 defense, that's a nice rune, just needs an HP gem. We've got a Josephine Vial 5 with attack, defense, HP, and accuracy. That rune's a little awkward, but the rolls are high, so it's the same thing. You just gem the accuracy out for speed, and it's quad grindable. Then we've got an Orochi slot 5 that's got 20 accuracy with speed, crit rate, and defense. That rune is usable as well. Nice, Ace. I'm glad I was able to sell it. I mean, I believe it, obviously. I'm selling something that... that's how I play my own account. I look at what the rune will be like when it's done. So the thing to remember is 30% of the stats on any rune come from the gems and grinds. So, I mean, not that we put a legend... We don't put a legend grind on every rune. Obviously, you usually don't grind the blues with legend. But if you do enough R5, you'll put hero grinds on all your runes. So if you think about, like, a blue rune that you can grind 3 times, you can add 21% of stats on it. That's 2.5 rolls, so that turns that blue rune into a legend rune. Then you think about a legend rune that you can't put any grinds on. You're losing all of those runes, so now that blue rune is better than a legend rune, even if they rolled to the same way. Now, I mean, the thing with blue runes is they have to roll better, so you have more room for error. And obviously, a legend or a hero rune that rolls amazing is better than the best blue rune in the game. But 99% of our runes don't roll amazing. So we take the runes that we can and we make them the best that we can, and then we use the best runes that we have available. Alright, so that's it for the Will slot 5, the Vial 5s. Let's take a look at your slot 1s. Alright, we have this 18 res 11 accuracy Vial 1 rune. So to be fair, it's not all about rune efficiency. It depends on the type of monster that you're using it on. So for example, Lucian doesn't care about efficiency at all. Lucian cares about attack, crit rate, and crit damage, and pretty much nothing else unless it's a swift Lucian, and then he also wants speed. But it depends on the monster. Like if we just look at SahDiesAlot's box right here. Vigor, he wants everything, man. He wants HP, he wants attack, he wants defense, he wants speed, crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy. The only thing he doesn't care about is resistance. So the more stats you have on your runes, the better your Vigor is going to be. Lulu, he doesn't need as much. He doesn't need the attack, he doesn't need crit rate or crit damage, but you just want tons and tons of HP, speed, and resistance on it. If you look at a monster like Ciara, man, same thing. She needs every single stat in the game. So for a monster like Ciara or Vigor, the efficiency is huge. For a monster like Lucian, the efficiency isn't really as big of a deal. For a monster like Martina, she's nice with efficiency, but she doesn't need it. If you build her super fast to take turn 1, then she just needs that attack, crit rate, and crit damage plus just crap tons of speed. Same thing for Rauk. You can build Rauk on a Swift build where he needs tons and tons of stats. Or you can build him, you can build Rauk on a Violent build where he needs tons and tons of stats because he's got to be able to survive a hit before he takes a turn. Or you build him Swift where he just needs offense. So you have monsters like Lulu that need just runes that only have defense. And a really good Lulu is probably not going to be crazy efficient. Like, my Lulu might be 90% efficient because she didn't need the attack, crit rate, or crit damage. She just needed my highest HP runes. My Lucian, not super efficient. My Vigor, like 110% efficiency. But even just going back to that Hero Blue example, let's say you've got a Hero rune that starts with resistance, accuracy, and crit damage, and you have a blue rune that starts with crit rate and crit damage. That blue rune will always wind up being better for the Lucian than the Hero rune will because it has the stats Lucian wanted, and he didn't care about the rest of the efficiency. Oh, my bad. So yeah, it's really just figuring out what the, and playtime Bruisers by far and away. So Bruisers need the most efficiency by a mile. And then kind of like hybrid supports, basically like Triana's somewhere between a Bruiser and a hybrid support. If you build her on a damage build, because Bruisers do really big damage. Triana hits hard, but she only hits on with one skill. So Triana's almost like a hybrid, but on that hybrid build, she needs like medium-high efficiency. Yeah, Jaeger needs everything, for sure. Jaeger needs everything. That's awesome, Varma. You managed to put 18 of your best runes all on your Dark Frog and add it up. Ideal attack and crit damage for Lucian is as much as you can get, bro. I mean, you're just going to put him in your best offensive build. I don't know if there's an ideal attack period. What I do, obviously, I use the optimizer a lot. So for Lucian, I just take the optimizer and find out which build will do the most damage. And I don't worry about specifically attack versus crit damage. I just worry which one will do the most damage. So Skogul. Yeah, Skogul is the easiest monster in the game to rune, or one of them. That's why I built 10 Skoguls. Just a great place to dump runes that you can't really use anywhere else. Alright, let's see. So we've got this Vial 1. I'm looking for this one with 18 resistance. That's what I'm looking for. Vial 1, 18 resistance. $11 accuracy. Yeah, this is an unusable rune as it is. Except on maybe a Skogul. Ah, bro. Alright. Yeah, it's still unusable with 20 crit damage. It's slightly better, but, I mean, yeah, what can you do with this? You gem in crit rate, it's got no speed. This one, though, this is usable. You gem in the speed. This is usable. Not amazing, but usable. As with all of us, SahDiesAlot needs more speed gems than anybody ever will get, but it's a usable rune. Alright, this one, 17 crit damage, 9 crit rate. Yeah, this is the one we're looking for, right? Legend, 17 crit damage, so we'll go ahead and hit this one. I actually did build... Ooh, that's a quad roll, guys! That's a quad roll that pays. Those of you who were patient are getting paid some pretty big points right here. That's actually an awesome rune, too. That is actually an awesome rune. Alright, congratulations to Porch, Albert, Vrozar, Kang, Shiki. All of you guys just got paid huge. And bigger congratulations to SahDiesAlot because you just got paid huger. 25 crit rate, slot 1 rune. Already has the speed in there, so you can just gem whatever you want over the flat HP or the accuracy. Not the highest efficiency rune in the world, but not bad efficiency for a quad roll crit rate either. Alright, let's see. Next up, we have an attack, HP, accuracy. That one you can gem in speed, and it's a functional rune. Tong, if you look 5 messages above you, my bot, the bot actually reported into the channel to show you exactly how to bet. It's just exclamation point bet, and then the betting option, and then the amount of points you want to bet. Okay, now here we have one with 739 flat HP. This is not a bad rune, but the extra roll in here, and the fact that it doesn't have a ton of speed, the attack and the crit rate match up, but the rune overall itself, it's just going to be hard to use. Well, the rune just got a little bit easier to use. It still kept the flat HP, but it did get easier to use. Strange, I actually would not. I tested Akia in an AO a long time ago, and it was just not effective. The thing that you're going to run into is her multipliers and her base stats are lower than Zyros, so you're going to struggle to get enough damage into an AO that can still outspeed and do everything you need to do. She just doesn't quite do enough. The thing with Zyros is his skill 2 is also AoE, does continuous damage, so he's a great cleanup monster. The Akia skill 2 is just single target, so she's not going to help you clean up. I would look for different options, honestly. Cameron, by the way, 2A Cameron is a much better version of Akia because she's got an 800 something base attack, huge multipliers, and 2 AoEs. So I would use Cameron over, and then Cameron has AoE reset on her skill 3, but she also has single target reset on her skill 2. So I would look at Cameron over Akia. Also a free-to-play monster. Nice, Jax. So we've had one high triple, and then we just hit a quad roll crit damage, or crit rate, excuse me. I think we keep this rune. This is not a great rune. She's better with skill ups, but she doesn't need them. I used her unskilled in Siege for a long time. But she's absolutely better because she'll just hit harder, but you can make the same case for Zyros. Well, you can't make the same case for Zyros. He works without skill ups, but he's better with them, so... Ace, I have not built all the 2As. No, I've built a fair amount, but not all of them. Okay, next up there's a 21 crit damage rune that is, once again, it's like all crit damage with nothing else. So I see kind of like a trend, like you keep everything that rolls high crit damage, but then you struggle to use them because they just don't have the other stats that fit in with your team. That's kind of where I used to be as well, which is, I guess, part of where the meme started with no crit damage. Is because I can't find a way to use these runes. I'm gonna still keep this. Yeah, Cameron is the Dark Pixie. Oh, that's a little better. Ace, I can show you which ones I've built, but I'm not on my account right now. Actually, hang on, let me check something. You know what? I have my BlueStacks open. I can log into my account and I can show you. Alright, well, so we take this side for sure. Sure about this one. You gem in the speed, it's quad grindable, it is high rolls on the HP and the attack, there's no innate, we're down to 37 reaps. You have so many runes you need to gem in the speed on. This one's not going to be a priority for you for a long time. Trying to think, like on my account, would I keep reapping this or would I move along? Would I keep reapping this or I would probably... I'd probably hit this one 2 more times and I would stop at 35. Well then! Yeah, I think we gotta keep that. That's different. That's not 21 crit damage. That's 28 crit damage with 6 crit rate. I think that's a keeper. Your Vigor just popped a cocky. This will work, bro. This will work. See, now this we keep. This we keep. That's an all day long keeper. All right, next up. Actually, next up, let me pop open the blue stacks for you. Oh, does that pay? That pays. No, it doesn't pay. That one doesn't pay. Okay. All right. So, so Ace. By the way, the very last video I did. The very last video I did is actually 2A building progression. So if you check on my channel, or actually it's the most recent video, so I can probably just pull a link for you. Yeah, so here you go, Ace. This is a video. I actually ranked the 2As by tier list of which order you should build in and in which progression. But if you want to see the ones that I've built, so Mina and Vigor are very useful. The Khan I've never used. The Ikaru, obviously, for Ikaru. Elucia is amazing. I never use her that much, but she is amazing. Really great guild content PvP, also useful in RTA. Lulu is obviously amazing right now. Kali technically doesn't need 2A, but man, Kali is amazing just even as a 3-star, but even better as a 2A. Sath is amazing. Spectra is really useful in early game TOA, and occasionally useful in late game TOA hell. The routes you do not need 3 of. This is from older dungeon teams, but having 1 or 2 routes is still useful. Tattoo is obviously just dungeon team. Naomi is mostly early game. You can still find use for her in Water Rift later in the game, but there's other monsters that will work as well. But Naomi is useful for Water Rift pretty much. This guy, Shakan, is worthless. Don't build him. He's just a worse version of the free-to-play Akia. I know there's some people, people even commented on that video and said, you're underestimating Shakan, but man, I built Shakan, I tried Shakan, and he's just like a worse version of Akia. He does no damage, and then the problem is, in order to reset stuff, you have to have a stripper in front of him, and then you have 2 units that do no damage. So, I'm just not a fan. Bernard technically doesn't need 2A, but in PvP, he is useful in 2A. Ramahan is a useful guild content monster, not amazing. Eileen is terrible. I built her thinking that the skill 1 would be great in Water Rift, and it's usable. She's a good alternative to Naomi. She's actually, in early mid-game, Eileen is better than Naomi for Water Rift because she can do almost as much damage as Naomi, but she also offers a skill 2 cleanse. But as your rune quality goes up, Naomi becomes better because you don't need the heal. Ramagos is really just a monster for fun. He's not going to give you any consistency, but he can do some cool stuff. Prom is not consistent enough. He is really good, but he's just not consistent enough for guild content, so he's probably better in RTA. Xiaoling, I've never had much success with her. I feel she's too inconsistent. Right now she's just on leftover runes. But I know, again, that's another one. A lot of people commented on the video that they find success with her, so I think she might be good for low G1 or C3 Siege. Doesn't really work in higher game meta, but she might be good in lower game meta. Escher is good in early and late game. He's very limited in mid game because he needs rune quality, but he's great in early and late game. Early game is an attack bar booster, and late game is an attack bar booster plus damage dealer. Shren I was really excited for, but again, I just haven't found, because she doesn't heal herself, I haven't found her doing enough, so she's just kind of in leftover runes now. Shaman is a really good PvE monster. I would still recommend building Shaman. And Shushu, in early game, if you're lacking healers and you're lacking immunity buffers, Shushu can be helpful, but generally speaking, he just doesn't do enough for use in late game. And for the dark ones that I've built, Joltan is 100% counter to Lauren. So if you're seeing a lot of Lauren defenses, Joltan is amazing. Thrain is just absolutely amazing. Double S tier at least, 2A, definitely worth building. Great for PvP, great for TOA. I think I skipped over Bella, but Bella is also worth building. I use her in the farming teams for a couple of my Labyrinth teams. I use her, like I actually still use her at this stage of game in Labyrinth. I use her in some Dimensional Hole teams. She's great for early game Dragons teams, and then I use her once in a while in PvP, honestly. A light tank that has skill 1 defense break with healing and turn cycling and attack bar boosting. So Bella is still a really good monster. Varus is niche. The skill 1 stuns are pretty awesome. He does pretty decent damage, but he has to be in a set comp, which makes him pretty limited. I wouldn't recommend building Varus. Here's the Cameron I was talking about. She's de-runed right now, but I used her for a very long time in G1 Siege. 111 base speed is awesome, 800 base attack. She's got huge multipliers. She does AoE attack skill reset on her skill 3. She does almost a full skill reset on her skill 2. Just a really, really underrated 2A. And I think that's all the ones I've built. So there you go. Those are all the 2As that I've built. And then somebody asked what my Giants team is. So I actually have a video showing you how to do the Giants team, but that is just going to be... I actually turned on Trikeru when I logged in, but my Giants team is just the SahDiesAlot team, and I've got a video showing you how to build it. So let's jump back over to SahDiesAlot's account. Dragon, dropping the Dragon Champions promo. I appreciate it. Yeah, if anybody wasn't here earlier on stream when I talked about it, guys, Dragon Champions is the other game I play. I'm partnered with them. I play the game a lot. I really enjoy it. It has some amazing features. I highly would recommend you check it out. And then obviously if you do, since I'm partnered with them, use the promo code XGGIFT. And it helps me out because they see that I'm still promoting it, and you know, they see through the installations. But besides that, you're going to get some free stuff in the game. You get free gold, free monster, just stuff that's going to help you progress a little bit faster in the early game. And then the download information for that game is in the video, is in the stream description. So if you just click on the stream description, you can actually get a direct link to download it. Okay, next up we've got a Vio 1, 24 attack, 12 crit rate, gem in the speed. I think this one is actually fine. We leave that one alone. Then we've got a Vio 1, 516 HP flat, 10 crit rate, 8 accuracy. This one, it's got nice attack. This one's got 21% attack, which let's sort by, yeah, we're sorted by sub property. This rune, oh not this rune. 20 accuracy is nice. This one? Yeah, this rune's got really nice attack, but we can see just from the line he's got 7 runes already that have more attack. Attack and crit rate are great together, but you gem in the speed, and as a violent rune, it's just an empty stat rune. It's kind of low efficiency as well. It rolled to 78. So with that extra roll in the flat HP, I think we just can make this a little bit better. Big boy, yes. I would recommend doing the Verd Halloween one. I think when it comes to transmogs, the only transmog in the entire game I recommend is the Verd one. Ikaru can speed your Trikeru team up by like a second or so, not even a second, but the Verd one will speed your team up by almost 3 seconds. Every other transmog in the game is just about what you think is cool. Like for me personally, I like the sound effects. I do actually play the game with the sound on. And so I tend to pick my transmogs, which reminds me, let me make sure sound's off on Nox. I do tend to pick my transmogs based on which ones kind of have like a really cool sound effect along with like just kind of a dominating, I don't know, there's a certain type of transmog that I like. But it's all about personal preference, with the one exception being the Verd, which actually helps you for progression because you farm faster, so that's the one I always recommend. Dragon, I struggle to actually... Well, so here's the thing, Dragon. Before auto-farming, I've worked from home for a very long time, and so what I did for like the first 2 years I played this game is I had... Let me show you guys this actually, because I still use this. This is a tablet holder. So I've got my tablet, right? And it's in this little stand that's flexible and stuff. And so I would keep the tablet holder, I would keep the tablet next to me on my desk, like right underneath my monitor. And that's how I knew to restart my dungeon run. So I would farm. I worked 12, 14-hour days, especially back then. I was working all day long. And I would farm all day by, what I actually do is I adjust the in-game sound so the music is low, but the sound effects are high. So when the dungeon run ends, you hear that sound breaking out into the silence, and that would tell me to restart the run. But so I played the game for 2 years with sound on because that's how I knew how to keep restarting my auto farm, and now it just feels unnatural without it. I don't particularly enjoy the music or anything else, but it's just unnatural for me to play without it because I played with it for so long. A slight upgrade. Nice playtime. See, Ace says Ace uses it. Playtime uses it. See, guys, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. A few of us play with sound. It's a practicality thing, guys. Like that's how you know when to restart your dungeon run. Honestly, I farmed more efficiently before auto farm because now I don't hear when the run is over, and I'll leave my auto farm running for like an hour or something. Like I'll completely forget to restart it because I get engrossed in work. Before auto farm, it was just like total muscle memory. It was like tick tick tick, restart the run. I never missed a run, man. I never missed a run. It was 800 plus runs a day before auto farm. Since auto farm, I farm so much less because I don't know when to restart it and then I forget. I kind of feel like we keep this. It's not amazing. The crit damage isn't awesome, but it does synergize, and I kind of feel like the rolls are decent. I don't know. This is low, this is low. Let's give it one more try, but we're starting to run low on the re-apps, so I want to make sure we get to improve a bunch of runes. This is actually better. This is more efficient, but when this is a finished product, it will be more efficient. So here's a great example of talking about blue versus hero, right? You've got great rolls on this, but if you gem out the crit rate, you're gemming out a roll. If you don't gem out the crit rate, the only thing you can grind is HP. On this side, we swap the resistance to HP and grind all three of these, and we wind up with way more stats. So even though this side rolled better, this is the better rune. Merrick, no, mostly I just stopped farming. The real... Hey, Rob, thanks for hanging out on stream, man. Have a good night. Okay, that makes sense, big boy. That makes sense, yeah. So, Merrick, if you want to talk about the most first world problem you've ever heard, the most first world problem is the reason I don't farm as much is because it's gotten nearly impossible for me to improve my runes since B12s came out. Like, the first 6 months of farming, all my runes just shot up to, like, 110% efficiency, and not all, like, to 100 plus, ranging from 1 to 120, and, like, now it's like, there's no point in farming because I can't improve my rune quality, so that's the first world problem. That's the first world problem. Alright, I think we're going to leave this rune alone. We got 32 re-apps left. I want to make sure that we get through all the runes. We still have the slot 3s left, and that rune is usable as it is. So the next rune we've got coming up is 16 crit damage with 12 resistance. This one has no synergy at all. Alright, it's not impossible. That's fair. Impossible is an overstatement. It feels impossible. I'm not going to call anybody out there. I've got comparable runes there, Merrick. Dragon, are we still talking about the game, or are you talking about like a real first world problem? No pictures of your monkey, please. No pictures of your monkey, bro. Okay, that's the most unfortunate re-up I think I've ever seen. That's sad. That makes me sad. That really makes me sad. Alright, Garv, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. Garv, I appreciate the support, man. I hope you have a great night. Yeah, so I said impossible was an overstatement. You have to gem crit damage out for attack here, and then you're slow, but you're slow either way. This side is... Oh, man. I don't know what to do with this rune. Okay, so let me phrase it more accurately. The amount of work it takes for me to marginally improve one rune is disproportionate to what was occurring earlier in the game. So the thing is, there's obviously a lot of... You know what, if everything was instant +6, +12, I'd probably still be farming as much as I used to. But, you know, I have to do tens of thousands of runs to get one rune that's going to reach RTA level as an improvement for me at this point. And for me to do those tens of thousands of runs, I have to sift through all those runes. So I'm spending hundreds of hours and tons of crystals to get one rune that slightly improves one monster in RTA. So yeah, you can always improve. You can absolutely always improve. I am certainly not rocking all perfect runes. It's just reached a point where the work is disproportionate. The work and the cost in crystals is disproportionate. That would be a better way to say it. Okay, this is actually awesome. This is actually awesome. The resistance with the high HP, you regen the speed. This is really awesome. We'll take this. We'll take this. That's a nice re-add. It does not quite pay, but it is a nice re-add. Okay, the next rune up, this one's actually pretty good. We're going to leave it alone. So the one below that, 21 accuracy, 14 res. It's like literally the exact same thing. So Ace, I will say this. When Ariel got buffed, I thought it was just a lateral movement. And this is what I said at the time, and I still kind of stand by the assessment, but I think there's some differences. So at the time, what I said is Ariel went from like being an all-purpose high healer to a niche-specific counter, and that remains very true. Ariel he became more niche with the buff because now he's meant to counter specific monsters. But I think what I would say is that he is amazing for countering those monsters. So you heal them, you use him against like a Rika, or you use him against even a Nephthys. I've had some like just crazy fights where I brought him into RTA against a Nephthys, and then I managed to get him that second turn, and every monster on my team had like 6 regen effects, and the enemy just couldn't even damage me. Yes, Salty, Beginner Dragons team definitely with Beginner Dragons team with no Spectra? Ralph, Bella, Fran, Lauren, Sigmarus. Lulu is a better all-around monster than Ariel. I agree with that, but there are situations where Ariel is a better pick. I think Ariel makes more sense against, for example, an Asima. In an Asima cleave, a Nemesis Ariel or like just a max resistance violent Ariel that can cut, Ariel is way better against Asima, for example. Tian Lang is good because he basically shuts down the Oracle skill 1, and he shuts down Diana, and then he shuts down attack bar boosters. Tian Lang is a top 5 LD5. Artemiel is just Artemiel, man. Artemiel is also a top 5 LD5. Yeah, Tian Lang also does really big damage. He's got HP scaling damage, so you build him as a bruiser. He's got skill 1 defense break. He's got somewhat consistent stuns on his skill 2. He's a multi-hitter on skill 1, so he does huge artifact damage as well. Tian Lang's amazing, bro. If I had to pick one LD5, my first choice right now would be Ragdoll. My second would probably be Gianna. Third would be Artemiel. Fourth would be Tian Lang. Those would be like and fifth would be Pater. I think if I had to pick 5 LD5s in the game, off the top of my head, it would be those 5. Tian Lang would be number 4. Alright, 21 accuracy. This rune's nice. This rune is ugly. Yeah, this is the one we're looking for. So we've got innate. Yeah, this rune definitely has room to grow. Six, 6, 6, 6. We got quad 6s, guys. We got quad 6s. That's a better rune. Alright. Do we keep this or not? It's got innate, so I feel like we go a little bit further with it. What's up, Roni? How you doing, man? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. No, the points don't change the highest. The points would just change how many you win or lose. Salty, congratulations, man. We all want to see your pater, bro. Alright, what? Yeah, it's got innate. I feel like we got to go a little further because this may be our last one with innate. I'm not sure if we actually have anything else with innate. My opinion on Fermion. I think he's an interesting guild content. Big Boy, I have not done an auto team for them, but I do have... Ooh, no speed and no way to put speed in. So Big Boy, I do have a Labyrinth video for Hell teams. I don't have one for auto teams. One of these days I might do one for auto teams. The problem is it's got a balance in between like rune quality and free to play, and it's a lot of research, and I don't know how much demand there is, because that's the type of video that would probably take me a week to find teams that people could build consistently. One thing that's, and this is another first world problem, but one thing I'd struggle with is I can't build my rune quality down. Like, I can only go as low as I have, so when I'm trying to research like a mid-game type thing, it can be more challenging. But as far as auto teams, I do have a video for auto teams that will give you all Hell teams that can be built with even early game runes. And I just dropped the link into chat for you for that video. Alright, this is the last re-up. I think this is number 5. If we don't hit, we'll keep the rune. Alright, much better. Much, much better. Now you can regem the speed, and that's actually a beast of a rune. Opinion on Fermion, by the way, I think he's a pretty strong guild offense monster. I think a lot of people try and use him on defense, and he's too easy to kill on defense. But I think on offense, he'd be a lot of fun. He's an amazing dark tank. I don't know how much place he has in RTA. Probably not much, but I think he has a really good usage outside of RTA. Yeah, Brandon, it's an old video, man. It's a really old video. That was one of the first videos I made. That's probably in the first 10 videos I made. Yeah, Big Boy, so we'll be wrapping up pretty soon. We're down to 22 re-apps. Okay, that one's done. I put my pater in Discord. Bro, Salty, I'm so glad you said Discord and you didn't name somebody in stream. Alright, next up we've got 21 attack, 11 res, 10 crit rate, 4 speed. So here you have to gem the res over. I think this rune can be made a little bit better. Again, we have a lot of really high attack percentage runes. So if this was his highest attack percentage rune, I would, if this was his highest attack, oh wait, that's not the one. Here it is. If this was his highest attack percentage rune, I would not re-up this. So one thing to keep in mind, guys, is when you're looking at a rune that's kind of like so-so, if the rune is unique to your account, then you definitely want to keep it. But in this case, again, we can see this is the 8th highest attack percentage rune. So even though these two stats are nice, when you gem the res into HP, the rune becomes pretty low efficiency, and it's redundant. He's got a bunch of high attack percentage runes in inventory already. So we want to look for a rune that's more useful, like this right here. This is already more useful because you change this accuracy into HP, and the rune synergizes pretty well. What's up? Perk coming back, showing us all his pater also. Guys, everybody on stream has paters. Varmo, his most recent LD5 toy, I think, was Lucifer, so it should be another week or two, and Perk will draw his next LD5. He is probably he's probably almost 2 months out. That's a little bit too long. What's up, Lee? How you doing, man? So the hey, I adopted it pretty early on, but I think it took me a while to figure out how I wanted to use it as an intro. So when I first started YouTube, I didn't have any equipment. Like, since then, I've built a green room. I bought a lot of stuff. In the beginning, I was literally just like sitting at my normal work desk using my normal webcam with an old headset that I had. Bad audio quality. Now I've upgraded a lot of stuff, so you can definitely see the growth. I've also gotten much bigger. You can see how much weight I've gained since I started YouTube. It shows in the videos, man. It's bad. But yeah, so Alright, next up we've got attack, HP, speed, and accuracy. That's a usable rune. Next up we've got attack, defense, resistance, crit rate. So you gem in the speed. That's a usable rune. We have got attack, accuracy, crit rate, crit damage. That's a usable rune. You change the accuracy to speed. That's no HP, but it works. Then we've got speed, accuracy, resistance. This one has to have the resistance gemmed out. But the rune itself is not bad. I think we leave that one alone. Then we have got an attack, speed, accuracy, crit damage. That's easy. Gem the crit damage. Then we've got attack, speed, accuracy, crit rate. So you gem the crit rate on this one. It's a good good support rune because it's got 14 speed, 13 speed, 14 accuracy. We've got attack, HP, accuracy, crit rate. The trick with this one, you have to gem the HP over to speed, but it is fairly efficient, so I think we keep this one. Yeah, Varma, that's actually why I dropped down to 2 times a week streaming, because I do need to start moving around a bit more. Hey, it is Xennial Gamer! Alright, let's refresh this list. We're getting pretty close to the end of the slot 1s. We got 25 left, actually. You know what? We've done all the low efficiency slot 1s. I want to do the slot 3s before we run out of re-apps. So let's take a look at these slot 3s and see if there's any really... Yeah, here we go. Res and crit damage. This one right here. No, not this one. Speed innate, bad. This one, 14 res. Actually, this was not what I was looking for, but this is definitely a target. So, yeah, you gem the resistance into speed. I guess, actually, this one's not terrible. We'll look at that one in the optimizer. What I'm looking for is 14 res, 10 crit damage. 15 res. Is it on? Oh, it's on Maruna. Okay. I'm looking for this one right here. Yeah, 14 res, 10 crit damage, low rolls into speed. This one definitely has some room for improvement. Wow. It's bad either way, but actually this side is like a hair better. Crit rate's better than crit damage. Oh, okay. Okay, we can get behind this one. This is actually useful. So now you gem the speed over the resistance. 17-17 is pretty useful. So big boy, I have got 3 artifact videos. I don't think we have any mods left on stream. I've got 3 artifact videos, but I would recommend only watching the first 2. And then I have a 4th artifact video that I recorded that is much more updated, that talks specifically about what you're looking for and how to use it. It breaks it down stat by stat. That one is pending to be edited. It's already recorded, so it'll probably be released in the next week or so. But in the meantime, let me drop you a link for the last one I did, which is probably, it's the best one I've got out for right now anyway. Oh, actually, there's a couple here. Alright, so here's one link. Artifact cleanup, let's go to show all. Okay, these are the 2 I would watch. The very first one I did was like literally the week artifacts came out, and it's not really relevant to the current game. Those 2 are a little bit older, so the one that's coming out next week will be much more up to date, but those 2 will work for you for now. Alright, so this is definitely a keeper. I think 17 crit rate, 17 accuracy, that's pretty rare. You gem in the speed, and it's missing the HP, but it's still a pretty good stat combination. Alright, next up we've got crit damage, accuracy, speed, HP, so I think that's another one that doesn't quite fit together great. Not this one, it's going to be further along. We are looking for this one. No. Crit damage, crit rate. Actually, we weren't looking for this one, but this one's pretty bad. Also, you gem in speed, and then you've got low rolls. Yeah, so this one's definitely a target. Ah, you're very welcome, big boy. You're very welcome, bro. Wow, man, we seem to like to get you crit damage rolls, but this one does not fit together well. You gem in the crit rate, you got no speed. You gem in the speed, you got no crit rate. This is kind of a rough room to keep. Much better, much better. Now we've got the crit rate with it, when you gem in the speed. It's lower rolls. This is like a 555, and this is a 444? Or is this a 55? This is a yeah, wow. This is... Okay, no, never mind. Looked pretty, but it wasn't there. How many you save re-apps often? So Monarch, I'm not real good at saving re-apps. I tend to use them as soon as I get them. This is the account of SahDiesAlot, and we started with 200 re-apps. All right. This one's quad grindable. Once again, gem in the speed. There's a roll in the flat HP, I think, or it's just super low rolls here. But for a legend, no innate, I think that rune is okay. I think we'll move on to the next one. We are down to 16 re-apps, so I want to make sure we're getting a lot of different runes boosted. As much improvement as we can get. Yeah, there you go. Pleasure. You remember Pleasure Delayer playtime? Alright, ooh, here's one. 14 res, 15 crit rate, 11 crit damage. Perk dropping the 4-leaf clover. Okay, guys, the next re-app is blessed by Perk. I gotta find a good target, guys. I gotta find a good target because Perk is the luckiest player in Summoner's War. Telling you that straight up now, and Perk is sharing his luck on this next re-app. So we gotta find a really good target. I'm gonna look for one with an 8. Preferably accuracy innate. Here we go. We got 2 with accuracy innate. They're both pretty good runes though, so we're not taking either of those. So let's look for crit rate innate. That one's also a good rune. That one's also a good rune. That one's a good rune. How about resonate? Resonate. There you go. This one is 7. You know what? This one's got some potential. It's got a good defense HP mix. Yeah, maybe we keep this one. Maybe we keep this one. We keep this one. So we got an HP flat here. 19 speed. We're going to keep that. Okay, I got the one. It's on a Jeer, slot 3. Alright guys, Perk, thank you very much for the super chat. Guys, this quad roll right here brought to you by Perk. We're going to see a monster re-app right now. Perk, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate it, man. Seriously. There it is. That's the Perk touch, guys. That is the Perk touch right there. We got crit rate, we got speed, we gem in the HP, triple grindable, one and done. That's all it takes when Perk's on your side. Telling you guys, Perk pulls an LD5 like every 10th scroll also. So Ace, unfortunately, as much as I try and help everybody, as much as I want to help everybody, there'd be no way for me to keep up with all the requests. So I do some account service for, I do a little bit of paid account service work. If you want to check my website, you can. And then I do a community help stream once. I do an open community help stream once a month, and then I also do a members only community help stream once a month. So I really do 2. And then I also usually do like an RTA help stream. So during those streams, it's all done by drawing. I usually try and get to 3 or 4 people and help them out, and then on stream just talk about everything I'm doing so the people watching can see it as well. But yeah, unfortunately, to run up a GB12 team, that can take a couple of hours, especially if you're early game, and there's just no way I could keep up with all the requests. Alright, next up, we have got, let's see, how many targets do we have left? 20 targets left. We got 3 more resonate. This one is already good. This one is already good. This one is not good at all. 20 crit damage, 22 HP. Yeah, also let me drop a link in chat. I do have a video that shows you how to build it as well. So if you want to check the video, I just dropped the link in chat for that one. Okay, yeah, this is an interesting rune here. This is really nice for the pony, but the resistance is basically a dead stat here, so we lose some value. And if you gem in the speed, then you're losing a key stat. You can't triple grind it, and because this is innate, it makes it a pretty decent target. So we got low rolls with synergy, or high rolls without synergy. Actually, in this case, I'm leaning towards the high rolls without. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I can gem 9 speed on this side, and then I have the 22 HP. versus 8. This the high rolls without is better. Dragon, currently my Pontos is jacked up. I accidentally ruined him in-game on FRR and didn't realize it and forgot to change him back. But in-game I run Pontos. Oh, no wonder my defense keeps losing. Crap, I gotta remember to change him back. So I run Pontos on a fast Violent Will with max resistance, high HP defense in-game, and then in RTA right now, he's on a damage build, double Nemesis Will. Alright, so this is almost a quad. It's like a super low quad roll. This is a super low quad roll. The stats here fit together a little bit better. You gem in speed, it's the same thing, 15, but this side is still better. Okay. What's up, Andre? How you doing, man? What's up, Santos, also, by the way? How's it going? Alright, this fits together better. Once again, we're set on by these low rolls, but now it's a double mid-roll here, low roll here, but this fits together better. The 15 crit rate has way more value. That 15 crit rate has way more value. It's much easier to use. Again, like I said, you can get crit damage off artifacts, but you cannot get crit rate off artifacts. So this is definitely a much better fit. I want to hit this 2 more times. I'm going to stop at 10. If we don't get something all the way good, we'll... Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Dies? This is like a stupid low quad roll or just 2 low rolls into flat HP. But for your account, this rune could fit really well because you can gem in the defense. It's quad grindable, super high HP. On this side, you've got the crit rate, but the crit damage is low rolls. You tell me which side you prefer, guys. For my account, I probably take the left side because I'm always low on crit rate. But man, this is so good for a bruiser build. Hey Ace, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream. I appreciate it, bro. Guy says left side, okay. Yeah, I go left on mine as well, but just wanted to make sure. Alright, we'll give this one more shot, and then we're done with this rune. Alright. Extra roll and crit damage, but now this gets more interesting. This gets more interesting, because we could gem 9 crit rate in here. So you're basically trading 6 crit rate off for the accuracy. Oh no, we can't gem in 9 crit rate, there's no speed. Yeah, it's still left side, never mind. You'd have to gem in the speed, and then the left side is still going to be more useful. Yeah, because here you can gem in the speed, and then you grind, yeah. Okay, left side's still more useful, so we're going to stop there. It's not a bad rune. I was hoping we could make it a little bit better. But it's not a bad rune, so we'll stop there. And let's see, next up we have got, what's our next target? We got a 16 crit damage, 6 accuracy, triple grindable. I think we leave that one alone. It's pretty high efficiency. The crit damage doesn't fit great, but it's not a bad, we don't have to gem away crit damage on every rune. And I think we've done it on a lot already. We've got a 16 crit rate, 10 res, so that one we just gem the res into HP. We've got a 24 defense, 16 HP, 5 crit rate, and gem in the speed. We've got 16 HP, 11 res, 9 crit rate, 12 crit damage. So here we just gem the res to speed. And then we've got low roll, and gemmed in speed. So this one actually might be a decent target. Alright, this is not on anybody. It's probably going to be lower down here. We're looking for 9 crit rate. Not that one. 9 crit rate, 12 crit damage, slot 3 Vios. So that's 5 crit rate. 6, 9, 10. I think I did that one already and I forgot to lock it. Okay. So we got 16 crit rate, 6 crit damage, that's a keeper. We've got 15 crit rate, 11 crit damage, 14 res, but the high crit rate makes that a keeper. We've got 10 crit rate with high speed, so that's a keeper. And then we've got 18 crit rate, 11 crit damage, gem the res into speed. That is a keeper. Guys, we're almost through all of your runes, man. We're almost through all of your runes. That's crazy. So big boy, skill 4 crit damage would work for monsters like the samurais or a couple of the cannon girls. Those are the only ones that really have a skill 4 attack skill. But if you go look at the kit of like Christina or something, she does have the attack skill. Skill 4. Or like, since Christina's an at 5, go look at any of the samurais. They all have a skill 4 attack skill as well. Alright, we've got 11 accuracy, 10 res, 15 speed, I think, and 7 crit damage. Actually, that's a pretty ugly rune now that I look at it. Whoops. Here we go. 11 accuracy, 10 res. So this has speed and nothing else, just an empty rune. See if we could maybe keep the speed, but change the other stats. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. That'll work. Not amazing, but definitely an upgrade. Definitely a usable. That's like a siege depth rune. Definitely not RTA. Okay, we've got a 22 resistance rune with no speed on the Kaki. So this one right here, we could technically gem in the speed. Yeah, it's like basically one of the worst sub properties is the skill 4 crit damage. It's almost completely useless. I expected them to bring in more monsters with a 4th skill in their kit after artifacts, but they never did. They brought in more crushing, and they brought in like more monsters to take advantage of artifacts, but they never brought in more skill 4 crit damage. Alright, so we've got HP, defense, res. Yeah, I mean, even if you gem in the speed, this room's just kind of not great. Let's go ahead and see if we can make it a little bit better. Well, this fits together better. You put in the speed. Not perfect. Not perfect, but it definitely fits together better. Yeah, that's true. And then they... Ooh... That one's kind of interesting. I mean, I wish this was HP and it would be amazing. But that one's not bad, man. High rolls, good synergy. That one's not bad. I think we stopped there. We kept the resistance and the speed, but we made the other 2 stats better. That was the stated goal. And it looks like everything else in the slot 3 is pretty good. Yeah, if you gem, I mean, you'd have to gem the speed out. I don't know if I'd want to do that, but it could, in theory, work for Leo. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so 15, 24, 12. This one's got 21. Yeah. Okay, that's it for the slot 3s, actually. All of the rest of them are good, so let's just open this up to all violent runes and see what we got left. We have 30 left. Most of them are slot 1s. There is the Yen slot 6 accuracy. Let me go back to that one. I can't remember if we ever finished that one. Yeah, we finished that one. I just didn't lock it. And then there is a slot 3 with 27 HP that I decided to leave alone. As I keep looking, I think you know what? I think this rune is so tough, man. The 27 HP is nice, but what do you do with the rest of it? It just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Let's try it. Let's see if we can make it a little bit better. I agree with you, Varmo. I don't... Ooh, okay. Okay. I wish we didn't have a roll in there, but that's not bad. That'll get up around 100% efficiency, speed, high accuracy, a little bit more useful than it was before. We'll take that. We'll take that and leave it there. Alright, the Yen one is done, so now if we look at the worst remaining runes, honestly, it's kind of a stretch. 21 attack, 20 accuracy, that rune is pretty good. About this one. 21 accuracy, 12 crit rate, that rune is pretty good. That rune is good. Alright, guys, I would say... Ooh, actually, wait, there's one more. 22-22. Oh, we did it already. Sub-property. Oh, no, never mind. It's here. Yeah, this one. This one also hurts me, man. This one also hurts me. I had such good rolls, but what can you do with it? It doesn't do anything for you. That does. Not exactly an amazing rune, but how do you get rid of it? 18 crit rate, 13 crit damage. There will be a place for that somewhere in your account. 16 speed, 23 crit rate. We're getting into much more efficient runes now. 31 res. Okay, this one. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This one is not on anybody, okay. Not this one. Okay, we're looking for 16 crit damage, 5 crit rate, resistance and 8. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, this is, yeah. Yeah, this is the one. So we got 3 re-apps left, guys. Oh, okay. The rune of the day with 3 re-apps left to go. Bro, what's up? That's the rune of the day, ladies and gentlemen. That is the rune of the day. Bro. All right. Obviously, we're just going to drop in this attack percent, and then we're going to grind if we can. All right, I actually won't do this because you may want to re-gem and go for higher. I don't know, but this thing is crazy efficient, 22 speed, triple grindable, accuracy, resistance, everything you could want. Bro, rune of the day with 3 left. And right before it, I was like, this is the one. I didn't realize when I said this is the one, it's what I meant. Hurt with the super chat, dropping the 4-leaf clover, blessing the final 2 re-apps. Could we do one more 22 speed rune? We've done 2 so far. We've done 2 so far. What's up? Hey, Buka. Check the website butt, and then you left the butt hanging. 15 res, 15 speed. That one's pretty good. Alright, guys, so here's the problem. We are officially out of Violent Will and Despair. There's 2 re-apps left. Do you want to just speed chase on a couple of Swift runes? Hans, I am pushing, but I'm pushing down, bro. I just lose every match now. I've lost 300 points. I went from G2 to low C3. Dai says speed chase on the Swifts. Okay. So let's check slot 6. That's usually where most of us are slowest. These are all pretty fast. Except for the attack percent. So let's check slot 4s. Alright, we need, let's do this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. We got a slot 4 defense percent. It's efficient, but with no stats. Let's give it a shot. This one right here, right? The one on Aria, yeah. Alright, guys. This re-app was blessed by Perk. The last time he blessed a re-app, I think, was a 22 speeder. Can we do it a second time? Here we go. One time, 22 speed, baby. 18 speed, we'll take that. We'll take that. It's a Swift rune. The other stats don't even really matter. All we care about is speed. But the crit rate's not terrible here. You gem the accuracy into HP percent. You're triple grindable. I mean, I know it's flat HP, but it's still grindable. That's an upgrade. We will take that without a doubt. Let's see if we can, so Perk, thank you very much for the super chat. SahDiesAlot, thanks you very much for the 18 speed Swift rune. And we are going to find one more target, preferably one with no speed at all. Alright, let's see, we're going to go not speed, and then we're just going to find the lowest efficiency rune. That is a slot 5 with 52 flat attack. Wouldn't it be just like freaking stupid if this thing rolled 30 speed? We'd turn SahDiesAlot into a turn 1 player. But this rune is absolutely terrible. Almost no matter what we do with it, it's going to be better. Oh, we got 2 re-ups left. I lied. We got 2 re-ups left. So here we go, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. It's not amazing, but it's somewhat sort of semi-usable. You gem attack percent in, 18 speed. It's a deep siege depth rune. It's definitely not one I want to re-up again with our last re-up, so that's not bad. So the next worst Swift rune on your account is a slot 3 with 1,000 HP flat. That's this one right here. So guys, this final 27 speed Swift rune brought to you by Perk. One time, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, well, it's better than it was before. You can now gem in speed, and it's actually a usable rune. So at least we went from a garbage rune to like a usable rune. Certainly not, for Swift, certainly not ideal. But, wow, man, six hours. My wings are almost reset. And yeah, Hans, I think, I don't know if Water Ryu will be nerfed. I just hope they don't nerf him away from being a counter to the meta. Like last season, they nerfed Chung, but then they buffed Yogan more than Chung and just made the meta worse. So I hope they don't. I really hope they don't nerf Water Ryu. I really hope they don't. Right now, he's like one of the few things that can argue the strat. You know, that can challenge the meta. All right, guys, that is it, bro. I think it was a really solid re-up session, man. I can't believe how many runes we got through. It's definitely a good thing we split this into 2 streams. But I am going to playtime. I swear, I thought you said I think they should just remove Yogan. I read that as they should just remove Yogan. Talk about a challenge there. All right, we're gonna summon 1 mystical scroll for dragon. Wow, Dies is already saving up. Oh, so Buka. Sometimes people have trouble on tablets or mobile phones, but if you Buka, if you message me in Discord, I'll send you a screenshot. I'm not a web developer and I built the site myself, and it's not friendly to some devices. Like some devices with the wrong resolution, it's just not coming out right. I've got somebody helping me with it, but he hasn't figured it out yet either. Anyway, basically I can tell you the rates are $40 an hour, and what I do most is a roadmap where I just get on Discord, I stream with you one-on-one, and I kind of talk you through how you want to progress your account. We look at your box, we set up some targets for siege defenses, for runes to gem and grind, for RTA, whatever the case may be. We put it all in a spreadsheet and just give you a roadmap of how you want to progress on your account. So that's what I do the most. Brandon, Ace, by the way, thank you very much, bro. Have a good night. Brandon, also thank you. And guys, so that's it. We are going to summon 1 mystical scroll for SahDiesAlot, and then we're going to wrap up stream. So Dragon, there is your mystical scroll. Didn't quite work out. But guys, I think it was a solid re-up session. I appreciate you asking me to do the content. And guys, on that note, we are going to wrap up for tonight. So have a great